Why was I muted? God, chat, I'm doing my best. Chat, I'm trying to figure out some Discord magic right now. For those who are not super in the loop, who haven't really been keeping up with all of my shenanigans lately, I am currently working on finally getting a big refresh set up in the Discord. And to chat, I'm confused. Thank you for scuffing me. It's kind of deserved. I kind of earned that one. Chat, I'm so confused. I was until like the minute I started stream trying to do why? Hello, please work with me here. K-Bonk, please. Why are you like this? Oh, you're gonna force me to log in again. Wow, thank you. Sorry, you'll be able to throw hydrates at me in a moment. Chat, I'm trying to figure out some Discord magic and I'm confused. I'm confused. Does anyone know Discord well enough to know if there's a way to tell Discord, hey, if someone has XYZ role, just automatically give them this one, even through bots? Like, can Probot do this? I want to try to make an overarching role where if I give you any one of like the financial supporter roles, it'll just put you under one category, just for my own not being cluttered. I'm confused. In any case, welcome on in, everybody. It's lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Welcome on into Dusklight Navigator. Hello, Moffzarella. B Beanbag, it's lovely to see you. Gremlin Transmian, Shortling Bird, Astra Arts. Let's see. Mr. Scary, thank you for the lurk. Hello, Rekno Inu. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Nick's Paradigm, Shortling Bird again. Wasteland Radio, Femi Emmy. How is everybody? Astra Arts, let's see. Hopefully I'm not missing folks, apologies if I am. Hello Fuse, hello Chipper, hello Sabine the Machine. Oh goody, I love magic. Chat. Technology is magic to me. Coding is, I know it's not magic, it is magic to me. Hello, Drakewood, good luck with the job interview, you got this, I'm so proud of you. I hope it goes well. Hello, Dangerous Safety. Hello, Orthorth, Gracie Bacon, Sinister Mushroom. I'm enjoying no longer being a chauffeur. Hey, I'm proud of you. I'm glad that you no longer have to drive everyone everywhere. That is a win right there. No way to make adding the role in auto roll, but you can make a command with Mimu bot to give both roles at the same time. If I could do it without adding a new bot, like if one of my existing bots like Probot can do it, that'd be great, but if not, then so be it. Happy Monday. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Try but buying cassette tapes. I played tomorrow, so hype. Hey, valid. Hello, Omega Scales. Hello, Virgil. How's everyone doing? Hi. We made rocks thinking that's magic. It's close enough to being magic. Chat, I'm basically convinced that technology is magic. You cannot tell me that technology is not magic. But y'all, I am finally starting to set up a lot of features in the Discord that I've been promising for a while and just have not set up yet. And I don't really know what I'm doing. Being completely honest. I do not know what I'm doing. I think things are a little bit broken. I'm trying. I'm trying. Also, AE, the partner's very happy. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad it was helpful. Do you have Carlbot in the server? No, I currently use Probot, but I am open to switching bots if it wouldn't be too much to fix, you know? As someone who puts together electronic devices and studied them, they're magic, don't worry, cool. I'm glad that I am correct in my inclination that technology is magic, because it confuses me. It confuses me. Watch the World Cup match tonight. My partner is going through it right now. I'm sorry your partner's going through it, but I hope everything's all right. I hope folks who are into the World Cup enjoyed the World Cup. Also, congrats, Chipper, for using your preferred name in public for the first time. That's a win right there. I know that's not easy, but I appreciate like the fact that y'all are trying. Chat, if you are a trans person in this world, I'm proud of you. If you're a queer person in this world, I'm proud of you. If you are a leftist continuing to exist and fight in this world, I am proud of you. You are doing amazing work. Life is not easy and the universe is constantly trying to tell you that you are not enough or that you are failing or that you are incorrect. Don't listen. Life is worth it. You are beautiful and I am so glad that you are here. Argentina stole Miku? What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean they stole Miku? Know a lot about Discord servers and working with bots. I'll look into Probot and see if it can do custom commands with it. I appreciate that. No worries if not. I just think it'd be very nice for my own lack of clutter to be able to stick like my Discord, sorry, my Twitch subscriber and YouTube member roles into like one thing, just so I'm less overwhelmed. It would purely be cosmetic for my own brain, you know? It would purely be cosmetic for my own brain. Hello, Reggie! This stream was sponsored by the Machine Evu Hive. Upgrades today, advance tomorrow. No, it's not. Fuck transhumanism. Not a big fan of transhumanism, chat. I think I got called ma'am at the part store today, so I think I'm confusing them properly. You're doing a great job, Grace. I'm so proud of you. Started with Japan, matched with Brazil, and people reference the Brazilian Miku meme. That makes sense to me. I am familiar with Brazilian Hatsune Miku. I do kind of love the trend of, like, taking Hatsune Miku and just shoving her into various, like, universes and situations. One of the things I do enjoy about, like, the Vocaloid characters is the way they kind of exist without... Like, they do have canons, don't get me wrong. There is a canon behind, like, Hatsune Miku to an extent. There are canonical facts. But I really enjoy the ways in which, very often, when they're utilized as instruments, they become almost stand-ins that can represent or like, be shifted into any story. You know? I really enjoy, especially a lot of older Vocaloid music, which would just, like... A lot of older Vocaloid music had stories where they use the Vocaloid characters with their kind of, like, either canonical or fandom-built characterizations, and they just kind of took these characters and shoved them into these narratives. And I think it's really cool how like, characters like Miku almost function as these entities that you can shove in to represent or fill a role in a piece of media, you know? All the versions are canon, actually? Debatably so. Every match has been 2-1, but the country holding Miku loses. Fascinating. You know what? Based. Hi, Zelda, how are you? Are you gonna make the subs into one role or keep the separate roles and make another role that is separated roles? So unfortunately, due to how the connection system works, I have to have separated roles. I cannot tell Discord to, hey, because what it is Discord already has a thing where you can say, hey, check my subscribers list at, like, the end of every week and update it to match, you know, and make sure that people who are still subbed to the channel have the subscriber role and people who aren't don't, you know? That is already a function built into Discord. I cannot tell it what role to do. So it's a distinct role for YouTube members and a distinct role for Twitch subscribers. And I cannot say, hey, do both. I can't say put these both in the same category, and that's the part that's bothering me. So, like, an overarching role that I could just automatically have them both shoved into would be great. Some kind of function to say, if this account has either of these roles, shove them into a third role, that'd be perfect, but if that doesn't exist, then I will just deal with the clutter. My vision is still a tiny bit wonky after my eye exam. Hey, no worries. I hope things are getting back to normal. Probot doesn't have any commands like that. If so, that's totally fine. Like, I can live with it. It's just mildly annoying, you know? It is quite literally just mildly irritating. It would be so funny if Spain wins and we get a ton of Spanish Miku art. Yeah, like, I really enjoy Miku as this character that can kind of just be shoved into any universe. I do really enjoy Miku as this character that can just be a stand-in for anything. And yes, there is some amount of canon and some amount of, like, fandom constructed characterization and a few canon traits and whatnot. But I think it is really, really cool how Miku is kind of just a symbol. It is kind of like a stock character. I don't know if y'all are super familiar with the notion of, like, stock characters in various traditions of storytelling, particularly, like, plays. But in the past, in a lot of, like, stage performance, there were, in various cultures, these ideas of stock characters. And essentially, these were characters where a singular trait signified who they were, and you would see these exact same tropes coming back story after story. Very often there would just be, like, something specific they wear or something they specifically use to signify who they are. And between narratives, between authors, you could get a basic understanding of what niche or role a character was meant to fill, what stock character trait or role they had, based off of these very simple characterizations. And yeah, these are, like, caricatures and stereotypes, but these are literary tools. This is, like, you know, what a trope is. And Miku and a lot of the other major Vocaloids essentially fill that same role of being stock characters. They are instruments, yes, but you can also, especially in the past when so much more Vocaloid culture centered around actually utilizing the characters of, you know, the Vocaloid characters like as characters within a narrative, especially when that was the case, you could essentially use them as a sort of stock character. Where, okay, say you have Miku in this narrative, well, you have a few basic preconceptions of who Miku is and how Miku acts from either fandom consensus or from the actual canon, and now Miku is able to be shoved into this narrative as a sort of stock character. I think that's cool. I think that's cool. Yeah, shared cultural metaphors, that kind of thing. I think it's really, really cool, and like even, the existence of things like Brazilian Miku and the various takes on Miku people have done in various cultures, I think are this really interesting means of taking this like stock character and transposing it into different universes. I think that's cool. I like it. In the same way, yeah, as Gracie points out, if you were to like, you know, watch a movie and see a character in a big gallon hat and a sheriff's badge, you would understand that that is, you know, the town sheriff. That is the law. And you can use that to have some basic preconceptions of who that character is. That being, they're an asshole. That being, I fucking hate them. I think I love that stuff. I think as much as I think there's something to be said for the usefulness of like stock characters in media and whatnot. Might be the last night I'm able to sleep in a bed for a while. I hope things are okay, someone awesome. Bye bye. Sort of in a weird spot of being openly trans in public. Haven't transitioned yet, and Norway is really bad waiting time just behind the UK, so I don't feel entirely comfortable in my body. But Norway is a very open country for LGBT people, so I feel comfortable wearing my skirts outside. And hey, I'm glad you get that at least, you know? That's not to say that it is good to not have access to HRT. I absolutely understand that that situation sucks and aches and hurts. But I'm glad at the very least you're in a place where you feel like safe being yourself to some extent. You know, that is a win, I do believe. Nah, I really like the way Miku functions as a stock character who can be so easily shoved into different narratives and universes and cultures, and is such a beloved icon within that. I like storytelling. Chat, is it obvious that I really like storytelling? Chat, can you tell that I think like storytelling and narrative development is cool as fuck? Chat, can you tell that I'm a little bit autistic? Hello, Pyro, my bite, a beloved icon. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I will mention, since it's on my mind, I'm currently working on like refreshing and building out a lot of different side things on the channel. So like right now I'm fixing up the Discord server. I want to eventually add more like sound effects associated with redeems. I want to get my Steam Deck up and running so I can have like just a button to open up all of my stream software so there's a little bit less unintentional stuff. Things are going well. I'm on season 2, episode 5 of the Owl House now. I've not met Hunter properly yet. Apparently he's in the next episode. Good luck! I love him. I had a very I don't give a shit attitude about trans and queer people, which my socially anxious ass doesn't want to It had a very I don't give a shit attitude about trans and queer people, which my socially anxious ass doesn't want to socialize, often appreciates. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know? Hello, Trans Knight! Thank you for the raid! Welcome on in, everybody! Hi, folks! Hello! I'm Archivist, I'm your loud punk bastard, and I don't normally look this scuffed. You can blame my chat for that. How's everyone doing tonight? Hi! I'm your loud punk bastard. You can catch me talking queer and leftist issues. I'm an anarchist, a leftist, a bastard. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. It's so lovely to see you. Hi. By the way, I recently hit 1 year in HRT and I made a whole video about it about 2 weeks ago, and you should totally watch it. If video essays about being transgender are up your alley, you might like what I got going on over on YouTube. Lovely to see everybody. If y'all need some food, some water, some rest, please take. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. If you all need some food, some water, or some rest, please take care of yourselves first and foremost. We're just getting started tonight. We're just getting on the road, getting the groove on. causing problems as we're off to do. It's so lovely to see you. Did we get a Trans Knight a shout out yet? In any case, Trans Knight, good friend of the channel, someone who I love and adore, who recently just had to fight to get her accounts back. Fellow anarchist. I really, really adore Trans Knight's content, though I don't have as many opportunities to stop by as I'd like. Please make sure you give love. I'm so sorry you're having internet issues, but rest assured your audience is safe with me. I'll only bite them a little bit if they consent. You let me bite you, right? Also, thank you, NatPuff, for making me normal. I appreciate it. I hope you're able to resolve the internet issues. You have had the universe kick your ass a bit too much lately. You have been having hello? You've been having the universe kick your ass a little bit too much lately. Hello, Grabo, Aurora. Or rather, Gabro. I can say words. They like the bites. I like biting people. Teehee. Hello, Eliva? I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm so sorry, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm a whole year on HRT. I started testosterone on June 30th of last year, and I hit that 1 year point at this point 2 weeks ago. I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about it, most of which I expound upon in my most recent video essay. It is a video titled, "What Does It Mean to Be a Gender?" And it talks about the ways in which, even within the trans community, we socially construct the notion of transition. It is a challenge to the idea of transition as this all or nothing, finite, linear process, and an effort to embrace transness as something messy, as something transgressive, and as this experience of community more than anything. Which is something that I hold very near and dear to my heart. I've needed my emotional support since school a lot today. I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope things get better. Hello, Ralphius as well. Gay frog raid indeed. Chat, big fan of gay frogs. Just realized you have 2 sets of ears. Yes. All the better to bite you with or some shit. I don't know. That Trans Knight's name has been typed so often on my phone for the shout out. My keyboard doesn't pop up automatically when I type in a few letters. That's beautiful. That's the kind of autocorrect I want, you know? I want my friends' names to autocomplete when I type them. It's beautiful. I really have, yeah, y'all, Trans Knight's been through too much lately. Please make sure you give her some love. She fucking needs it. She deserves it. She's wonderful. Chad, I love biting people. I love biting people. It was a very welcome breath of fresh air from the discussions I hear in the medical side of the trans community. Yeah, like there's a lot of corners of trans thought that I think get really toxic in the pressure to transition the quote-unquote right way, which are filled with these notions that like you'll never pass if you didn't transition early enough, and which focus transness very heavily on trying to appease trying to appease ourselves by appealing to a cis-het normative understanding of gender. And I want to argue that, like, as trans people, we have the opportunity to challenge gendered hierarchies and to challenge these social constructs that so often harm not just us, but also, like, cis people. And I would argue that, like, deconstructing patriarchy, to a certain extent requires us to also deconstruct these tightly held notions of the incorrect and correct ways to be a gender. That to like strike back against patriarchy to a certain extent requires us to deconstruct gender itself. And I care about that. Welcome on in, Corgi, burp my bite. And I don't say that to, like, take away anyone's gendered joy or anything. Like, I get it. There are elements of masculine expression that I find a lot of adoration in, and even in my desire to transgress, I recognize that as I fight towards a world wherein there is less gender, wherein gender is, where we let go of many of the socially constructed elements of gender. Many of my own joys within it do fade, but I think that leads to a better world where people are more free to be themselves without the societal pressure to perform in a specific, regimented way, or without the dysphoria of being, or without as much of the dysphoria of being pushed into a box as a child. I think that is ultimately a better world. couldn't find anything that can do auto rolls like that aside from requiring a premium or existing reaction roll. Hey, that's how it goes. If you want to stick to that idea, just go to the roles members, add some roll through there. Got it. All right. I'll just fucking have the multiple rolls in that case. That sucks, but alas. That is unfortunate. I do appreciate you looking into it for me, though. It's unfortunate that there are no tools that will just do that automatically, but alas. Going from bite to discussion of gender roles is hilarious. Oh, that's just what you fucking get here. I'm sorry. 1 second, I will be a cursed little gremlin punk boy, and the next I am talking your ear off about queer and leftist theory. That's just how it goes here. I'm not normal. Can you tell? Can you tell? I'm autistic and schizophrenic. That's not a joke, by the way. I want to be perfectly clear. Those are actually, like, conditions that I am diagnosed with. My name is pronounced, Ilva. Ilva, got it, alright. Ilva, I appreciate it. Thank you for spelling that out for me. I do appreciate it. I'm not always the best at understanding language. It means a lot. I may be cis and white, but I love my friends. And I feel like people should be allowed to do their own thing as long as it doesn't affect others in a negative way. I agree, and I think, like, everyone benefits from a world with less hierarchy. Everyone benefits from a world wherein we are more free to be ourselves without social expectation. You know? I know there's been so many tries, but by the right wings to make an AI that's 100% unbiased truth and always comes out as a leftist. I mean, ultimately, no matter what, there is no such thing as, like AI doesn't not have the capacity to be correct and true because it is just regurgitating information, and is ultimately arbitrary anyway. It is a glorified autocorrect that is basing itself off of, like, the content it has been fed. But I think if anything, that just goes to show how much, like, academia, which academia is not immune to bias. I do want to be clear here, like, academia is not something that is immune from bias. Academia absolutely takes with it precognitions and pre-existing notions of how the world works and how society works and how people are. Not like anytime you're engaging with academic literature, do not assume it to just be a completely rational, unbiased telling of things. All media, including that which exists in academia, comes with the biases of the authors and is created in the cultural context we exist, and thereby is influenced by the cultural constructs we live under. Just as much as we are all products of the culture we exist in, so is academia. It's just that people who spend their entire lives studying these things tend to be a little bit more likely to notice the holes and to put the work in to fill them. And so when they make AI that is quote-unquote truth-based, which it never is, but, like, it tends to more heavily reference, like, academic literature, which by proxy means it makes it left-leaning, because most people who end up in academia end up left-leaning because that is what tends to best match up with actual understandings of, like, the social construction of reality, as well as science, as well as culture, you know? There's a lot of layers to the equation, though. It makes me so sad that AI is also, like, an actual Japanese name that some people have. I mean, yes, yeah. I mean, ultimately, though, like, words mean different things in different languages, and that's always been the case. Oh, I just got reminded of the most fascinatingly frustrating conversation I have ever had with someone. Oh, that just reminded me of a very frustrating conversation I once had. BRB, need to fix my last meal? No worries, no worries. Go get food. Put food in your body. It's very important. Reality is a left-leaning bias? Yeah, because, like, when you actually take the time to dig into the reality of culture and of science, it tends to align with more left-leaning beliefs. It's a thing. But that's not to say that academia is by any means perfect. I think very often, academia is, how do I say? Just due to its nature, academia can be a little bit of a, like, ivory tower, a very far off, disconnected from some elements of reality kind of space, and a very privileged space as well. But hello, Groggy! Bye-bye, lovely to see you. I wish for normal to be a thing of the past. Everyone should be able to be free, cringe, and weird. And I agree. And there's something to be said for the ways in which when everyone is a little weird, like, nothing is weird anymore. But I think that's okay in a better world anyway. You know? There's a reason we have the detransition rate study, yeah, which is bullshit. Like, even when you, how do I say? Detransition rates are incredibly low, lower than the regret rates of many other, like, extremely, life-saving surgeries, or, like, various, extremely necessary healthcare measures. And when you actually take the time to sit down with people who detransition, their reasons, more often than not, are a lack of social acceptance and feeling as though their lives were harder for the fact that they were openly trans in some way, which is not them not being trans. It just goes to show how oftentimes the world is very hostile towards openly trans people, you know? But I would also argue that, like, gender is far from binary, and if we were to take the time to deconstruct our oftentimes very binary understandings of gender, I think a lot more people would be able to find themselves. There's a lot of cis people who are probably somewhere in the non-binary range who don't know it because they've never taken the time to question it. I do know that I means love in Japanese. I'm aware. Yeah, I know the word. I've spent enough time in, like, anime spaces. Weird fact, my sister is homophobic, but specifically for lesbians, so it's not like hatred, it's actual fear. Huh? Chat, cishet people confuse me. Chat, cishet people why? Cause, like, okay, there's one, like, there is one angle I can understand that fear coming from. And it's a very interesting angle because they're afraid the puss too good, they are tempted. Got it. Yeah, okay. So, to put my thought process into words here. A very common piece of TERF rhetoric is that, men are inherently more violent, whether it be because testosterone or, like, the fucking existence of a Y chromosome. There is this very common piece of TERF rhetoric, which is absolute bioessentialist bullshit, that, like, whether it be because of the presence of testosterone or because of, like, the presence of of a chromosome, or what may it be, that, like, oh, men are inherently stronger and more violent and more prone to XYZ. And I wonder if it's a very interesting angle of instead associating that same fear of being predated on to attraction itself? Huh. Chat, cishet people confuse me. Cishet people very much confuse me. Facts are biased because no one will ever know the true fact, but only the fact they know it and everyone else knows it differently. There's a certain level of truth to that. Like, there are some things, a very limited number of things, which are observable truths of the universe, and far more things that are social constructions, you know? Gravity is a observable truth. You know, we can look at the makeup of chemicals, and there's a certain observable truth to them. But the majority of our reality is socially constructed. This is why peer review exists? Yes, but even that's a flawed system, you know? Hello, the Lone Star Celt. How are you doing today? That's a cute username. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I think it's funny that reality as a leftist bias is actually a quote from some conservative report. Genuinely, like, you actually look at the facts of reality, and very often there is a leftist lean to what is observable. Thank you for the follow, bark, bark, bite, bite. Means the world. Shout out non-binary people, by the way. Isn't today, like, International Non-Binary Day or some shit? Give me a second. I think I saw something about this on Blue Sky. Yesterday was chat. I missed International Non-Binary People's Day. It was yesterday. Fuck. Chat, I missed International Non-Binary People Day. What the fuck? That's my day. That's my day. What the hell? I love exploring gender and being gender fucky. Yeah. Listen, my gender is punk and I stand by that. My gender is punk. Recently saw some Rogan while searching for something unrelated, completely lost the plot in a transvestigation rabbit hole. I mean, this does not surprise me at all, but I do sometimes wonder how often people like that are just grifting, being so real. I really, really wonder how often those people are just grifting. Like when the TERFs fearmonger about a trans woman in change rooms, yeah. So they either pretend lesbians don't exist or walked backwards and hating lesbians too. That's not exactly what I mean. A lot of TERF rhetoric relies on bioessentialism, is what I'm pointing towards, you know? Maybe if we were taught about other identities than heterosexual and cisgender, I might have figured myself out earlier. Maybe I've had fewer years of hating myself. I think in general, just taking the time to deconstruct a lot of gender would also do that. Doing all right, had to do with the DMV. Now I'm getting my microphone set up. Hey, you got this. What kind of mic you running? Sorry, I'm a bit of an audio nerd. Congrats with the DMV. Hope you survived. Discovered you through the collab with Kat, but this is the first time seeing one of your streams, I think. Well, welcome on in. It's a pleasure to have you. Kat is a good friend of the channel, someone who I absolutely adore. Mods, can we get a shout out for Cafe Foxtail? I did a collab video with Kat at this point about a month ago, and it was a lot of fun. Had a great time with it, and it came out like a few days before my HRT anniversary, which was honestly amazing. I was blessed for the opportunity, and I honestly really want to do something with Kat again sometime in the future if we can arrange it. Really need to watch that video. I've been in my browser for weeks. I promise it's worth it. It's a very fun one. I very specifically, because Kat came to me and said, hey, we could do just a regular trans memes video, but would you like to instead do a Are the Cis Okay video? And I intentionally picked an Are the Cis Okay video because I felt like it would give me more space and opportunity to yap about the social construction of gender, and about leftism and all that shit. I had a lot of fun with it. And I stand by the things I said in there. I will say, fuck the couple of people in the comment section who got mad at me for, like, talking about mouth-washing. Lack of media literacy, but alas. Recently heard Lonely Island song Spring Break Anthem, which is about spring break having non-com be considered acceptable by some cis people. I mean, that's just rape culture, which is a thing. A bad thing. Hello, Mockingbird! Bye-bye. I often find the idea of human nature to be really confusing and ambiguous because it seems like most human behavior are from social and environmental factors, and your neurobiology is only one of many factors. Yes, the consensus within like developmental psychology is that behavior is partially based on genetics. Like we can do twin studies and we can measure personality traits and we can see that there are some links in behavior that are, you know, related to some extent with genetics. But it's largely based on your surroundings and environment, and you know, the things you're exposed to as a kid. There is a small, like, genetic element to behavior, but a lot of behavior is taught. And I would argue that, like, people are built with the capacity for good, and that, like, sharing and giving tends to be what comes naturally to kids. And if we encourage and harness that instead of teaching kids greed, instead of teaching kids to bully and be hostile, then that will further that behavior, you know? But I hate any notion that, like, human nature is inherently greedy or inherently poor. Fuck that shit. do, 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 do. Can't hear the human nature without Monsoon Meme's DNA of the Soul speech. I'm not familiar with that. I don't think I've seen that. Barper bye bye. Absolutely wild thing that Mark said. Things in the real world affect other things. Yeah. Groundbreaking to this day. Hello, Theseus. Barper bye bye. Recently saw a meme that said somehow transgender people are responsible for this. The image is an asteroid hitting our Earth. Yeah, no, conservatives really like to pretend. Like, trans people are just one of the big scapegoats currently of the government. One of the things that fascism needs to thrive is an enemy. Authoritarianism in general, I would argue. One of the things that, like, such efforts need to thrive is an enemy to point to, and currently those enemies are immigrants and trans people. At least those are the major ones. But, you know... Nothing much, just a Blue Yeti Nano. Hey, nothing wrong with that, you know? Start small. I have a very fancy, expensive mic, but it took me a while. I like mouthwash. Chug, chug, chug. Okay. So in my video collab with Kat, I made mention of the game mouthwashing as a joke, because Kat said something about, made a joke about needing to wash her mouth out after reading a specific post, and it was literally an offhanded mention of the game because mouthwashing is one of my favorite games. It is a game that very heavily deals with themes about, like, rape culture and about the ways in which men will oftentimes protect each other even when they perpetuate harm, about the ways in which, like, within power structures, men will very frequently allow violent and terrible action to be perpetuated through the protection of each other. And yeah, it is a gross, uncomfortable game. It is beautifully dark in how well it handles its themes. You know? Mouthwashing is a great story, not much difference in playing it yourself or watching someone else play it. I mean, yeah, it's a very linear game as well. It is, I would argue, though, like, an excellent horror game. Sure, its gameplay may be very basic, but I think it does an amazing job of telling the story that it tells and dealing with the themes that it does. Bark, bark, bite, bite. And there were people in the comment section who were like, I'm sorry, that game is disgusting, someone needs to say it, and I'm like, you don't have media literacy. You don't have media literacy. Love horror stuff, but I can't play horror games, and that's so fair. It took me a while to desensitize myself to horror games. I've gotten a lot better with it, but I used to really struggle. The second I get active control in a horror game, I'm too scared to move. The only reason I managed to get through it is through streaming. It took, there was a 1 year, I think it was 2023, where I decided I was going to try and sample a new horror game every Friday for a week. And I did it. And I managed over the course of that week to more or less desensitize myself to horror. And the game that really did it for me was actually Silent Hill 2. Largely because Silent Hill 2 hands the player the radio, which will buzz whenever there's an enemy in the room. And so having the reassurance of this buzzing radio in my pocket that would tell me, like, when I was in danger gave me the confidence to push through the game when I normally wouldn't be able to. I like it. And I find mouthwashing in many ways to be a spiritual successor to Silent Hill 2, in that it very similarly puts you in the shoes of an absolute monster and makes you almost understand them in some terrifying ways, you know? I love both of these games because you spend the majority of the game playing as this monster, slowly uncovering the horror of it, and coming to simultaneously understand and disdain them, you know? 3 a.m. drunk horror movies and a lot of moonshine was my method for getting used to horror. That also works. I love horror movies. I've always been very fascinated by it. I was actually out with a friend of mine earlier today. We were getting coffee and we were talking about a lot of horror movies. Like, okay, I know this is a little controversial, but one of my favorite movies of all time is Silence of the Lambs. It is a movie that does accidentally perpetuate some transphobic stereotypes, but the cinematography of the movie is so beautiful. It is so, so beautiful. And I absolutely adore it. And I know there's a lot of like discomfort around the ways in which it incidentally perpetuates some transphobic stereotypes, despite the fact that like the narrative itself overtly tries to disrupt that. It's such a good movie. The antagonist is the person going through gender dysphoria, right? No, they actually explicitly state in a scene in the movie that this is the character, that the antagonist is not trans and that their motivations do not match up with a trans person. Like, that is an explicit line in the movie. There's an explicit line in the movie wherein the detectives are going through this case and they say, no, like one of the detectives brings up, is this, you know, person, is this, you know, perpetuator, criminal, trans, and they go, no, their motives and actions do not line up at all with like what a person experiencing. I think they call it, I think they still use the term transsexualism in there, but at the time that was like the academic or like medical terminology in use, just in the era the film was produced. Like, they explicitly say that. But a lot of audience members still used the movie to perpetuate a lot of transphobic fear-mongering. You know? And a lot of people forget that scene exists. And I recognize that does not erase the way in which the movie has been weaponized as a tool for transphobia, but, like, the movie itself tries to dissuade that take. And overtly states that that is not the takeaway. Hello, Peru, bye. How are you doing today? No, there's no such thing as being late to a Twitch stream, by the way, unless it's over by the time you get there. The Fops is doing well. Hello as well, Darkwood Rider. I'm a little bit all over the place mentally today because I took a Vyvanse 2 hours ago, but I've had a nice day. Not my most productive day, but I went on and got coffee with a friend, got home, showered, cleaned for a bit. Things are good. What movie are we talking about? Silence of the Lambs. Don't get me wrong, it's a movie with its flaws, but the cinematography is absolutely beautiful, and while it does not erase the ways in which a lot of people have, like, weaponized the movie towards transphobic ends, like, it does very explicitly state in a scene that this is not about trans people. I love Silence of the Lambs. It is one of my favorite horror films. I'm just a big horror enjoyer in general. Big horror movie enjoyer. Lead to everything except my birth and death. I mean, nothing wrong with being a little fashionably late. Media literacy continues to chase them, but they're too fast for it. Like, don't get me wrong, it is a flawed piece of media, but, like, given the time in which it was produced and, like, the way it handles its cinematography, I really enjoy it. We need to do a watch party for the Godzilla -1 in the Discord. I've never watched a Godzilla movie in my life. Moved back with my old roommate. I wanted to show me horror films. Maybe I should actually watch them now. I mean, give it a shot, you know? And no shame if it doesn't end up being your thing. I don't know. I'm also a big proponent for just, like, critically engaging with media with awareness of the times in which it was created and the biases it thereby carries, you know? Like, hot take, but I don't think there's anything wrong with engaging with a piece of media with an understanding of when it was created and what cultural norms existed at the time, and, you know, understanding that as we engage and interpret it, you know? Hello, Beat Lover. It's been a hot minute. How are you? Godzilla -1 was so good. I've never seen a Godzilla movie. I've never seen one. I think the movie also has the issue of, like, putting the, oh, some people are just pretending to be trans to be a predator on people's heads. Yeah, but that's also very much, like, how do I say? That is nothing said by the movie. That's people... How do I say? I feel like that's people blaming the reaction that transphobes had to the movie on it without... in blaming the movie for how people interpreted rather than actually blaming it on its face value, if that makes sense. Hi, Wonder, thank you for the hydrate. Bye. Mods, can we get a shout out for Wonder? Wonder is a fellow trans anarchist, good friend of the channel, someone who I deeply adore. What if I kill you first, huh? 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 What then? What then? We're talking about movies. How are you? Ever listened to Godzilla by a Blue Oyster Club then? I don't think so, no. Ill-intentioned people always twist something to fit their narrative. Yeah, like, being so real, if you make a piece of art and people choose to misinterpret it in harmful ways, that's not always the fault of the art. And sometimes, yes, it does point to the fact that there are flaws in the artwork, and maybe there could have been more done to dissuade those takes and opinions, but like, no matter what, people who are ill-intentioned will find ways to interpret a piece of media towards their own opinions or ends or goals. And that's not always the fault of the artist, and I would argue more often than not is not the fault of the artist. Especially if they did take moves or make efforts to try and push against those narratives. You know? Like, yeah. Wonder and AE are in a Mexican standoff, except they both just shoot each other immediately. Yes. Yeah. It's more like we end up like biting each other with our teeth or something like that. You know? You know? I will say to Orthor, in response to the situation of like primal fear, I haven't seen it myself, but I think there is still the underlying issue in that case that like a lot of people already claim that people with DID are faking being plural for whatever reason, and so having a narrative wherein the canonical justification is that this person was faking does still perpetuate some level of like issue. Like, that's still a thing, a problem, but you know. Hello, Demon Slayer lover, Barbara bye bye. Also saw the Project Hail Mary with my partners a few days ago and it was amazing. Hell yeah! I've not seen that one either. I need to watch more movies, chat. I need to watch more movies. I do not watch enough. Welcome on into Demon Slayer lover as well, Barbara bye bye. Hello, Sir Wendelin too. How's everyone doing tonight? Some people literally run the game of the author is actually wrong about their work. And like, don't get me wrong, Death of the Author is cool. I have a video essay I eventually want to do called Silent Hill 4 has never been more relevant, where I talk about how interpreting Silent Hill 4 in a post-COVID world completely changes the narrative. But a big point I want to make in the work is like, there is importance in recognizing the ways in which every piece of art exists within a cultural context, and that there is value in understanding where an author was coming from and what context they were existing in when their work was created. You know, and that doesn't necessarily make an author right or wrong for their choices, but it does give key context in how we should understand their intention. That does not erase our ability to come to our own interpretations and conclusions, but like, there's not much point trying to assert that an author is wrong about the intention of their own work. There are two kinds of Godzilla movies. Godzilla is an allegory for nuclear weapons and natural disaster, and movies where Godzilla fights another monster. It's basically a slapstick comedy with giant monsters. I would definitely prefer the former than the latter, but that's just me. You know? That's just me. Need to watch more horror movies with my bud. Last few movies we watched were Nope, Weapons, The Menu, and The Color Out of Space. I need to just watch more movies in general. Shakes the in my next video jar at AE. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm doing my best. I do need to get working on my next video. I'm kind of trying to just force out the Discord rework first and foremost, because I think that that has been such a long time coming. I need to finally get myself to make that happen, but by the time I'm done with my off-kai trip, I need to have done my research for my next video and be in the scripting process. I'm still narrowing down between two options. If you want to watch a movie, watch Inglourious Bastards. I've heard good things about that one. I miss doing watch parties in the Discord, honestly. I need to see if I can find a way to make those viable again. Just like find a weeknight wherein I can reasonably sit down and like once a month watch a Discord with or watch a movie in Discord with chat. I think that'd be fun. Doing fine, biting as usual. I love biting people. Sister cut my hair so I cut a relationship with her boyfriend. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Hey, with all the love in the world, Demon Slayer lover, we just met. Like, we just met. I'm a stranger on the internet. The 3 messages you've sent have been a lot of information to share with a stranger on the internet. A lot of Nazis getting what Nazis deserve, if I'm not mistaken, about Inglourious Bastards. Like I said, I've heard good things about it. Alright. So chat needs to bully him into being productive and get videos done instead of telling him it's okay. Yeah. I do wanna be clear. Chat has permission to bully me about my lack of productivity and work on videos. If it actually crosses a line or I need people to back off for a few days, I will say so. You know, if like in most cases, it is okay to bully me about like my content production. It energizes me to a certain extent. If it starts getting to a point wherein I am bothered by it or I am sensitive to it, I will say something. Need to draw, but I've been in the animation mines for the past few days, so I'm giving my wrist a break. Hey, in that case, absolutely do. Carpal tunnel is no joke. Carpal tunnel is no joke, y'all. I have problems with Tarantino as a whole, to be honest. I don't know anything about Tarantino aside the fact that I hear his name a lot. I will say, chat, like, take me with a grain of salt whenever I say things about media, because, like, I don't watch or engage with much media, and there's a lot of blanks in my knowledge. So it's very possible if I, like, give a take or interpretation or, like, a vaguely mention a piece of media in a way that seems like I don't have context for something, chances are I don't have context, you know? Rating my siblings' old stuff for crochet tools? Hell yeah, do it. I love crochet. Chat, can I show y'all a crochet project I did recently? My roommate's birthday was like 2 weeks ago and I made them something because I'm silly. Chat. It's very simple, it's very small, but can I find it? This was my roommate's birthday gift, teehee. It's a pumpkin! It's a pumpkin koozie. I follow multiple artists and art fight has been wreaking havoc on people's wrists. I genuinely do not know how people, like, complete full drawings in less than a day. I'm the kind of person where any kind of finished illustration takes me a minimum of 8 hours. I don't know how. But yeah, I made that. Chat, I made that. Teehee. That was for my roommate's 30th birthday. It's not much, but I thought it was cute. Gonna be finishing up my sweater I'm crocheting. Do it! Your roommate is old, okay, and? Chat, I'm gonna be 25 this year. I don't know how to feel about that. Like, ultimately, Ultimately, it doesn't change much, but I'm gonna be 25 this year. 25, ancient, practically dust. Thought the beer was as a gift instead. I mean, the beer was part of the gift, like, being so clear. I bought, my roommate's birthday gift was 4 PBRs, a hand-crocheted koozie, and a cake. You know, that was my fucking birthday gift for my roommate. See, okay. So, I'm less scared about turning 25 than I am about the fact that in 6 months, I will be hitting 5 years of content creation. And I need to start planning what I'm doing to celebrate 5 years of this. Chat, that's half a decade of my public presence as archivist. And I do already have a video planned for it. That's gonna be my priority probably starting around New Year's. To give a little bit of spoiler, the current plan for the title of the video is You Are an Artist, and it's going to be... Chat, you know how I was going on a whole big ramble about how, like, I am constantly pissed off about my inability to define the term art? I'm deciding I'm going to turn that into a video, and that's going to be my 5-year. If someone gave me a handmade gift like that, I'd fucking cry. Then cry. Nah, I love making things for people. But yeah, I think I'm gonna turn that into my video for my 5-year. And it's gonna, I think the ultimate conclusion is going to be like, you're an artist, you know? What can you say is not art? That's the thing, I don't know. I don't know. I am yet to find a definition of art which does not leave out exceptions in ways that bother me, and I don't like that. You can absolutely, like, make a toilet that is art, you know? Like, there are people who, there are artists who have to do, like, the design to make a toilet look aesthetically pleasing and not like a stain in your home. Pleasing enough to make you forget that that's, like, you know, the place where you shit. A toilet can absolutely be art, yeah. And I agree that, yes, AI is an art, but I'm constantly frustrated with trying to answer the question, why, you know? I agree that AI art is not art. Why? Why is it not art? And that's the question that I can't answer, which has led me into this big, moral dilemma of, I don't know what art is. Stealing, I disagree. I disagree. I do not think, there is a lot of art which samples other art pieces. Like, if we're saying that it is not art because it steals others' content, well then collage is not an art form. And how do I say, sampling, like, other people's songs in music is not art. And there's plenty of cases where people do that without consent, you know? Yeah, like, photo bashing is super cool, and it doesn't always require intention. And then, or rather, it doesn't always require permission. And, like, there's the argument of intention, but I would argue, like, I think intention is, unfortunately, the argument that I do find the most appealing, but I still believe there are lots of cases where an art can be created completely unintentionally, without someone meaning to make art, but still be perceived as having artistic value. And perhaps there is something different between perceiving something of art as art, the act of perceiving something as art, and the act of, you know, making art. Like, perhaps that is a false equivalency. I could absolutely see that being a valid argument against me there. I can absolutely see, like, the fact that I'm conflating those two things, invalidating me in some extent. But I would definitely say, like, you know, there's some people who see memes as art and there are some people who don't. But I've definitely seen memes that, like, I don't think the creator felt like they were making art when they make them, but I see them as art. And I've also seen a natural phenomenon that I look upon as works of art and see artistic value in. My point being that, like, I definitely believe that, that AI art is not art, but I can't fucking tell you what is, you know? I agree and believe that AI art is not art, but I don't know what art is, and I cannot tell you what art is. And I am yet to find a definition that satisfies me. And it tortures me, Chad. This keeps me up at night. This is the kind of shit that keeps me up at night. You know? There will be an ad hitting in like 20 seconds, chat. I do apologize. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the deal. I'll still be here when the ad break ends. I appreciate y'all. The ads do support me financially and help me like do this as a big part of my living. Thank you for being here. I think natural scenes can be aesthetically pleasing, but doesn't make it art. That is definitely a way of looking at it. One that I struggle with, but I do agree. Like, if I had to if I had to find a way to define art that is cohesive from all angles and comes without exception, I would say that something being made with intention is what makes it art. And I still find that to be a flawed argument and one that does not fully satisfy me. But I still don't think it fully functions to solve the dilemma, you know? For me, art is human, or at least living. There's a reflection of a person's soul in their art. AI lacks a soul, if that makes sense. Yeah, but like, what happens in cases wherein people come to art not intending to make art? What happens when someone makes something without intending for it to be art, but it comes out artful? And where do we draw the line? Because there are like types of algorithmically generated art that are not utilizing machine learning, and especially not modern generative AI. Like there's a really interesting line here. There's a really interesting line here that frustrates me on a purely philosophical level, because I'm neurodivergent. You know, I don't think there is use in putting labels around what art can or can't be. But you know, can AI be inherently meaningless without the fact that it's without meaning the point have meaning? I think Gen AI art lacks any thematic value or tries to convey an intention or message. Again, does art have to convey a message? You know? Does art have to? Art is mostly vibes, to be honest. It's not going to lend itself to a corporate definition. Yeah, and or to a concrete definition, and I agree with that. And ultimately, the conclusion I have come to in all of this is that, like, I can't define art, and I have to be okay with that. I have come to the ultimate conclusion that I cannot define art, and that just has to be okay. That art is this vague thing that cannot be defined, but I'm not going to pretend that does not keep me up at night. I just have to be okay with it. Hello, Corvo Apollo as well. Bye-bye. How are you doing tonight? Apologies, the folks are stuck in ads. Am I able to ask about a trans issue? Yeah, feel free. I am happy to answer any questions related to trans stuff. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. If art can be meaningless without that being the point. That is a... We're very deep in the philosophical hole, chat. I mean, yes, there is art which is made with the intention of making the point that art doesn't have to have a concrete, easily accessible meaning. Like, you know, think about the banana taped to the wall, or the urinal as art. They make the point that, like, art is very subjective and in the eye of the beholder. They make the point that, like, art is not about even skill. They make the point that art is extremely subjective a category, but I won't pretend that doesn't frustrate me. Oh, like, shit. I think I have come to the conclusion that you cannot define art. And that art is not a thing that we can meaningfully put lines or limitations around, and that frustrates me to no end. I'm starting to understand what AE means. He goes feral with spreadsheets, if this combo is anything to go by. Yes. Yes. This is the kind of shit that keeps me up at night. It's important to note that anything can be art, but bad art can exist. I mean, yes, this is true, yeah. I agree with this. But you know. We could just define art as not AI generated. Done. See, like again, to get back to the root of the conversation, I agree that AI art isn't art. Fuck generative AI, for so many reasons. It's just sometimes I get stuck in these really deep philosophical holes because I recognize that it is not possible. In a lot of cases, to build a worldview that is fully identical from all angles. I understand that the nature of existence, like it is fully normal and expected in so many cases for a worldview to not be identical from all angles, and that is okay. Most people don't have fully cohesive worldviews that, you know, are tangible and identical from every angle, but I still want to. I don't like leaving things unexplained. Like, I know I hate AI art, but why specifically do I hate AI art? Yes, exactly, Ortho, you get me here. You get me here. I am not content to just let myself hate something. I want to understand the why. You know? Problem is that we've hit a philosophical snag because art is social and cultural construct. It's become too complex to fit a neat mold. Yeah, absolutely, and I do agree with that. I think that like art is a social construct that cannot be clearly defined, and I kind of want to make a video about that. I think it'd be really funny, honestly, if a little bit philosophically unsatisfactory, you know? Bark, bite, bite. Also, welcome back from ads, everybody. Thank you for sticking on with me. Welcome into Goblin Hugger, into Corvo Apollo. I think y'all joined in the midst of the ads. How are y'all doing? Silly thought experiment. If a human and an AI independently create the same image, what makes one art and one not? And yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. I've kind of just come to the conclusion that I cannot tell you what art is. You know? Just wanted an opinion. Oh, sorry, I don't think I caught the question, Nest Kid. One sec, let me see if I can find it real quick. A lot of things happening in chat, sometimes I miss things. Very highly likely that I will not be hired for a job based on my transition. Signed all the paperwork to be hired. They wanted me until they saw me. They told me they're not moving forward with me. Just wanted an opinion. It's very likely that was a case of discrimination, yeah. And if you can handle getting how do I say? If you can handle talking to a lawyer, that's a place where you could bring a lawyer in, but also why would you want to work in an environment that's going to reject you for that anyway? You know? Like, that sucks. That is horrible. I am so sorry you had to go through that, especially with how the job market is right now. But it's the simultaneous conversation of like, yes, that is discrimination, and depending on where you live, you may have a legal case on your hands. But also, why would you want to work in an environment that's going to reject you for that anyway? You know? All right, one sec. Let me catch up properly here. Hello, Charlie. Hate AI art because the company is behind it. This is AI designed to be interesting in an ethical way. I don't think it's possible for AI to be ethical, at least in the modern capitalist frameworks. I have more thoughts on that. I'll come back to that later. I'll come back to that after I catch up with chat. To me, the subjectivity of art aligns well with the Sorate's paradox. I recognize that art has no objective definition. There's an argument to be made that an objective definition for art could be counterproductive, such counterintuitive, but to say that everything is art or can be art also seems against my intuition, if that makes sense. Yeah. No, I'm fully there with you, Corvo Apollo. I think we're kind of sitting in a very similar place in our ideology around art, yeah. I think we're sitting in a very similar place. This is the same thing that happens when a mathematician discovers a mathematical paradise. In any case. What was the other person that would take over your streams? That's Icon. Icon is a cat boy. He's a cat boy. It robs humanity of the one thing it's had throughout history. So, okay. There are a lot of issues with AI aside of just, you know, its existence as not art and stealing from artists and whatnot, a lot of which lie in the ways in which it horribly pollutes largely marginalized communities, in its environmental harms, in the ways it wastes water, in the ways that like exposure to the frequencies that data centers produce, which exist below the range of human hearing, but which we can still to a certain extent feel have been associated with like severe negative mental health outcomes, and also horribly impact native wildlife. Like, I do not think it is possible for AI to exist in a way that does not do harm in the ways that it de-skills workers and in the ways it harms the environment, you know? And those are the primary arguments I use against AI. I'm not even mad at just the companies. I am mad at the fact that like this is technology which cannot, you know, exist without doing harm in ways that are oftentimes invisible to us. Fuck generative AI. Not to mention the ways in which it is like pushing the goals of the surveillance state and whatnot. Would aerogel be able to cool down data centers? I don't know. I do not know enough about technology to say that. Not a warning or a threat, just a fact. I have enough points to summon Icon twice. Good for you. I also have an interesting thought regarding AI and philosophy. Disagree with the conclusion that the Chinese room about an AI or synthetic intelligence is inherently unable to understand input and output. If we made a machine with the same experience as humans, it would be functionally identical. Yes, but that would be... How do I say this? Yes, but that statement I also think oftentimes is associated with a fundamental misunderstanding of how machine learning functions as compared to, you know, human brains. Sure, yes. If we found a way to accurately simulate the function of a brain in ways that could grow and adapt the way that brains do, that could store memory the way that, you know, human brains do, etc., that at that point is a person. Neural networks do not function at all like brains do, and on a very fundamental level, these technologies are different. On a very fundamental level, these technologies are doing different things. Modern neural networks cannot simulate and do not simulate the activity of actual neurons. And attempts to conflate the two are extremely like flawed on a fundamental level. Yeah, if we ever found a way to technologically simulate actual neural activity, yeah, that'd be a person. That would be something capable of thinking and holding memory and having thought the way that a person does. If we were to adequately simulate the functions of a human mind. That is not even remotely possible through modern machine learning technology. We don't even fully understand how the human brain works. You know? And yeah, people like to point to like the computers made using human neurons. That's not what that is either. Essentially, the ways that neurons function, you can send all or nothing, yes or no functions, and use neurotransmitters and various other ligands to modify the strength of these on-off signals. So essentially, like at the synaptic cleft, there's a ton of receptors, and if a neuron is able to reach a certain charge, it will send a signal. And in that way, neuronal signals are very binary, but they can be modified. Their likelihood of sending a signal can be modified by the addition of other ligands. Essentially, though, all that is to say, yeah, you can run basic computing functions on neurons because they're basically running yes, no, if then statements. And modern neuronal networks do not function in ways that even approximate how actual neurons function. For those who are new around here who don't know me, hi, my background is in neuroscience. I've got a degree in this. just so everyone knows that I'm not talking out of my ass. Just so people know that I'm not talking out my ass. Hi, my background is in cellular neuroscience. My problem is that the Chinese room thought experiment, as is often presented, begs the question by relying on common sense that we understand a machine to prove that because, you know, the person inside doesn't understand Chinese means the equivalent of a machine would do the same thing. I'm not understanding in that case. I actually assumed you were talking out your mouth. Thank you. Didn't know you had a neuroscience degree. That's so cool. Yeah, my background is in cellular neuroscience, and I don't do much with it these days, but I do have that background. I know a lot about neurogenetics and about developmental biology and about basic neuronal function and cellular function. Love science people talking about their special interests. It's something that, like, it very much used to be one of my special interests, and I'm not sure if it is anymore, but I still care deeply for it. I just have a lot of anxiety around interfacing it with it these days. A is the twink gay version of Victor Frankenstein, except did not drop out. Might as well have. But no, I've got a background in cellular neuroscience. Neurogenetics, like brain stuff inherited from parents to mid, more so neurodevelopmental genes and how they function. I did a project studying neurodevelopmental genes, so genes that basically aid in how brains develop and are oftentimes associated with like neurodevelopmental challenges in reptiles. And essentially studying how they changed and shifted and evolved between reptile species during, like, because reptiles have much more simplistic brains than, like, mammals and whatnot. There's a reason when people refer to, like, lizard brain, that being, like, some of your more simplistic brain areas, you know, not the prefrontal cortex, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's much more simplistic brain areas with very basic learning and memory and whatnot. I was doing that. I was very interested in studying neurogenetics as far as like understanding a root of behavior, but I ultimately abandoned that stuff, and there's a lot of ethical problems even with the field that I was in. This may be a stereotype, I'm just genuinely unaware. Are FTMP trans people less common than MTF? Oh, I looked at statistics about this a while back. I remember I was looking at statistics about this a while back. Historically, clinical data did show that there were more trans femme people than trans mass people, but recent studies indicate the numbers are roughly equal. It's just that historically there was a lot more awareness and accessibility of care for trans femme populations, and it's not until more recently that awareness and accessibility has become a thing for trans mass people. It's roughly equal these days, but historically, due probably to a mix of like the cultural biases of what was being presented to people, the accessibility of information, as well as the accessibility of like healthcare, there was at least thought to be more trans femme people. It's also worth noting that like a lot of surgeries with like phalloplasty and whatnot are less advanced in the current like state point in time. Interesting. That said, take all of that with a grain of salt, because every survey is only going to be as good as the data it is studying. Any survey is only going to be as useful as the data set. How do brains work with robotic implants? Brain has to work with some form of biological code, but to what extent? So as far as how brain implants work, that's going to depend a lot. I don't actually know all too much about this, but it depends on what kind of brain implant we're talking about. Generally, it's going to have something to do with the processing of like where in the brain electronal or electrochemical signaling is happening, which tells you a bit about what the brain's doing, but nothing, you know, too intense. What I mean is that the conclusion may be true, but the thought experiment relies on the knowledge you have that the person inside the room doesn't understand Chinese. Got it. Okay. How can you prove from the outside if the person understood the writing? You kinda can't. Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't know. I'm not very familiar. I only recently learned about the analogy, so I'm no expert on like the Chinese room analogy. I don't know a whole lot about it. It's something that I'm vaguely aware of. Also just don't hear anyone complaining about women in men's sports. So the reasons for that tend to be that trans women suffer from hypervisibility in the current culture and are the primary targets of a lot of the violent rhetoric of the state. It's really easy for bioessentialists to make the argument that like trans women have an unfair advantage in sports because testosterone, but there isn't really an equivalent argument to be made against trans mass people, and by and large, the same transphobes who and TERFs who look at trans women as, you know, being predatory, terrible men taking advantage of women and trying to invade women's spaces tend to perceive trans mask people as being infantilized and being misguided. It is very heavily related because, like, okay, there's this very specific kind of TERF radical feminist rhetoric, which is extremely protective of the identity and category of women, and aims to quote-unquote protect that identity, and in doing so leans very heavily into this notion that men are horrible and evil and abusive and predatory. Meanwhile, women are like innocent and incapable of harm, and through that lens looks at trans women, or applies the logic of oh, you're a predator to trans women, and then applies to trans men the idea that they are just victims. Oftentimes, trans men are overlooked in this rhetoric, but when they are accounted for, it is typically with the rhetoric that trans masked people are misguided and being victimized and being mutilated, etc., etc. It's a thing. Hello, Artemis! Bye. Oh, and no worries at all about wanting to share your thoughts, Virgil. Totally fair and valid. Sorry if I did not fully understand the point. My own conclusion is that the operator doesn't understand Chinese, but the operator's code book just manual whatever does. Ultimately, like, it is just a analogy. It's a parable, but you know. They aren't protecting women, they're trying to protect the idea of what a woman is supposed to mean. Yeah, and that is inherently a how do I say? That is an inherently, like, bioessentialist want, and is part of why I lean towards gender abolition in a lot of elements. Hello, Nadia Pong! Bark, bye. Bark, bye. Fuck TERFs. I have a lot of issues with, like, modern radical feminist arguments for the ways they are so concerned in quote-unquote protecting the category of woman, rather than trying to disrupt gendered hierarchies as they exist. I believe that any fight against patriarchy is incomplete without a effort to tear down the distinctions between men and women, if that makes sense. Like, how do I say this? You can't properly tear down patriarchy while trying to hold on to this notion that men and women are meaningfully different in some deep inherent way. ultimately, so many of the things that cis people and even a lot of trans people want to claim are distinct and different between men and women are social constructions, and to hold on to those things only furthers the goal of patriarchy. I grew up surrounded by a lot of girl power feminism, the feminism that propose and suppose that girls are different and that's good. Girls are different from boys, and that's good, and you should be proud of the ways you're different, and you should embrace that difference. And I've never fucked with that rhetoric. It's always very deeply bothered me. This extremely specific brand of feminism which tried to push this idea that no, women, stick to your own space and do your own things because you're better at that, and you're amazing for the fact that you're better at that, because ultimately just reinforces gender hierarchy and reinforces this idea that men and women are meaningfully different. And I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with it. I think that ultimately efforts to fight back against patriarchy are incomplete without a effort to tear down many of the lines that are placed between, you know, what it means to be or act as or present as a man or a woman. Yep. Weirdly enough, reminds me of the by meme, gender isn't real, I don't care what yours is. Bye-bye. Have dyslexia, so I often misspell or miss a word in a sentence. And you're totally good. That does sometimes create, like, difficulties in communication across, like, you know, Twitch chat. But that's, thumbs up. We're all good. We're all good. Bye-bye. The sky is filled with ash. Are you guys, oh my god, right, the wildfires are happening in some places. Are folks okay with the current, like, wildfire situation? Is everyone alright? I hope things are okay. I hope things are chill. I hope things are okay. Bark, bite, bite. Live next to the Everglades is always like this. I mean, I know the Everglades quite well, but air quality very bad. I hope that everyone is okay. Folks who are currently dealing with the ongoing wildfire situation, like, mask up outdoors, use respirators, try to limit your exposure, take care of yourselves. This is scary and terrifying. And I hope y'all are okay. Please, please do what you can to take care of yourselves. Jesus Christ. I'm just hearing about this. I've only heard about it, admittedly, through my own Discord, because I've been a bit out of the loop. That brand of feminism just feels like it divides people harder rather than evening the field. Yeah, and I agree with that. And I've had issues with it for a long time. Wildfires are pretty common in Oregon. I think we have at least one a year. I mean, there's an extent to which wildfires are a normal natural phenomenon, you know? How it is part of the cycle of life. Every now and then, nature needs to prune the ground, and all of that ash and decay leaves space for new plant life to rise. And before humans started, like, you know, massively modifying their environments, that process carried on without too much issue. But as humans have started to exert and exhibit a lot of control over their surroundings, a lot of the time, the natural cycles of wildfires that would happen have been pushed back or stopped in ways that then lead to these massive disaster wildfires. It is normal for there to be, like, annual smaller wildfires within a community, but when we end up in situations where there are severe droughts and wherein those regular wildfires are not happening, you end up with these absolute disasters, and that's scary. The heat's terrible, wildfires are spreading like wildfire, things keep getting worse, therefore we need 200,000 data centers or something. Yep, and a lot of it's the fault of climate change and human activity. Bark, bite. Respirators, if you go outside at minimum over here, it's quite literally hazardous. Some plants in Cali only appear after wildfires, so yeah, they are inherently bad. Hello, Artemis, bark, bite. It is still a problem, though. Please keep yourself safe, do what you gotta. Maybe it's just me with confirmation bias, but I've noticed it's some kind of projection, or this is some people who want the age of consent to be lowered. Okay. When I talk about, like, this sort of gender essentialism, this is the thing that trans people oftentimes perpetuate as well, if I can be so bold as to say. A lot of like, this is not a thing unique to cis people. A lot of trans people very much perpetuate this as well. Hi, Azel, Barbara by Bite. Hey, Foxdog, Fayboy, what's up? I'm biting you. I hope you're doing all right. How have you been? I'm gonna bark and bite and kill you with my teeth. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. It's also why the issue of bodily autonomy is at the core of the struggle for trans rights. Benevolent sexism seeking to protect women violates body autonomy of trans men just as much as vilifying trans women. Yeah, like, it is a core part of the trans fight. But I would argue so is trying to disrupt gendered hierarchies in the first place. You know? Enjoy your lurk, avid aloe drinker. Bark, bye bye. Bark, 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 bite. If folks need masks, check out orgs in your area. There's lots of handout free masks. Yeah, do what you can. Appreciate y'all. Please keep yourself safe. Just saw some dudes trapped in a train in a forest fire. Yeah, I admit, like, this has me a little anxious for my upcoming trip to California. Not gonna lie. Let's hope this does not disrupt my upcoming trip. I think you should drink water. Let me drink water. There we go. Chat, I'm drinking electrolytes for like the first time in a week and holy shit, chat. Oh, I love my electrolytes. Live in the part of the South where nothing happens, North Carolina. I actually go to Asheville. Lots of cool stuff happening in Asheville. I know some musicians from Asheville. There's cool shit happening in Asheville. Need to alert the next time AE's video essay goes live so I can write a comment saying, "Ew, cringe." Don't do that. Oh, chat, I got a comment on my most recent video essay today that I thought was really interesting and honestly boosted my ego. Chat. Y'all. There's this comment I got that I'm like, it almost made me cry, I think, actually. Which is gonna sound silly when I read it, but it made me happy. It's the kind of feedback that tells me I'm doing the right thing. This is the comment here. Let me just put myself in the corner real quick. There we go. I love how you share your experience as an example and also say that you recognize other people's experiences being different. I love how you can concisely explain your ideas and say everything you want to explicitly and not imply important ideas for the viewer to interpret. I love how you're able to say what you do and do not know and how you do not use superlatives. I love how you always speak calmly and don't spread anything remotely hateful towards anyone. I love how the ideas you share are mostly centered around things like observation, so it makes more sense to describe what you are talking about mostly as these ideas instead of your ideas. If Earth had a conference with other planets with aliens, you would be the type of person I would want representing Earth. I don't think you could have explained these ideas better. This kind of shit, comments like this tell me that I'm doing the right thing. This tells me that I'm doing the right thing. That I'm approaching these conversations well. This makes me happy. It's mostly what I hear you saying you wanted out of the video. Big wins. Big wins. Also true, you're a great communicator. I fucking try. I try. I'm far from perfect, but I want to bring nuanced talks to the table. I want to bring interesting points. I really value my ability to speak. I try to be nuanced and kind and forgiving, and articulate in the way that I present ideas, and knowing that it comes across that way means a lot. I'm gonna, you know what, real quick. Comments like this, comments like this show me that I'm doing something right. Thank you so much, it means the world. Teehee. Most justified AE glaze. I really do try to be like very nuanced and gentle and understanding of like the complexities of our varied live realities and everything I do, and so comments like that do make me very happy. Like that's the kind of feedback that genuinely shows me like, yeah, I'm doing something correctly. I'm doing something right. A is the internet's approval of becoming the leader of Nova Terra. What does that mean? That scares me. Hello, Crocodile as well, apart from Bite. A is a great communicator. Also, sometimes he has moments where he has a 3D stream and his limbs go everywhere. I haven't used the 3D model in a while, have I? Hi, Kibu. We're doing quite well. We're just yapping, causing problems, as we're off to do. We're gonna be playing some Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess tonight, I believe. Hopefully a nice... Thank you for scuffing me, how dare you. Hopefully a nice chill time. I had that correct on the schedule, did I? One sec. That is in fact what I put on the schedule today, winning, alright. But no, we're yapping, we're causing problems, bark bark bite bite. I'm big, chat, I'm huge. Chat, look at how big and huge and powerful I am, you know? You know. Alright. I actually got this type of comment when I made a character analysis of the Amazing Digital Circus in Reddit. Someone told me they wish they could give my comment a reward if they could. Stuff like that's so sweet. God, I did finally get to finish the Amazing Digital Circus recently, and I do adore it. I think my thoughts on it are a little bit hampered for the fact that I was inebriated for most of my watch through, but I enjoyed it quite greatly, and I can see why so many people are attached to it. It's very, very good. I miss this guy, but this is stupid. I have low T, is what the head of the military is worried about. One sec. Let me catch up with what's going on. I did not catch your original comment. How are you doing though, Crocodile? Bye bye. When I was stationed in Cali, base caught fire about once every 3 months, so like clockwork. Military dumbass in here checking in. The military's a circus. We're getting testosterone screening soon. What the fuck? Sorry, okay, so apparently I've missed something. Apparently I've missed some news. Not surprising, I'm not very online, but huh? Fuck it, I'm gonna start TADC tonight. It's very good. It's a good show. I enjoyed it quite a lot. Huh? It was of Kane being representation of NPD after episode 8, by the way, was my character analysis valid. No, that's cute. Department of War is gonna start putting male service members on testosterone. What the hell? Y'all, what the fuck? They're gonna start jacking you with tea if they don't like your number. That's a little excessive. That is absurd. That is genuinely absurd. Chat, as I said in my most recent video essay, when we're living in an era where cis people are getting what I can only describe as gender-affirming care in order to better conform to, like, inaccessible, oftentimes impossible standards of what it means to be or perform a gender, maybe we have to question whether if any of this is fucking worth it. Like, maybe we need to question if gender means anything at all. Blames low T on how the US is sucking at war in Iran. Oh my god. It's not gender affirming, it's more like forced masculinization. But you understand what I mean. Like, this is an effort to try and correct what is seen as a problem in the military of men being too low testosterone, which is not gender affirming care by definition. I understand, because it's not like this is not a voluntary thing that people are doing, but like it is an effort to try and correct people in their existing gendered category, driven by this idea that, like, if they just better abided by what the you know, gender they are by their sex, then these problems would disappear. It is bioessentialist in nature, and it, I think, just goes to show how bullshit all of this is. If that makes sense. I'm not phrasing any of that well right now. I'll give it to them, but when I want some girl juice, at least the end of the world. Because they hate trans people. You've heard of force femming. Now we have force masking. I mean, I'd already heard of that. Mind you, my jet was parked in the same spot as an active war zone for multiple days. Now seeing it again as parts we use in other jets. Jesus fucking Christ. It's big if your soldiers just manned harder, we'd be winning. Ransom vibes, yeah. It's bioessentialist bullshit being pushed by the state. Oh my fucking god. I don't think feminine men were the reason why the US sucked their shit in the ongoing debacle with Iran. Yeah, it definitely isn't. But it feeds into this existing, like, there's a lot of right-wingers who are already insistent that in what they view to be increased femininity and softness and lack of masculinity in men is like the result of chemicals in the water that they're putting there to make Americans more complacent. Which, okay. This is a thought I've had in my head for a while, but I've always struggled to properly articulate. But I think it is so fascinating how, like, existence as a soldier in the military is simultaneously understood as a paragon of masculinity, while also in many ways subverting what we normally, what is normally constructed and valued as being traditionally masculine. Like, to be a soldier is simultaneously this powerful masculine image, while you're also kind of sitting there taking orders from someone else, something that in any other context we would normally describe as, like, not being masculine at all. It's so fascinating. It is so fascinating. We had no business in Iran to begin with. Oh, I mean, absolutely, yeah. Like, it's bullshit wars that are being waged without justification, as America is very prone to doing. But I think that there's... I wrote something about this in the past. Can I find it? I've written something about this before. Can I find this? One sec. I'm looking to see if I had where I had this conversation. I'm gonna try one more place to see if that's where I had this conversation. Because I don't want to waste too much time looking for this, but I want to see if I can find this real quick, because it was an interesting thing. Yeah, I can't find it. Damn, that sucks. But essentially, it was a big ramble talking about, like, the interesting ways in which existing as a soldier in the military is conflated as being this paragon of masculinity, while also at the same time subverting many of the normative expectations of masculinity. That to be a soldier is somehow, like, a super masculine act, but you're also taking orders from someone, an act that in any other context would be seen as, like, emasculating. It's so interesting to me. It is so interesting to me. It's mainly to reduce yourself to nothing but a robot who exists to serve dumbfuck higher chain of command. Yeah, exactly. Like, how it's so odd to me how those ideas coexist, and I struggle to navigate that coexistence. In the US military, you were essentially the government's good little boy, and a lot of soldier humor highlights this. Yeah, it seems like we constantly have media which is poking fun at and highlighting this how do I say, this contradiction within the social construction of what is masculine, and I find it absolutely fascinating. I'm of the opinion that sometimes you can't talk to these kinds of people. Only language they will understand is something I can't say. The average person or even a right-winger. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Like, it's a conclusion that I've increasingly had to come to, that sometimes our very understandings of like the basic facts of reality are so different that there is no point in having a conversation. There are some people you will never be able to convince of something because your very base understandings of what is true and real are not aligned. Shout out to the person who walked up to me the other day and tried to insist to me that fish are not animals, you know? Sometimes our basic facts and understandings of reality are so different that it is not possible to navigate their differences without addressing those base realities. I feel like the fear of femininity is an insecurity baked into the idea that if women have power, then men will be worthless. I mean, yes, absolutely, and like a lot of right-wing ideology is very heavily based in this idea that men are being emasculated, and it ties in very well to the whole "Make America Great Again" kind of notion. This idea that there was a past time wherein men were men and women were women and things were better and things worked the way that they were quote-unquote supposed to. And so one of the big driving forces behind a lot of modern transphobia, behind a lot of anti-feminism, beyond a lot of nationalism, behind a lot of like the modern MAGA fight, is this sense that men had that they have lost something that was never theirs to begin with, or that the evening, for lack of a better term, of the playing field is a threat to them, or that any disruption to patriarchal hierarchies is stealing their very strength, you know? Unrelated, how do you become a firefighter? I don't know. I can't tell you that. You'll have to do some research. But yes, this fear of femininity and this fear of men becoming more feminine is very deeply baked into a lot of right-wing ideology these days. I don't think this is anything, but I think soldiers are seen as peak masculinity just by taking orders and being subservient because patriarchy is inherently hierarchical. I mean, yes, but that doesn't explain to me like how people have so thoroughly tricked themselves into like this idea that being a soldier is this peak masculinity. And ultimately, a lot of how it does function, I think, is like the military does a very good job of selling desperate young men who feel as though they have something to prove, this idea that like they can fix themselves by joining the military. There's a lot of young men who feel directionless and who are given this promise that the military will offer them a path towards making themselves useful and becoming that paragon of masculinity. And I think that desperation is largely what it feeds on. But it's so odd how these notions continue to fester, you know? How they perpetuate. If I get tested and they give me the option of T, I'm just gonna refuse, and that's for E as I'm walking out of the medical building. Not valid. Genuinely valid. Added to the endless list of double standards that exist within the current hegemony, yeah. It's far from the only one. Did someone try to convince you that fish aren't animals? I had someone walk up to me and assert that to me. That's a thing that happened to me the other day. It's because of the soldiers displayed as the ultimate familial protector. Go out to defend your family against tyranny of some poor bastard who also wants to go home to their family. If you read Umberto Eco's Your Fascism, you'll see that fossilization of gender roles alongside the cult of death in battle are key ingredients of fascism. Very much so, yes. Yeah. Just hearing that made me lose a brain cell. Actual thing that was said to me the other day. One of my favorite things I deal with on a regular basis is people walking up to me, looking at an animal and going, "What purpose does it serve?" As if, and it's a question that is very heavily rooted in like the notion of intelligent design, that things are created and exist with a purpose rather than, you know, existing because there is an evolutionary niche that they were able to carve out for themselves. Yeah, a lot to unpack in that. I am just very constantly in my day-to-day life reminded that a lot of people exist and go about their day-to-day lives with very different base understandings of reality than I do, and ultimately you cannot have a meaningful conversation with someone if you do not take the time to address those base realities, and very often that is a difficult, if not impossible, problem. Hello, Beat Lover, Burp by Bite. Quoting Darkwood Rider here. I would say it's because humans are pleasure-driven and the comfort of just following orders is very appealing against the hard labor of forming one's code of ethics and purpose of life. Hard disagree. I live to be a problem. You tell me what I can or can't do, and I will rail against it to the ends of the earth. At the very least, one of my base desires is to rebel against any rule or limitation placed onto me. I love to be a problem. I love to push boundaries. It is one of my core motivations. But alas. Don't some people think fish aren't animals because they think they aren't meat? I don't know. I don't know. I'm still confused about it, and this was like 4 days ago. But you decided to be a problem, which makes you as entertaining, as followable as you are. Those directional folks won't. I mean, it's just the core, like, basic drive of mine. When someone puts rules in my way, I want to break them. I want to push the boundaries. That's just, it's not a decision I make, it is just the core drive that exists in me. I don't know. Hello, JM, Barbara by Bite. Once heard the same argument, but with insects. Listen, I don't want to judge people for their lack of opportunities, especially educational opportunities. God knows the modern education system is not well established or built in ways that meets people's needs. But I get very concerned sometimes. I get very concerned. Hello, Corva, how are you doing? Bye bye. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Why are you highlighting your message with a text to AE? Why? That's like 10 times the price. Excuse me. Hi, Corvo. I recognize as someone who's very, you know, heavily in biology, who has put a lot of my life and time and work into biology, that most people do not have the knowledge base I have, but sometimes I forget how little a lot of people have, and oftentimes that is the fault of the education system, but I sometimes have to wonder, like, how you have lived under a rock so long to have never had certain ideas challenged. I don't know. I feel like if you've gotten to the age of 30 and you don't know that fish are animals, I feel like something's gone wrong here. I feel like something's gone wrong. I have free will, AE. You do in fact have free will, this is true. I can't stop you from making bad choices. I can only balk. I can only balk and be a little bit confused. I can't stop you from making poor choices. I just work here. Technically true. I need to turn a light on real quick. Give me a second, folks. Barker by bite. It is getting dark in this room because the sun has set. And oh, I got dizzy when I just got very dizzy. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I didn't like that feeling. Oh, don't do that to me. That's a bad feeling. Okay. All right then. I'm not going to stand up again for a few minutes. I lived though, I have a light now. Chat, I can see again. So this is a Wendy's, is basically what you just said. Listen, I just work here. By which I mean on the internet. Making silly little content and doing silly little shenanigans or whatever the hell. Nah, I love being here though. I love making content. I am tempted to DIY again, I'm not gonna lie. Chat, I've been very tempted very often lately to just DIY a bit on stream. Do you have an iron deficiency? Oh, I have orthostatic hypotension. My blood pressure is low. Corvo just dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They're being thorough. Are they now? Is that the case, Corvo? No. For the explanation of why I have issues with dizziness and fainting and fatigue is largely due to a heart condition. I'm a little bit broken. I'm just a little bit broken. What classifies as an animal? Okay. Let me get the actual definition just for full clarity. Hello, Calliope, Barbara Bye Bye. How do you do, fellow standing up as bad club member? Chat, get you a guy who will push himself to the limit in the mosh pit and then get dizzy standing up in the shower. I'm that guy. Beat lover, what the fuck? Alright. Yeah, so the basic rules of being an animal. You have to be multicellular. You have to be eukaryotic. Let me remind myself, how exactly do I define eukaryotic? Yeah. So you have to be multicellular, you have to be eukaryotic, which means that you have a nucleus with a membrane. And typically, you are going to be consuming organic material that you do not produce yourself and in some way utilizing oxygen, and have some capacity for sexual reproduction. There you go. That's animal. That's an animal. Chat, if it's multicellular, eukaryotic, and eats food, it's an animal. Do you sit on the shower's floor or go horizontal? I sit down in the shower all the time. That's an animal, chat. Even I would push my ex around the theme parks in her wheelchair in Florida mugginess for 12 hours and then get winded standing over the couch to get her a glass of water. Chat, get yourself a guy who'll push himself to the limit in the mosh pit, and then nearly faint in the shower. It's great. So consumption is required to be called an animal. It's not necessarily consumption, but you must in some way acquire your food from something else and not produce it yourself. So essentially you're not doing photosynthesis or like chemically producing your own food. Typically. There are weird exceptions because here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing with biology. Nothing actually exists in clear-cut categories, and anyone trying to tell you otherwise is lying. Eukaryotic does not mean multicellular. Eukaryotic means that they have a nucleus that is enclosed in a membrane. Chat. Nothing in biology is clean-cut. And anyone trying to tell you otherwise is lying. Chat, what's the definition of a species? Generally, two animals are different species when they reproduce, the offspring they produce, if they can produce offspring at all, is not viable. meaning that it cannot go on to then produce offspring itself. And yet, there have been many cases of species which are considered different species which can produce viable offspring. Nothing is clear-cut. The very nature of, like, evolution is that everything is constantly in the process of changing. You're welcome. Don't some animals reproduce asexually? Yes, but usually they still have the option to reproduce sexually. That's not to say that they always produce sexually, or reproduce sexually, just that they can. You know? Just that they can. There will be an ad hitting soon, folks. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. Bark, bark, bye, bye. There's a cat out there they found with 0 reproductive organs is interesting. I mean, yeah, but this is on the species level, you know? This is like the norm of a species. But in any case, there are always exceptions. Bark, bark, bye, bye. What you're telling me is that if I found a way to do photosynthesis, then I wouldn't be an animal. If you were doing it yourself. Note that there is an exception carved out for if, for example, you have a symbiotic relationship with a microorganism that does photosynthesis for you, which is how coral do their shit, and also how upside down jellies do their shit. Chad, have you all ever heard of upside down jellies? Give me a second. Chat, I'm gonna introduce y'all to the coolest animal ever. I'm terrified of jellyfish, by the way. I'm absolutely horrified of jellyfish. Near phobia levels of scared of jellyfish. But these are upside down jellies. They are jellies that live their entire lives upside down. And those blue structures in the center there are full of zooxanthellae, which are tiny microorganisms that perform photosynthesis. And they're just constantly swimming directly into the ground with their legs up, doing photosynthesis to supplement their diets. And they have this funky little symbiotic relationship with their little zooxanthellae that live in their arms. What the fuck? What the fuck, chat? I love them. I am terrified of jellyfish, but I love these little guys. These are some of my favorite aquatic critters. That's hilarious. Love the way life just does shit sometimes. Yeah. Why they do that? Chat, why they do that? Because I don't know. Why do they do that? I don't know. They just do. I don't know why they do that. They're not normal, and I kind of love them. They're such fascinating critters. They're such fascinating critters. I like them a lot. One sec, let me find like a good picture so I can explain. But what are their purpose? They don't got one. They're just hanging out. They're just chilling. They're just little guys. They're just little fellas. Jars the upside down jellyfish. I mean, you just have to make sure they have access to UV light. Ideally, they need to have some kind of like, you know, fluid constantly, or fluid motion in their habitat, but you know. Mosquitoes are my favorite proof against intelligent design. Hi everybody, welcome back from the ads. If you missed it, I would like to introduce you to one of my favorite aquatic animals. Chat, this is the upside down jellyfish. It is a jelly which constantly swims directly into the ground. And those little blue bits you see towards their center are specialized structures filled with zooxanthellae, which are tiny little microorganisms which perform photosynthesis. And then it's a symbiotic relationship wherein they provide a home and consistent access to sunlight for the zooxanthellae, and the zooxanthellae share their food. And that's literally so cool. That's so cool. That's literally so cool. Thank you for the exclamation point vor. I appreciate it. Just a little guy who's chilling 24/7. Exactly. Back from the capitalism dimension. Proud of you. Hooray for vor. Someday we'll go a vor. We'll go a stream without talking about vor. No, I'm just imagining a veteran biologist telling someone who's constantly asking questions what does or doesn't count as an animal, telling them, listen buddy, you want a relatively useful definition of what an animal is or not? Because we've updated the definition more times than I care to say, basically, yeah. Nothing is actually ever cleanly cut with biology. It's all estimations, you know? It is all vague estimations of what it means to exist in a category. Because biology is constantly shifting and changing, and with the existence of common ancestors, it's just a matter of like how much time has passed and how much evolution has diverged. Are you a jellyfish? No. I'm actually very terrified of jellyfish. I don't like them. But these are some of my favorites. Did you see the biologist that found a bacterium that merged with algae that can pull nitrogen straight from the air? Could be integrated with food plants, could nearly eliminate the need for fertilizers in agriculture. I have heard about this, yes. Which it's really, really cool. Because yeah, a lot of our farming efforts, how do I say, are screwed over by the fact that we're gradually just taking all of the nutrients out of the soil. It's a thing. More times than not, biologists just go, close enough. Yeah, it's all just, like, vague attempts to cleanly categorize things, and, like, nothing short of looking at DNA can really be a concrete measure of, whether species are related or, their similarities. It's really cool. I think my playlist just ended. Oh, I just remembered some really interesting biology news a second ago. One sec. Let me see if I can find the new biology news. So I haven't had time to fully dig into this yet. I'm gonna be basically like live learning more about this. But this is a thing that I heard about on YouTube Shorts the other day. Chat, new fish just dropped. Chat, new fish, this is more exciting than glowing trees, Fuse. New fish just dropped. New fish. This is the sturtlefish. It is a hybrid of the American paddlefish and the Russian sturgeon. Apparently, this is actually a few years old. I like how the one on the bottom almost looks like it's saying please. These are the two hybrid fish they accidentally created during this study. This was a complete accident. What happened here, they were doing a study wherein they were trying to study, I believe, reproduction in these species. Or rather, they were trying to induce gynogenesis, which is a form of asexual reproduction. And so they put these American paddlefish and these Russian sturgeon into a habitat together with the understanding that nothing would happen. This was supposed to be their control group. This enclosure with the American paddlefish and the Russian sturgeon. Because essentially, like, they were trying to study reproduction and the ability of these species to reproduce these particular conditions. Let me actually just read this shit. As part of these experiments, an attempt was made to induce gynogenesis with each species. During the course of the experiments, researchers used sperm from the paddlefish fathers instead of sperm from sturgeons to act as a control in the fertilization of female sturgeons. So, they were essentially trying to study the reproduction within sturgeon, and in order to like have a control group, they put sperm from an American paddlefish in their enclosure, expecting nothing to happen, because these are two extremely distantly related species. The American paddlefish and the Russian sturgeonfish are not at all related. Here is a Russian sturgeon It is from the genus Huso family. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that, but it's the family that is sturgeon. This is the American paddlefish. That's the American paddlefish. As you can see, they're from the same order, but very different family and genus. Very different habitats, very different, you know, body plan. These are extremely different fish. They put the sperm from the American paddlefish in the sturgeon habitat, expecting nothing to happen, expecting to use it as a control group. And they made a new fish. They made a new fish. I love this guy. I would do anything for him, not gonna lie. Way deeper than these things just don't interact. They're literally too genetically different for this to have worked, and yet it did. Yeah, like, this is a complete mystery, and apparently the offspring is viable, as in, like, it's alive. It didn't, like, immediately die. It wasn't a stillborn. I don't know if the offspring is capable of reproduction, if it's sterile or not, but, like... What the fuck? Two distinct groups of hybrids were formed. Individuals in the first group, fish C, have approximately equal amounts of DNA from each species and displayed approximately equal amounts of physical characteristics from each of their parents. Members from the other group, fish B, contained approximately twice as much sturgeon DNA due to chromosome doubling, and for this reason, the physical appearance is more similar to sturgeons, which makes sense. That tracks. That isn't particularly surprising. Cool. The 2024 research found that while most offspring are likely sterile, one of the 40-month-old fish has typically developing testes. What the fuck? The presence of fertile or semi-fertile male hybrid individuals cannot be ruled out. Holy shit, wait, this goes deeper. So it makes perfect sense that they would be sterile. Like, that's the thing that that determines if two species are separate. Like, it's possible for two species to have a hybrid. They can still be distinct species in that situation, but if the offspring is sterile, that means that they are different species. If the offspring is able to go on and have kids, then they are the same species. It would make sense for individuals, like hybrids created in this way, to be sterile, because these are two very different related species, but the fact that they're even close enough to, like, have a kid is fascinating. Chat, I love biology. Chat, I love biology. This is my shit. Like, this was a complete accident. This wasn't a case of researchers intentionally trying to do this. They didn't expect this to happen. This is a complete freak accident, but it's so cool. I love fish. Chat, I love fish. Fish are cool. Chat, I love fish. Big fish enjoyer. I only found about this, like, the other day, and I am still, like, about it. You know what that means. BF's loving the stream, by the way. I'm glad. Why not have them as a pet, then? I mean, they are a weird little research case that we don't know much about right now, and still need to study. Like, ultimately... How do I say it? There is a big ethical conversation to be had about whether or not, even if it is for scientific research, it is a good thing to, like, create a mutant species like this. We don't really know much about their development or health outcomes, or if they're gonna be sterile forever, or, like, what kind of hell we may be accidentally inflicting upon this fish. There are really, really big ethical conversations to be had about the existence of a study like this. Ultimately, this was an accident. Researchers did not expect this to happen. Like, this is something that is completely surprising. But, like, whether to breed more of something like this, whether to perpetuate it, whether to, like, do anything of the sort is a really complicated ethical conversation to have. Obviously, something like this can never be released into the wild, and I would heavily argue against it ever even existing in the pet trade because of how often species will be released into the wild, and even if they are sterile, they haven't fully ruled out that possibility. Even if they are likely sterile, they haven't fully ruled out the possibility, you know? Reminds me, at one point they found out that Australians had been eating a fish not known to science. Biology is so fascinating. The ocean is full of mysteries. But it's cool. Like, I don't like genetic engineering. I'm very much someone who doesn't fuck with genetic engineering. I think it is a road to eugenics and to, like, the elimination of disabled people. I say this as a disabled person. It is something that I don't vibe with for so many reasons. But that this was a complete accident, and it is fascinating how it opens up our understanding of, like, particularly reproduction in fish. Something scientists ask if they can, not if they should, something. Yeah, I really do believe we need to force scientists to take ethics courses. I think we also need to more heavily place ethics into like the medical field, especially into mental health services, and I'm gonna have a video I make about that eventually. You know, I think it's cool for helping us make new breeds of plants. I think there's a difference between, like, GMOing a plant and the means by which we have been for decades lightly modifying plants to be hardier and taste better and whatnot. But it's still opened up a lot of dangerous territory. Like, for example, a lot of companies have created their own lines of certain plants and vegetables and fruits, which have seeds that cannot be regrown, so they're essentially able to monopolize that specific plant. It's a whole thing. What ethics do I need for being a scientist? Take some ethics and philosophy courses. A lot of it just has to do with, like, you know, thinking about how this technology could potentially be misused. Whenever a new technology, especially one in the realm of biology, comes about, there is a need to ask what the potential misuses of this can be. Because sure, a lot of technologies can be used to better people and better the world. A lot of them could also be used to make things worse. But yeah, like, there is some really cool potential that can come from modifying plants to make them hardier and to better serve our needs and whatnot, but there's still ethical considerations to be made there. Do you fuck with Star Trek? I've never watched it. The background lore of the universe has Earth having to deal with an augmentation movement that leads to modern-day Federation being very against genetic modification. That's interesting. I'm someone who's not a big fan of transhumanism, from an anti-capitalist and just disability standpoint. Like, I am schizophrenic. I have schizoaffective disorder. And in a society wherein curing something like that is available, even outside of capitalist interests, I worry about the social pressure to become normal. I worry about the ways in which there becomes a social pressure to prevent disabled people from existing in the first place. Are we in the right to eradicate certain forms of disability or health problem, especially ones wherein people have some amount of identity around them? As someone who is schizoaffective, I understand schizoaffective disorder and schizophrenia as a form of neurodivergency more than as an illness, you know? Like, it's a concern I hold. Really, just like the companies are making their plants super expensive to grow and not legal to grow without their permission. Yeah, like, that's absurd to me, straight up. But yeah, like, whenever there are conversations about trying to find, you know, the biological root of autism or ADHD or the gene that underlies it, I get worried, because that's a very quick route to trying to eradicate or erase or cure it, you know? So I feel the same way about schizophrenia. And yeah, there are certain forms of disability and illness and whatnot which can like have harmful effects. I understand the desire, especially to like prevent cases wherein, you know, a kid is likely to, for example, die soon after a birth, or like a terminal illness and whatnot. But as a disabled person, I have a lot of hesitancies and anxieties about the doors such a technology could open. As someone who studied ethics, AE is completely based. I did a project on neuroethics at one point. Like, don't get me wrong, schizophrenia is difficult to live with at times. But there's also a lot of ways in which it changes the way I think in ways that I think are fascinating and allow me to be open to certain ideas and patterns that other people aren't. There is a theory that I'm quite fond of which posits that in many ways, schizophrenia and its particular thought patterns exist not as an opposite but as a parallel, not parallel, perpendicular but not opposite to autism, wherein autism tends to result in people very much focusing in on small areas of expertise and building up knowledge in these tall columns. It's very vertical thinking. Schizophrenia tends to cause people to bridge connections between things that seem only very tangentially related. It is a thought pattern that results in these very loose groupings of ideas, and when they exist in combination, it's an extremely unique way of processing and thinking through the information and world and sensory shit. And don't get me wrong, it's difficult at times. But when I am well managed, when I am able to function pretty well, like, I think there's value in it. You know? It's not something I feel a need to erase. I feel people want to erase instead of accommodate because it's better for normative folk. Exactly. It is always going to be easier for those in power and for a wider society to, you know, erase the existence of neurodivergency or disability rather than to accommodate. And I don't like that. I'm gonna head out and listen to Linkin Park. Enjoy, beat lover. Barber bye bye. Like, there's really, really big ethical conversations to be had here. And ultimately, I'm just a guy on the internet. But personally, I'm very uncomfortable with the propagation of a lot of, like, gene editing technologies and whatnot, especially as utilized in humans, you know? Can't go into it here, but I know exactly what you mean when we say this. It's complicated. To paraphrase Foucault, if abnormality defines normality, what happens when you erase diversity? I love Foucault. God, I love Foucault. Shout out to the one user who once described my worldview, just in general, as feeling very Foucauldian, because yes, it is. I love Foucault. Hello, Sailor Shy, Barber by Bite, how are you? Lovely to see you. Mods, can we get a shout out for Sailor Shy? Super talented artist, someone who I greatly appreciate. Silly, non-binary artist, draw everything with a mouse. Very talented. Yeah, I love Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, one of my favorite games. You're very gay deconstructualism coded. Yeah, that's an even more specific way of saying it. Do you see the panopticon closing around us at all times? I like Foucault. Sailor Shy uses they, them. At least to my knowledge. Thank you, Lycan. Bye. Silly non-binary draw with they mouse. Indeed. Nah, we love Shy. How you been? What you been up to? Have you been doing Art Fight this year? I think you have been. I think I've seen you posting about it. I've just been, how do I say? I spent the first like week and a half of the month recovering, and I'm only just now like getting on top of shit again. My B-Day's tomorrow, bro. I am so not ready. Would you like me to play you Happy Birthday on the harmonica? Would that help? Would that help? Oh shit! Wait, you're gonna be at Off Guy? We should Shy. We should totally meet up at Off Guy. We should say hello at the very least. I've got so many people I'm planning to at the very least like say hello to and hang out with for like a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna be at Off Guy. I'm gonna be there. I've not been talking much about it, but like I know a bunch of my buddies are gonna be in the area. I have a couple of friends who are even gonna be like driving over to say hi. Offkai is a VTubing convention in San Jose, California. I'm gonna be there the whole weekend. It's my first time going to a convention like publicly as myself. And I'm not sure if I'm like ever gonna do it again. So gonna go see Semi and Dio too. How do I say? I really want to say hi to Semi. I'm constantly scared that Semi hates me. Just because I'm terrible at communication. I hope Semi likes me. But no. Never been to the West Coast ever? Yeah, it's gonna be my first time, in California. I've been to Nevada once, but I've never been to California. I've been to Arizona once as well. So that'll be exciting. You have to have a good time or else I'll burn the place, thank you. It'll be fun. At least you're ready for the Cali heat? True that. I'm very nervous because like I have not flown on a plane in 8 years, but I'm gonna have a friend there. I'm gonna give it my best shot. I'm gonna do what I can. I am scared, but I'm excited. And I'm looking forward to seeing a bunch of my friends. I know Shy is gonna be there. I know Orleans is gonna be there. Flitty is gonna be there. Stella said she might drive over and say hello. I'm probably gonna get to see Arrow Wrights as well. Arrow said they might drive by for dinner one night. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Hello, Lord Arkin as well. Listen, Shy, if you see a tall ginger punk boy, a 5'10" ginger punk, that's me, you're welcome to say hello. I'm planning to dress very loudly punk the entire weekend. Can't afford to go and meet the people behind my screen. I mean, I am planning at guesting at conventions next year. I'm looking into what conventions host VTubers, and will be doing my best to, like, guest at as many cons as I can. I'm definitely gonna be putting my hat in for, at minimum, MomoCon, I think is what it's called. I'll probably also put my hat in for Onki next year. And there's a convention here in Florida. I forget which one it is. There's actually, okay. So there is a Florida-based company which hosts meet and greets, somewhere in the state. I think it's over on like the fucking, Space Coast. And they do shit at a lot of conventions in Florida, and I might see if I can get them to partner with me. But you know. If y'all have any conventions that happen in your state that tend to host VTubers, even if it's just like around on the little wheelie things or like, you know, virtual meet and greets, let me know. I'd be happy to throw my hat in the ring and to see if I can guest in some capacity. It's harder for me to do in-person meet and greets, but, you know, if anyone happens to be going to Offkai, I'd love to run into y'all. The description is about all you need to pick you out. Yeah. I'm 5'10", I have red hair, and I tend to dress very loudly, Monk. There you go, that's me. Having something to bite down on usually makes me feel better during takeoff. Used to fly a lot. I mean, that's just because of the ear popping. Where is the Offkai? It is in San Jose. I'm gonna be there in a week. It's gonna be great. Have found out a GIF I think you'll get good use out. Found a GIF I think you would get good use out of. Feel free, Scarlett. I would love to see. I need to ask Stella and see if she's still gonna be down to pop by and say hi, but you know. Boofed asked if you can send them a picture of Icon with sunglasses. They need it for reference material. I can try. I would ask for uppies, then bite the fop's ear. Rude. I will say, if anyone is Florida-based and looking at meeting me, I'm also going to be at Megaplex this year, which is a furry convention. I'm gonna be a bit less loud in public about that one, but like if you happen to be at Florida or be at Megaplex and you want to find me, you're welcome to say hello. I'm not guesting at any conventions this year, but next year I'm hoping to throw my hat in the ring and potentially do some meet and greets. Hope I get to see you. We absolutely will. I need to write down, you know what, can I just write down everyone who's going to be at Offkai that I want to say hi to? I'm writing down. There we go. You're on my list now. I need to write down all the people as well. I'd be devastated if I don't see everyone. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Like, I promise I'm easy to recognize if you see a ginger punk boy. That's me. But I hope you feel comfortable going to the US at some point. I mean, I could still potentially do, how do I say, virtual meet and greets in other countries. It would just be harder for me to travel outside of the US because I'm very nervous about re-entry. I am extremely, extremely nervous about, like, being denied re-entry if I come back into the US. Thank you for the gift, Scarlett. I love this gif. It's a very good one. I know this gif. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Where was I? Yeah, I would still be able to do, like, virtual meet and greets outside of the United States. It would just be hard for me to do in-person ones, due to, 1, travel costs, and 2, potentially getting denied re-entry at the border. Even with, like, a lot of conventions, if I can't drive to them, unless the convention is willing to pay for my hotel, I probably wouldn't be able to, like, do an in-person meet and greet. But I'm gonna see what I can do. That said, you know, if anyone's in Florida, I'll be at Megaplex this year. I'm going to be at Offkai later. I go to music festivals all the time. Teehee. Hopefully next year I'll have some more, like, actually public guesting opportunities, because I think I'm getting up to the size of creator where I can justify throwing my hat in the ring for those. I feel like I'm hitting the size of content creator where, like, I can throw my hat in the ring to guest at a convention and I might actually have a shot. My main worry for the curing of mental conditions like autism and such is the greater social impacts of it. Patients will be pressured into screening their children for conditions, can pay to have those conditions removed. Yes. That is just eugenics. That is just eugenics. It would be, I have considered, depending on how, like, the political situation looks in a couple of years, maybe going to TwitchCon EU one of these years, but it's again, it's that anxiety of being denied re-entry at the border because the FBI knows who I am. The FBI knows who I am. I have been real-life investigated by the real-life FBI, and I don't need it to happen again. What was that rainbow effect you've used? Oh, chromatic aberration. I have chromatic aberration on the edges of my model. It's very subtle, just so it's not too distracting, but I think it, like, makes the model pop out a little bit more, you know? I have 2 furry cons coming up, Anthro Weekend Utah and Spookvertacular. Nice. Yeah, I'll be at Megaplex in August. And then I'm doing, for music festivals, I'll be at Fest in October and Warped Tour in November. And those are probably gonna be, like, my only big events this year. That's probably it for events for me. I'm realizing that, like, I probably need to be more intentional when it comes to doing events like this for the next while, because I kind of stacked a bunch of events in a 6-month period, and I'm definitely going to be exhausted, but I'll make it work. Possibly we've given more than enough internet meme trauma to any FBI agent still watching. Yeah, given, like, it's not only a situation of, oh, I'm an anarchist who says stuff on the internet. No, I've been investigated by the FBI for my online activities in association with this channel. Due to the actions of others, and that case has been dropped, but I don't trust that they aren't still keeping tabs on me, given I am a vocal leftist and a trans person. And so there are certain actions that I will never do, such as have a gun in my name. And even leaving the country is something I'm anxious about. I will not at all be surprised if I get to the airport and they decide to do, like, extra screening for me. But, you know. We'll see. I'm very excited to go to more conventions and whatnot, though. Oh, Azal, if you're still here, I just think it's really funny to say this. You came up with in a conversation with a friend earlier today, a friend who has no idea who you are, but something you said one time was so funny that it got mentioned in a private conversation between me and one of my, like, friends. Between me and for lack of better term, co-writer. I'm an extra screened and I don't even look visibly gay. Yeah, like, I will not at all be shocked if I end up going through extra screening with the FBI. May I ask what it was I said? It was one of it was your gunplay joke. I feel like that's just enough of an ego boost that it warrants mentioning. I would want to know if something I said was funny enough to be like repeated in private conversation later. You take care, Virgil. Bye. Get some good rest. It's a good one. It was a very good one. The airport agent. You're weight enough but not the correct kind of guy. See, like, as a visibly queer person, I worry about getting through TSA with that issue. Especially as a disabled person, especially as a content creator, especially as someone whose name is likely on a watch list. We'll see. Forget about Warped Tour made so many advancements this year that actually not an unrealistic thing to plan. Thanks for the idea. Hey, if you do end up coming to Warped Tour Orlando, hit me up. I would be happy. Yeah, I'm certainly on a watch list. A watch list. Several watch lists, perhaps. I'm on all of your watch lists because you're watching me right now on twitch.tv. That's how that works, right? I think that's how that works. I think so. I think that's how that works. I don't know. I'm not good at this. Oh, fun thing, actually. There is a fun thing that is going to be happening soon. For the Discord. Chat. Some of you may notice that there is a new section in the Discord. Only some of you are going to be able to see it. It is called The Stacks. The Stacks, for those who are unaware, tends to refer to an area in a library that is intended for book storage rather than like a public reading space. They are usually, they're not always accessible to the public, as the books tend to like be structured in a way that makes them like almost fundamental to the foundation of the building. Like the bookshelves are part of the foundation. This is a new section of the Discord that is going to be open only to VIPs, subscribers, and YouTube members. VIP will give you permanent access to it, unless you like unfollow the channel and I redact your VIP for whatever reason. But if you have VIP and you are in the Discord and I know who you are, you will end up in that channel. Congratulations. You're gonna have access to like some behind the scenes stuff and just a couple secret chats. Cause why not? I'm finally making this happen. Actually don't have the sub roll despite being subscribed. Do you have your Twitch linked to your Discord? You have to have your account linked to your Discord. I cannot manually assign those roles. There's a lot of work that goes into it. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But fun new stuff that is gonna be fully accessible soon, and that I'm still working on making fully accessible. Work in progress, all that bullshit. You know how it goes. How does one link accounts? You're gonna have to go into Discord and hit the connection shit in your settings. It should be under connections. Hello, Queen Ramen! Bye. But no, I'm gonna be posting some behind the scenes info in there and like hanging out with y'all. I'm still working on building up the category, so it's like a shell of what it'll eventually become. But be excited. Be excited, chat. Be very excited for my oncoming changes. I'm working on really buffing up the Discord and getting it in a space that like I can be proud of. I have a brand new rule set that I will be fully implementing soon. Removing a couple rules, adding a couple rules, clarifying a couple rules. I am very, very excited, genuinely. AE, here's your reminder that you're talented, awesome, and cool. What the fuck? What the fuck? How dare you? What the fuck? I'm also realizing that I'm running low on VIP slots. Oh no. Huh. That's a problem for future me. That's a problem for future me. You know what? Where is this setting? Give me a second. I'm down to only 15 left. I'm noticing. So, whoopsie. Everything's a problem for future me. I love making things a problem for future me. Welcome back, B Beanbag. I was talking about how we've got some big upgrades and updates coming to the Discord soon, in the form of a special little VIP channel for Twitch subscribers and for YouTube members and for VIPs. And if you are a VIP, you essentially have permanent access to it, because I want to give VIPs something, you know? Used to be VIP, but then you said you're pretty cool, sis dude, and now I have a sword. Yep, you're a god now. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do to stop this. See, I kinda, how do I say? I have a tendency to leave things a problem for future me, but I kinda hate that tendency and I'm trying to do it less. I find that leaving things a problem for future me really does me no good in the grand scheme of things, as no one is surprised. Chat, turns out, chat, if you, like, don't deal with a problem and you let it build up and grow, eventually the problem becomes worse. You know? Eventually, the problem becomes worse. What's a cis dude? A man who is cisgender. A man who identifies with the gender he was assigned at birth. Mods, eyes on screen. Feel free to just call me B, by the way. I will try to remember that. I'm not the best at calling people nicknames when they request it just because of how many people I interact with, but I will do my best to bear that in mind. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Your future chef, Self is talking shit about you, but fuck that guy, I'll ruin his life. Real. Chat, my future me is gonna hate me. My future self is gonna fucking hate me. My future self is gonna look at me and go, dude. I regret nothing, though. I regret nothing. Can I have a nickname? Depends on what it is. I'm not good at calling people them. Procrastination, a problem? I'm not even that much of a procrastinator. I think it is more so that I just too nerd version for my own good. That's all it is. Hello, Quinn. Barker by Bite. How are you doing tonight? I appreciate just being here, and I'm glad for that, genuinely. Like, I try to put cool, punk, transgressive, like, leftist, fucking queer art out into the world, and I'm glad that it is appreciated and seen. It is my joy that I get to go live on the internet and have y'all here. It is what makes my life worth living, that I can show up and have people who are interested in what I have to say and who desire to hear me talk and who think my thoughts are well composed. Like I said, that comment I got earlier that was like gassing me up on the fact that I'm really good at articulating complex thoughts without putting others down, like, that means the world to me. That means the world to me. I really strive to be a strong communicator who can have nuanced conversations without the need for anger or upset, and without taking for granted others' perspectives. I'm obsessing and hyper-focusing on T-girl, hyperpop, and breakcore. What do I do? I mean, it's good music. That reminds me, I have a video essay idea that's been sitting in the back of my head for a while now. I have a video essay idea that has been in the back of my head for a bit now. And I've talked about this a couple times, but a lot of the time when people talk about trans music, they talk about hyperpop. I want to make a video essay titled The Other Trans Music Genre. And it will be about folk punk. Because while folk punk's initial roots were not very trans, the revitalization of folk punk that has happened in the last, 6 years very much has been headed by trans voices. A lot of people say that folk punk died in 2016. Fuck that. Folk punk may have had a lull for a while, but there has been a massive rise of trans voices in folk punk as a space, and I want to talk about that. I want to talk about folk punk as the other trans genre, and I plan to interview some local musicians and get their thoughts. Teehee. You were in my dream. I wrote 10 paragraphs about right before I joined stream. The angel Ezekiel tried to hunt us down and you solved all the meme-related puzzles and parkour to get us to the... What the hell? Huh? See, here's the thing, though. The majority of people I know who make and are also into folk punk are also trans femme. I don't know. I got thoughts. I know I'm gonna see if I can get X30 Fingers on for an interview, though, because I think that'd be really cool. I idolize them and look up to them a lot. I think their work is cool. Punk never dies, you can't kill an ideology. I mean, I agree, but there's something to be said for the ways in which, as a genre, folk punk definitely had a lull for a while there. And that lull was largely at the hands of, it was a mix of, what's it called? It was Pat the Bunny leaving the scene, it was, Pepe ending up in jail, it was the death of, Mischief Brew, a lot of big folk punk projects fell apart in, 2015 to 2016. Can't see the new channel, but I did just link my account, so maybe I have to wait for it to update. Oh, the VIPs I have to add manually, and I'm working on that actively. I could not finish doing that before stream, and I'm gonna be doing that, over the next few hours. Or rather, after stream. Thought Pat the Money just made a new group? Yes, but, Pat the Money left and stopped making music for nearly a decade, you know? I'm working through the list in alphabetical order right now because I'm a little bit neurodivergent. Yeah, that one I have to add myself. Unfortunately, there is no automated tool that reads my VIP list and does that. That's something I have to do manually, which, I mean, welcome to being a content creator. This is something that I will just have to stay on top of, but all in due time. All in due time. The dream gets way funkier. Mario 43 troll face painting was in a Minecrafty form of a mirrorless version of the Super Mario 64 mirror room, which started the meme I don't understand any of this. You're saying a lot of words right now, and I do not understand those words. You're saying words right now. But nah, part of the reason I've been, putting off the big Discord update that I've been needing to do for over a year now is just because, it requires a lot of me fixing systems and a lot of, manual effort on my part. But I'm making it happen. I'm making it happen. It'll be true. On the bright side, you can only have so many VPs, so it's not VIPs, so it's not like you have to do it forever. True that. The only situation under which I remove a VIP is if they unfollow the channel. In which case, you know, I don't think anyone's terribly surprised. I will say, I'm gonna be very sad the day that, like, I run out of VIP slots. That's gonna be a sad day. Alright. Transit move it down. Let me catch up with chat real quick. But yeah, Pat the Bunny did quit making music for almost a decade and only relatively recently ended up, like, you know, starting a new group and making music again, which I'm so glad to see, like, Pat the Bunny back making things again. I absolutely adore the work of Pat the Bunny. I'm so happy to see, honestly, like, my greatest love whenever I engage in the work of friends in real life, of the new band, is like, you can tell that Pat the Bunny is doing better, and there's so much beauty in seeing that. There's so much beauty in this, like, visible shift in ideology. I'm glad for it. If I'm not summoning Icon at the most inconvenient time, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Or rather, if not, I'm summoning Icon at the most inconvenient time. Rude. Always get such weird look in boomer gun stores as a slightly femme guy, though it might be because I buy based on mouthfeel. I really enjoy, how do I say? I'm always insecure ever, like, existing at shooting ranges and whatnot, but I do think there is some amount of value in existing in those spaces, given, like, as a visibly queer person. I think that in some ways I very much challenge a lot of their notions of what a leftist or a queer person or a trans person is, just by kind of existing in that zone. My ex was a huge SOAD fan. I know that tracks. I know nothing about System of a Down. I know, like, 2 System of a Down songs. Wait, are they, like, right-wing now? Is System of a Down right-wing now? What the fuck happened? How does that happen? It's to be said that a System of a Down was at least originally anti-fascist. Seems that ideology got lost with the money and fame. I know the drummer and I think bassist are hard MAGA now. How the fuck does that even happen? How does that even happen? Huh? Chat, I'm disappointed. Like, I was never particularly into System of a Down. They were never, like, super my taste, but how does that happen? That's just sad. God damn it. Why does cool art have to fucking fall? Their lead singer is still a semblance of left-leaning politics. I'm even still, like, hesitant to trust that if they're still playing with, like, those old band members, admittedly, but fucking hell. First time hearing that name. How do y'all not know System of a Down? Done nothing about their fans who threw a Nazi salute during live shows. Okay, yeah, fuck them. Fuck them. That is extremely disappointing. I was never all that, like, big a fan of their work, but I, you know, always passively liked it when I was exposed to it, so it's definitely very disappointing to me to hear this. God damn it. Many System of a Down songs have left-leaning messages: anti-war, anti-imperialism, prison abolition, anti-cop, anti-consumerist. I believe Search was the only one that was ever left-leaning, was pushing the idea for the rest of them. That's still disappointing. I don't know. Like, being an artist, being a musician, I really cannot imagine, like, making art that the rest of the people in a project or band don't feel driven by, if that makes sense. To me, like, the notion of starting a band, investing heavily into a musical project, like, I've heard people talk about this idea of, like, they're just in a band to play music. I've definitely spoken to people for whom that's kind of their ideology around, music production or engagement with it. That sucks. I cannot imagine, like, going into a band and so heavily investing myself in a project that I, like, publicly present next to it. And I allow myself to be publicly associated with it and not, at the very least, care about it, you know? And not, at the very least, care for its message and for its artistry. To not, at the very least, feel as though it represents me in some way. To go so far as to play in a band and have that be part of my public acknowledgement and presentation, and to not even believe in its message to any extent. I don't like that. That bothers me. Used to be very into System, and I'm not sure how 100% accurate any of this is. I mean, fair. Like, I also don't know, but it's a disappointing notion to me regardless. That reminds me of other things. From what I recall reading, some of them were tolerant of listening to the ideas doesn't mean they're receptive. If I were to ever enter, like, a proper, you know, music project with other people, it would need to be one that I believe in. For me to, like, take the time to invest myself in a creative project, especially a long-term one, it would need to be something that I, in some way, to some extent, stand by and agree with and enjoy. Maybe a lot of other people don't necessarily abide by that. Maybe that doesn't mean much to other people, but, like, I want to exist and perpetuate art that makes me happy. If I can be so honest, like, part of the reason I've never joined or started a band is because I worry that I am too controlling and that I would end up really struggling to collaborate with others on a project if I didn't have majority control of it in some way. And that's definitely a personal problem. That's definitely a me issue, but you know. Icon is the one who would join a band and not care for the message. Still tours with Korn, and as far as I know, Korn's lead singer is racist. I've never listened to Korn before, being so honest. Never listened to them. Reminds me from the opposite side when I joined a church choir because it was an accessible place to practice singing, but surprisingly all the lyrics were about church stuff. Didn't stick around long, nothing morally reprehensible, just couldn't stand singing about things and messages I didn't believe in, and that's fair. But I feel like that is, like, the normal, natural response, for lack of a better term. I feel like the response I would at least assume most artists would have, if they were investing themselves in a project, would be, oh, this thing does not represent me, I don't want it to associate with me. But I might just be weird. I might just be not normal. Shrug. Ultimately, shrug. If you do not believe in it, it becomes a chore. But think about the fat paycheck. Well, then you're just kind of a piece of shit. Like, don't get me wrong, as someone who wants to make a living off of my art, there are choices I make in my art that are orientated around, like, whether or not they will allow me to make enough money to live. Don't get me wrong. But I don't do this because I want to make big bucks. And if I really wanted to, like, be a full-time content creator in this very moment and to make as much money as possible, trust me, there's a lot easier ways of doing so that would just require me to abandon my values. Being so incredibly honest, chat, like, going full-time as a creator and sustaining myself would be a lot easier if I abandoned my values. But I feel like that's a coward's move. Professionals have standards, or whatever the hell. It'd even just be, like, easy for me to put out low-effort content, you know? Like, how do I say this? How do I say? If I really, really wanted to be making big bucks off content creation easily, if that was my sole goal, make a spammy Reddit reading account with low effort content. You know? Hello, Claude! Bye bye. Sell out, make cheap slop that gets a ton of views. There you go. Like, if I really wanted to go full-time tomorrow, it's not that hard to make super easy, like, text-to-speech, automated Reddit reading, or other, like, cheap varieties of content. And I don't want to do that. I very much do not want that to be how I run my content. But, you know. Got a TV in my living room and you're on? No, just got hit with ads, but you were on it. I was on the giant TV! Hell yeah! Just react to every drama you find, true that. How are you doing, Claude? Barker bye bye. Subway Surfer Minecraft gameplay with Reddit reading voiceovers, exactly. Like, it's cheap, recycled, easy to produce, easy to spam online kind of content, and a lot of it goes viral. I relegated A to second monitor. Can you guys believe that Claude fucking hates me? Can y'all believe that Claude fucking hates me? Can y'all believe he specifically wants me to die? Can you guys believe that Claude specifically wants me to die? Welcome back from Ads, Quinn. Just put him in the tab in the background because I hate him even more. Wow, Nico really hates me. Like, really hates me. God damn. Can y'all believe this shit? Wow, chat. Hitting a guinea pig? I'm not a guinea pig. I'm not a guinea pig. Fuck you. I hate you, but in a violent gay rivalry kind of way. Something like that, something like that. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Thank you, Catterpatches, for putting me on your TV and then letting me know that I'm on your TV. That's honestly really cool. I think, chat, the coolest place that I have ever been played, actually, was on the screen at a movie theater after hours. True story. Come back to the words fuck you? Yeah, fuck you. Specifically. Fuck you in particular. Chat, fuck you in particular. What did you do? I don't know. This goes to every single one of you. Fuck you, chat. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Why am I like this? Do, 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 I deserve to be fair. I know what I did. You know what you did. Yeah, so essentially, it was a user who worked at a movie theater and after hours hijacked the projector to play my stream on it for a few minutes, which was really funny, and sent me a video of it. One of the coolest things that ever happened to me, this was like 2 years ago, genuinely really funny. But anytime people put me in weird situations, it's cool to me. I know I've had people play me on like, their large TVs. I've watched Wonder on my 3DS. That's a thing I've done. I love the posts where people like put the content creators they enjoy on weird devices just because they can. Because like every device needs to have an internet connection and the capacity to connect to like the Wi-Fi now. Hello, Verillium Ashdoll mods. Can we get a shout out? Hi everybody. How goes it? Lovely to see ya. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Thank you. This is just my scuffed model. I'm usually more handsome than this, I promise. I'm usually more handsome than this. But Chad has decided that I'm going to be scuffed for a little bit. Chad has decided that I'm not allowed to be hot. How was your stream, Marauder? Or sorry. How was your stream, Verillium? Jesus Christ, can I read? What were y'all up to? What were you doing tonight? Feel free to fill us in. Everyone, give some love to Verillium Ashdoll. Lovely to see ya. Lovely to have ya. Oh, I'm handsome again. They gave me rights. I'm handsome again. What do you mean, scuff not hot? I'm hotter than that. I'm hotter like this. Fuck you. God damn it. Playing a bit of a Soulframe pre-alpha. I had someone recently, I think, give me a code for Soulframe. And I've been tempted to check it out, but I have not had an opportunity yet. I've not had an opportunity as of yet. I would like to at some point. But new game scary, chat. I can't be the only one who's like, new game scary, new game scary, new game scare me. I might be a little bit neurodivergent. No one is surprised. It's so good for a pre-alpha. Noted, noted. Can you imagine putting A in your TV while Wonder is on your Switch and close your freezer? Why is he in the freezer? Why did you put him in the freezer? Huh? Why is he in the freezer? But hell yeah, I'll have to check out the pre-alpha then. I think I had a code given to me and I would like to check it out. Should go through with the thread of drawing my my GF as a puppy girl? Do it. Hello, Trail! How are you? Bye bye. How you been? I still, when I have a bit more money, I need to poke you to get some stuff added to my 3D eventually. I keep meaning to, but then I don't have money because life's expensive. But hi, how are you? Y'all, Trail made my 3D model. Mods, shout out Trail. Mods, shout out Trail. My 3D model is very cool. And Trail did it. I'm gonna be honest, we haven't even done anything. We've just been vibing lately. I hit 1 year on HRT, that's pretty cool. I hit 1 year on HRT, does that count? We hit 25k views on recent video essay. We vibed! Yeah, we vibed. Y'all, Trail did my 3D model, and is very talented. Give love. Gun emoji. Gun emoji. And you'll never see the 3D model because Scuff, I could pull out the 3D model right now. I could do that. There's nothing stopping me except for you all. I could do that. I could do that.
Oh shit.
Thank you, a live studio audience, for the follow. Would you like to see something very cool, a live studio audience? Would you like to see something very cool, a live studio audience? Cheering and applause noise, thank you, thank you. As soon as this software loads, I'm gonna be the coolest guy around. I'm gonna be the coolest fox in town, even. Warido, please be nice to me. Warido, please. Warido? Warido. Warido, please. I'm begging you. Hello? Hello? Ah! I did it! One sec, I gotta turn my guitar off real quick. Where do I turn that off? Enter expression. There! I did it! Hi! It's me! This is me, but 3D! Chat, am I still hot when I'm 3D? I don't know what's up with the eye, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's some of like the lighting settings I have, but when I turn them off, things get weird and I don't know why. Like, I do not know how this works. You know? I'm confused. Send this to me later. I'll investigate. I will send that to you later then. I'm gonna be honest. Like the software that is Warido does confuse me a lot, so I don't end up using it too often. I love this model. I like it a lot. It's just I haven't learned the software well enough to make full use out of it, and I feel bad that I haven't, because I could do some really cool things with this. Like I use this for the 3D music streams, where I grab my guitar and I play music with Oh, I got a VR setup recently. I got a hold of an old what's it called? It's a VR headset. That's what I know. Oculus. I got a hold of an old Oculus, and so in combination with my Slime VR trackers, I could do some really cool stuff with that. The issue is I need to set it all up. Also, hi, Lore Keeper, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bye, bye. Like, between the Oculus and the like, Slime VRs, I could do some really cool stuff with this model. It's just a matter of getting it all set up, and I haven't had the time to prioritize that. And this software confuses me. Oculus is vintage VR tech at this point? Yeah, but it's still VR tech, you know? And I got it for free. So, fuck you. That's my middle finger. So the Oculus Rift first gen. I don't know what gen this is, I just know that it's an Oculus, and that's like, honestly, it may be basic, but it's enough to get some, like, actual full-body VR stuff going. I want to do another live music stream in September for my birthday. I'm working on getting prepped and set up for that. Already working on the set list and all that, but fun stuff coming, hopefully. I just have too much on my plate constantly, and so learning how to actually do Warido has been pretty low on that list. If it works though. That is very much how I live my life, not gonna lie. Very much how I live my life. The thing gets so hot, I can imagine. everything in his setup is vintage. It's part of the vibe. I mean, true. I'm gonna be honest, like, there's very little of my tech that's actually state of the art in any way. It was until very recent that I was running on a 1060. Keep procrastinating streaming because I have comms, even though I can stream the comms. Real. For me, like, I've been very focused on video essays lately, and even then, there's never enough time. So I've got so much work, so many projects on my plate constantly, and I want to be doing more all the time. Hi, Katie, how are you? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I want to be doing more all the time, but it's a struggle. There's a lot of like small content upgrades that I need to make and that I need to finalize or learn or properly develop in a way that will like make them viable for regular use, including figuring out how to properly use this thing for more frequent content. I know you know the struggle. Being an artist is hard. What I really do love whenever I pull this model out, though, is just because of the way it tracks, it gives you a much clearer idea of how much I move when I am in streamer mode. Because fun fact, chat, when you're streaming, you have to very much exaggerate your facial movements in order to get them like caught on camera in a way that's interesting. And so right now, I'm still moving in the way that I move for live 2D. And this model's a lot more one-to-one to my movements than my live 2D is. It generally requires less face acting to get to look interesting, so it's cool. This is how I look when I perform. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Gotta puppeteer a lot more than people think, but yeah, but with this model, I can afford to face act less. One sec. I was sitting on my foot. There we go. Freed my paw. Love how the dumb ears move. Yeah, I'm very silly. I'm very silly. I could never VTube. My face is so emotionless. Oh, I have a flat affect, but when I am performing, when I'm like, you know, engaging in performance, I get a lot more active. So if you just have a normal conversation with me where I am not like putting any real effort into how I portray, or into like my face, it is pretty blank. But when I am in performance mode, be it on stream or be it like at a concert, because when I'm like singing along to music at a show, I do this as well. I get very movie and expressive in ways that I'm normally not. And the weird thing is, I can turn it off. One sec. I'm trying to turn off the voice because the way I talk off stream is like not really the way I talk on stream, and so I'm trying to turn it off and go back into like more casual existing mode. If you were to interact with me like outside of a stream in a VC or something like that, this is more the experience you would usually get unless I am intentionally going out of my way to like perform or express more. And sometimes, like, for the sake of a story, I'll get more expressive, but like a lot of the time it's really hard to do this on stream because it feels very unnatural. Me negative, the most deadpan, dull-faced conversation about things too wild for a safer work stream. I don't do eye contact, so if you were to have like an IRL conversation with me, like, I'm gonna be honest, I think I have my best conversations with folks when I'm driving, because I just pay attention to the road in front of me, I don't look over them or make eye contact, and I'm allowed to be very flat-faced and unexpressive, and I just kind of yap while I am doing the manual task that is driving, because the expectation to like look them in the eye. It's hard to tell, but like now that I've like turned off the performance mode a little bit, I'm no longer looking at my camera. I am just staring at a spot on the wall, because that's just kind of what I do when I talk to people. Yeah. It's a very chill, relaxing energy. I'm glad you think so. I intentionally am much more expressive on stream because you kind of have to be for the sake of the face acting, and I don't know. It's not that I dislike my voice like this, but I think when I make it a bit stronger, more powerful, add some more breath control and weight behind it, I think it reads as a bit more authoritative and confident and masked, and it just picks up on mic better, you know? And so I can just jump back into performer mode, you know? I'm weird and neurodivergent. I don't fucking know. Flat affect moment. I think it is cool it just being a thing that, like, I don't know. It goes to show that a lot of the performance is intentional, and it's not that I don't have these thoughts and I'm not an interesting person off stream, because I think I am. I like to think that I'm a relatively interesting person both on and off camera, but I do intentionally play up certain elements of myself and act more expressive on camera. There is face acting, there is more effort put into my voice, because these are things that make the content more engaging and more pleasant, and which at least help me feel as though I am actually performing. Because to me, this is art. This is performance art. I am doing a performance art right now. And I value that a lot. Enjoy the lurk, Queen. Enjoy the lurk, Queen Ramen. Bye-bye. A lot cleaner, especially when people are listening on lower volumes and have paying attention. Yeah, I agree. I agree. One man play. I am a character performing a role. I am an artist, a performer. In many ways, that's how I want to be perceived and understood. And I do these things partially because it allows me to feel more like a performer, partially because it just genuinely improves the quality of the content. Teehee. Teehee. Ambient occlusion, wait. I'm gonna be honest, I hit a bunch of buttons when I was doing this. Oh! Interesting. Got it. Okay. Fascinating. Okay, yeah, so that was adding shading to my face but was fucking my eyes. Got it. Understood. Chat, I'm not good at this shit. If anyone's ever told you or made you think that I'm good at this VTubing shit, I'm wrong. That's a lie. Level of commitment is why I thought the fox laugh was a bit. That is just my IRL laugh, but I do like play it up a little bit, cause like, one sec, jumping back into like normal voice and how I normally present. Like I still, like that's still my laugh. Sometimes I do more of a snort off stream at times, but like, it's still just genuinely actually my laugh. I also do the off stream as well. That's just a thing I do. So the little shadow under your chin and my brain expanded. Thank you, Trail. Thank you for solving my problems. I owe you my everything. It's a very cute laugh. What if I killed you with a gun? Am I still cute if I kill you with a gun? Chat, would I still be cute if I killed you with a gun? The answer should be no. I'm not cute. I'm a bastard. Why are you saying yes? What's wrong with you? You should be scared of me. What the fuck, y'all? What the fuck? Would you like a list? Oh, I can give you my list. Yeah, we can trade. We can trade. It'd be fun. It'd be fun, chat. There's so much wrong with me. Can you imagine revealing your real laugh as like a booming mob boss laugh? Nah, I do the and then I occasionally snort. I don't know. Laughs are weird. It's funny because actually for a long time I stopped doing the laugh because I was insecure about it. I got bullied a lot about it as a kid, and it took like me getting into content creation to start feeling confident about it again, to lean into it. But it was always my natural laugh. I think in middle school I tried changing my laugh. Yeah, I successfully changed my laugh for years. A bastard can be cute. I am a problem. For the law. Got insecure about my laugh as well. Unsure how I got over it. The insecurity, not gonna lie. For me, it was this. It was coming onto stream. It was portraying and performing and engaging with character. It was getting to occupy such a space for a, you know, consensual temporary period of time. Why would you be bullied? It's the most adorable thing ever. What if? How dare you? What the fuck? I'm not cute. I'm not. Chad, I'm not cute. I'm not. I'm not cute. I'm not cute. There's nothing cute about me. Fuck you. I'm not cute. Fuck you. I do notice I talk deeper with my friends versus family, but I think that's kind of natural. I do think it is perfectly normal for the record to, in some small ways, vary your presentation based on environment. I think that, how do I say? As people, we want to believe that we are fully cohesive beings regardless of time, place, and environment, and that's not true. I think that more often than not, we in some small ways vary each other based on our environment and surroundings and comfort level. We present ourselves in slightly different ways. Thank you for the follow, 6-7. In these different environments, and that is normal. It is not something we're really supposed to notice and be aware of in ourselves, I don't think, but it is fully normal to be a slightly different person in different environments. Hell, there's a level of dissociative amnesia that is normal and healthy. That's what highway hypnosis is. That's why you can't remember every minute detail of your day, because doing so is not useful. Love the model? Thank you, Trailbot made it. It's okay to do that. I know that for me personally, there are environments where I vary much larger parts of myself as a trans person, and the way that I portray my gender is going to depend and vary space to space. And I'm pretty honest about it on here, because I found folks are very receptive to it, like that my gender is punk. Yes, I am trans. Yes, I am non-binary. Yeah, I approach and present in largely masculine ways, but my gender is punk, and I'm open about that a lot more here than I am in like some IRL environments, and that's okay. Reminds me of those old forgotten games on GameCube. It is very much like a PlayStation 2 kind of low poly model. I love retro gaming. Welcome, 6-7. You're very popular here, much to my dismay. Your gender is eye patch as far as I'm concerned. Chat, assigned eye patch at birth? Assigned eye patch at 3D model? Huh? Are we talking about how people act differently when different people? Yeah, just like my mom over, absolutely not tell her the same jokes I tell you or Stella, and that's okay. You know, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. And sometimes it's more subconscious, and that's also okay. I know the way I modulate my voice and the ways in which I adjust my posture are slightly different from place to place. Partially because I'm a performer, partially because I'm a trans person, partially because I'm a loud punk bastard who thrives in pushing boundaries and making people slightly uncomfortable. And challenging people, you know? No worries, welcome back, Natalie. The freckles are even funnier in this model. What do you mean? Chat, I'm ginger. Chat, not only is he white, he is in fact ginger. Thank you for the hydrate. You can't throw water bottles at this model, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you had to find out this way. Listen, I'm sorry, chat. He is a white, freckled ginger boy. I do have the freckles in real life. As much as you all keep referring to my hands as uncooked chicken wings. Yes, it's an AK-47 on my back. By the way, shout out to Trail for doing the gun. When I handed like my model stuff and commissions and references over to Trail, I was so nervous about the gun that I kind of like, I'm pretty sure I put a note in the submission being like, hey, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. And Trail was so chill with it. I was so scared like submitting something that was more aggressively like punk and leftist orientated. Teehee. I was so scared about being rejected for like, oh, you're too political and too punk. It was real fun to game super easy. I'm glad for it. I'm glad for it. Teehee. Thank you for doing an amazing job with this. Like, it forever means the world to me. I need to use this more often, and the only reason I don't is just because I haven't set up a lot of my infrastructure around it yet. But I'll fix that in time. Chatwin:3. My partner's also ginger. Flashbang me if the light reflects on their skin. I one time was in VC with a couple friends and I had my like camera on. I was like running an errand. I was not running an errand. I was taking the trash out and I step outside and they go, dude, your hair is bright orange the moment the sun touches it. Your normal AK does look Russian, but this one looks Chinese. It's a low poly model. We're doing our best. Huh? Does my normal AK look Russian? Because I'm going to be so honest. The AK on my model, I'm not very good at drawing firearms. I don't have a lot of experience there. They're hard to draw. They're complex mechanics. I traced it. I grabbed a picture off the internet and I traced it. I can tell from the cleaning rod. Noted. Damn. Unintentional, but alright. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't particularly care. I think, like, the important thing to get across with the gun... Like, okay. So the reason why there's an AK on my model, because I am someone who, like, knows my way around firearms. I've been around them for a long time. I've helped teach a lot of people how to shoot, because, like, listen, in this day and age, if you're a leftist, especially a trans person, especially, like, marginalized really in any way, I do think there's a lot of value in knowing how to defend yourself. I've helped a lot of people learn their way around firearms. I'm pretty decently established with them, but I'm no expert on guns or gun history. I know how to shoot. And to be honest, that's really all you need. But like, the reason my model specifically has an AK is because when people imagine a revolutionary in a modern setting, the gun that they are most likely going to associate with that is an AK. I made that choice for the iconography, you know? I made that choice because it is the imagery that is going to be the most accessible and easily understood by an average viewer. I wanted to make sure I had a model that clearly read punk-ass revolutionary, and I think I did a decent job of that. Gonna be so real, I also traced your AK when modeling it. Think I missed the rod because I was keeping it low poly, and that's so fair. Like, I don't particularly care about the specific make and model of the gun, or like the specific country of origin or whatnot, as long as it is recognizably an AK, because that is what people are going to most commonly associate with leftist revolutionary and that kind of energy. You know? Do I have to hand in my commie card if I prefer the AR platform? No, like plenty of people have had arguments with me about how like other guns would be more fitting or suited, but they're usually people with gun autism, and I'm talking about like a common audience who has probably never fired a gun before, you know? I'm talking about an average person who vaguely knows guns but has probably never shot one before. Can you turn around so they can look at it? Yeah, absolutely. Give me a second. How do I do that in this software? How do I rotate around myself? One sec. The camera... I don't like Worodo's camera, I will say. Not a big fan of Worodo's camera. Can I put this on orbit character? There we go. That'll get the job done. Chat, it's my gun. Look at how good Trail did on my gun. Is the reason why AKs are associated with leftists? I'm not sure, like, if there's a particular reason aside of the fact that they are relatively easily accessible and iconic looking, recognizable firearms. I don't know if there's a specific reason, but I know, like, if you see a gun on a leftist flag, it's probably an AK. I don't know a whole lot about, like, the history of firearms or the specifics of their engineering or particular makes and models. I picked the AK because it is very easily recognizable and identifiable, and because it already came with those connotations. Soviet Russia, that makes sense. That makes sense. But it looks shiny if I trace the outline with a highlight. I like it. You did a great job. Genuinely, like, you did very well. It is due in part because the gun was made by communists. Yeah, that's probably part of it. I feel like they look cool shape-wise. Agreed. Agreed. I know how to fire guns. I don't know much about them. You know? They're widespread use by other left-leaning militia, insurgent rebel groups across the world. The AK's everywhere. Yeah, it's a very easily accessible gun. From what I understand, it's a pretty easily accessible gun, like, no matter where in the world you are. And if I understand correctly, they're relatively easy to repair as well. And so they end up very often being the choice of, like, leftist fights because they are accessible and fixable, and those are things that you very much value if you are trying to, like, arm a militia, for lack of a better term. That was way too much. Okay, there we go. That's a nice angle on my face. Like a yeah, it's a relatively accessible, relatively cheap, relatively easy to repair kind of gun. Hello, Culture Chimp! Bark Bark Bite Bite, how are you? Been a hot minute. What have you been up to lately? Don't need to routinely clean an AK. You can teach a child to service one, and they often do. Yep, yep. You should be able to run without routine maintenance, yeah. Like, easily accessible, easy to repair, does not require much, upkeep. So they are relatively useful guns if you're trying to, like, start a militia on a budget, you know? You can repair an AK with scrap metal of any kind and some ingenuity. Surviving, reading comic books, and watching dogs like a freaking nerd. Am I the dog? Am I the dog you're watching? Hi. I'm gonna bark at you until you feed me. Bark, 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 bark. You're one of them. Teehee. The barrel, if I recall, was great in the US, but is missed in hindsight. Fair. Also had a large surplus and large amount of users around the world after the Soviet Union collapse. Yeah. It's a cool gun. Anyway, it's a cool gun, chat. The gun's cool. I like it. Point being, chat, the gun is cool. Basically the Toyota Tacoma of guns. Something like that. Learning so much gun lore right now, you're welcome. Most importantly, looks cool. Most importantly, looks cool, yeah. A lot cool if you're pointed at me. Yeah, I get it, I'm hot. Looks cool. Looks cool. Soviet Union exported them to left-wing insurgencies around the world and also gave them their satellite states. Guns are cool, chat. Guns are cool. Please don't point a gun at me! Don't worry, only do that if you consent. You can make it a separate prop so you can attach it with your hands. That'd be really cool, actually. No pressure to do that, though. And, like, I do need to eventually poke you about getting, like, a VR chat version of the model and a couple, like, other additions I wanted to make if you were down for it. But I kind of need to have money first. Little bit poor right now. I did just move into a new apartment, like, a month and a half ago, so, like, I'm still getting a feel for the budget here. Eventually. Vietnam said that the US superior firepower gets stumped by the swamps and humidity of the place. Which is so funny when, like, Florida's right there, but you know. Been paying up credit cards I use for traveling. I'm about to actually go on a trip to Off-Kai very soon, in like a week. In like a week. And I'm very nervous, because, like, I have savings, but I'm gonna be pulling out of my savings for this trip. I'm the kind of person where, like, if I don't have, because I've been homeless in the past, like, if I don't have 6 months of rent put away, I feel like I'm going to die. and my cost of living recently went up, and I'm having to like pull out of my savings more often to do shit. And so I'm trying to get a feel for my financials in this new situation, which I'll very much have to focus on after the Offkai trip. We'll see. But the vibes. Beginning into film photography, which is not a great financial decisions. Oh my god, Trail. I own a Pentax K1000. Teehee. I don't get many opportunities to use it, but every now and then I'll bring it out to a show. Not a cheap hobby, but it's really cool. It's a second run as well. It's a second run. So like a pretty old one too. It's so vibey. I love the feeling of the mechanics. Yeah, they're really cool. He's saying so many words right now, and I know maybe 6 of them. One sec. Pentax K1000 is like the workhorse of film cameras. It is one of the best known old film cameras of ever. If you've been around film cameras, you've probably seen a Pentax K1000. One sec. Where's the thing? Here we go. This is the Pentax K1000. You'll very frequently find them thrifted. And again, like, they are well known for being like one of the best known and most respected workhorse of film cameras. Like, this is the Shure SM7B of film cameras, in that everyone wants one and uses one. Got an untested 1967 Fujika Compact Deluxe and repaired the light meter. Hell yeah. I'm not as familiar with like film camera, but based. Not a cheap hobby. It's a very cool one though. Look it up as a cute camera. All right. One sec. Can I copy paste? But yeah, every now and then I'll film at like smaller local shows. If I don't think there's gonna be a good mosh pit, I'll bring it. That's a cute one. Oh, I like it. Oh, it's a cutie. Okay. That's a little guy. I fuck with it. My wife loves taking photos and videos. Must never learn of its amazing camera. We will go bankrupt. Focuses from a little thumb wheel in the back. That's so cool. Yeah, the vintage ads are adorable. I'll have to keep an eye out to see if I ever find one of these. I'm trying to hit up more thrift stores and like, how do I say, thrift stores and estate sales and whatnot, looking for cool shit. Primarily instruments are what I'm in the market for. I'm looking right now for a mandolin, but I love this. With the camera talk right after the gun talk reminded of this funny video. Photographers out of context be like, should shoot this guy with a 35mm. You should get a cute camera for a cute fops. I mean, if I ever find one for cheap, I'd consider it. But how are you doing in Sarah Bear? Bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Looking to get into photography, eyeing an Olympus as a starter camera. I don't know much. I don't know much about the Olympus. If that's a digital or film camera. I would say starting digital is definitely going to be your cheaper, easier route, but like film cameras are so cool. On a schedule going to a thrift store soon. I was hanging out with a friend of mine earlier and we were talking about maybe hitting up some local thrifts, and like there's a local oddities shop as well that we might pop by. Kind of place where they like sell animal skulls and taxidermy and shit. Gonna train AE to not bite. It's becoming an issue. It's not just because my arms are bleeding, but most of chat likes it. Chat, wouldn't you be so sad if I stopped biting you? That's part of my brand. Chat. That's part of my brand. Absolutely starting digital? Yeah. That tracks. Got a film camera for my mom's birthday like a week ago. Got an Olympus Pen FT that was released on her birth year. That's really cool, actually. Don't fall for his charms, chat. My arms are hanging out from a thread. Chat, wouldn't I be like less cool and less hot if I stopped biting you? Isn't that like literally part of my charm? You know you like. No, wait, that sounds too bad. Never mind not saying that. Not saying that one. The bit is ascended to a new level. Listen, sometimes I accidentally say something that sounds a little bit too not okay. Having to hit eject on a joke, you know how I feel 80% of the time? Sometimes I start to make a joke and I'm like, you know, if this was clipped out of context, my career would be over. And then I have to stop myself because I don't want my career to be over. I quite enjoy content creating, actually. I really like getting to do this. Listen, it was starting to sound a little bit too rape culture-y. I was showing my partner a video of what the process of developing film looked like. Randomly skipped the middle where it was a big bottle full of red liquid with stab written on it. That's so good. The joke I was just gonna make is like, you know you like it. And I'm like, no, actually, I'm gonna take a step back. I don't want that shit quoted out of context. I'm good. I'm good. Blurred Lines cover. I want to just cover more songs and make more music in general, being so real. I want to try and get a album out, like, within the year. I'm gonna put out at least a couple singles in the next few months. Hopefully an EP if I can get it all written and done in time, we'll see. But fun things happening, I promise. Fun things happening. Getting the next Circuit Bend single mastered this week. Hell yeah! I'm excited to hear more music from y'all. Y'all should totally check out Trailbot Expand. Y'all should totally do that. It's good music. It's good fucking music, chat. Gun emoji. To save you from the joke being rough, I fully consent to my arms, having my arms bitten. Thank you, Culture Chimp. Thank you. Where's the biting emote when you need it? I have a bite emote. It's there. It's right there. Sorry, I'm multitasking a little bit right now. Apologies, folks. Multitasking just a little bit. There we go. It's a never-ending hell indeed. So ready to put you on my playlist and listen to you nonstop for weeks. I'm glad for it. I'm hoping I can have a cool little EP done. I actually have 2 EPs in the work, one of which is going to be released like here, and one of which will probably actually be released like for IRL shit. But I might occasionally point to it, like, via a distance and, you know, try to imply. We'll see. Longer I delay, the more songs I write is never-ending hell. I need to just dedicate more time to it. At least for me, my greatest struggle is that I just never have enough time in a day or month or year or whatnot. Like, there's so much I want to be doing all the time. Too many projects constantly on the grind pushing, and I wish I could do it all. I wish so desperately that I could do it all the time, because there's a million things that I want to be doing. There are a million projects that I want to be taking on. Someday I'll figure it out. Someday I will learn how to handle all of this. Today will not be that day, but someday. When did it get time to release stuff properly, but also prevents me from releasing it? How dare you multitask? It sounds like the E I know. Too ambitious for my own good, always, and I'm not changing. I love living my life like this, genuinely. I love constantly being on a project. I love pushing with everything I have. But it's a struggle. I won't pretend it isn't. Apologies, I'm multitasking. I also multitask since you're my third monitor. I'm admittedly finishing giving everyone the VIP role because I decided I wanted to do that in case I forget to do it later tonight. And I'm realizing that might have been a bad idea as well, because I'm kind of rushing through it, and there's a few people whose usernames I can't find. It's fine, though. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Everyone, even me? No. There is a new channel in the Discord that is only accessible to VIPs, to subscribers, and to like YouTube folks who give me money. Basically, either you need to have the VIP role or you have to give me money to access it. And I always feel bad doing that, but you know what? I gotta give people something. I gotta reward loyalty somehow. I will head on now to stop procrastinating work. You got this! I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you for everything you do. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Hopefully I will have the money to get a bit more work done from you soon. Thank you for everything you do. It genuinely means so much to me. Alright. Everyone who is a VIP who I could find the username for now has the role, and I'll fully fill out that section soon. Congratulations. Achievement unlocked capitalism? Figured it was a redeemed thing. Yeah, I'm just being evil. I know. You're allowed to be evil here. It's okay. The real evil was capitalism all along, chat. The real evil was capitalism all along. It always was. Alright, I did it. I did it! I'm currently working really hard to get the Discord like up to date with everything I want it to have, because I've been putting that shit off for years at this rate, and I need to fix that. Y'all deserve better from me. I need to stop putting off a lot of the little things that will like make the community more functional and better put together and more professional. I keep like, how do I say? I keep ending up in these cycles where I am not working on videos because I haven't done all of the groundwork to make my channel feel professional, and I'm not making my channel feel professional and doing all of those little tasks because I'm so distracted and pressured on trying to, you know, make actual art and struggling to balance those things. And I need to just force myself to work on it. One day at a time, one step at a time, one task at a time. We'll get there. Did you decide to become 3D because I mentioned it? I decided I'd pull the model out for a little bit. I might jump back to 2D when we open the game just because it's a little more predictable how the model moves then, but we'll see. My cat killed a pregnant spider. That's not good. Oh no, I'm sorry. I hope you're okay, question mark? Alright. I want to make music. Hello, Ann the Man. Barbara, bye-bye. Lovely to see you. Chat, I want to make music. I need to just do it, but chat, I want to make music. I want to do it. I'll get better at it. What's stopping you? Free time, primarily. It's primarily just a free time thing, but I know I'll get through it. I know I'm better than this. I know that I'm strong and powerful and capable, and I just need to keep on pushing. Hello, Scarth. How are you doing? Bye bye. You'll make the music one day, King. Have a question. Does this model work purely off of camera, or do you need to have some sort of gear in VR? Right now, it is running off of my webcam. Right now, it is running entirely off of my webcam. And it does have hand tracking, by the way. Hi. It can track my hands, which is pretty cool. It can also function with full body tracking, and I do have a VR headset and full body trackers, which cost me like $600, and I don't use them enough. 3D because I felt like it. 3D for the funsies, you know? I do want to reset my tracking actually real quick because I haven't done that. One sec. Can I... Alright, one sec. I'm gonna real quickly just calibrate my face tracking. And then I want to calibrate my hand tracking as well. Okay, there we go. Hi, I have hand tracking. Let me get that little dangly thing off your screen as well. There we are. But yeah, just for the funsies, because I thought it'd be silly. Hi. Blede, but I'm up for unwinding from it with the boys. 3D time, yeah. Chat, we're gonna actually be playing some Legend of Zelda pretty soon. Ad's gonna be hitting in about 5 minutes, at which point I'm gonna be moving over into the video game, most likely anyway. And we'll get to play some Legend of Zelda for a few hours. And then tonight, at the end of stream, we're gonna be going for 7 hours tonight, raiding into Safi Adkins' channel, playing some Doki Doki Literature Club with the Prince. It's gonna be a good night. It's gonna be a very, very funny thing. Prediction: AE sets up his 3D tracking apparatus again for a future stream, spends 2 hours doing so, tweaks and then spontaneously combusts. Yeah, that sounds about right. No, I need to get better at, you know, utilizing, because I have a lot of really fancy tech for my streams that I don't use. I have a stream deck that I haven't set up yet, shit like that. And they're things that I'm grateful to have and that I want to get use out of. But I so rarely find the time to, like, you know, set them up. And one thing that I'm finally deciding I need to focus on as a creator is doing all the little simple background things slowly but surely to make my channel look a little bit more professional and put together. That's not to say that I'm ever going to stop being your favorite scuffed little bastard, but I think it's about time I put a little more work into making things look nice, you know? I think it's about time I put a little more work into making things a bit higher quality. Have to go and make it to you when you're with the prince? No worries. Take care of yourself first and foremost. 3D model is so nice. Thank you. Shout out, of course, to Trailbotic for making this for me. I'm extremely grateful. It means the world, and I adore it so much. It really makes the shit that I do possible, you know? Nothing that I do would be possible otherwise. Get a time zone indeed. Twinkle with 4 hours, indeed. Why do I keep saying indeed? Okay, chat, I think my brain's buffering a tiny bit. I'm very normal. World's most normal guy, even. Don't mind my tiny little bit of chaos here. I'm fine. I prefer the more bombastic Vermilion City mix. I just play Pokemon playlists. I'm gonna be honest, chat, most of the background music that you'll hear on my streams is just random video game mix things on YouTube. It's just these. I go on YouTube and I search up a video game that I like and I grab a random OST that YouTube feeds to me. There you go. Farm Life Gaming, this channel here is one of the big ones that I end up utilizing stuff from a lot. But I'll just pick whatever, like, OST track, you know, chill, cozy, OST for XYZ video game. Or like, Nintendo mix. And I rely a lot on the Pokemon ones because I like Pokemon. Chat, I like Pokemon. Hot take. AE fun fact, I know you've never heard this before. I'm revealing my deepest, darkest secrets here, chat. I like Pokemon. I think Pokemon's pretty cool. I like it. Gonna go mad from the revelation. I know, it's terrifying. I'm such a terrible content creator. How could I not tell you sooner? I know, I'm so sorry. What a disappointment this must be for many of you. Alright, ad breaks hitting. I want to check one thing before I start setting things up. Alright, we're good. We're solid. Shit's looking solid. I just need to check this as well. Okay. Not bad. Alright. Thumb up. Did you hear the Pokemon Company stopped going after fan projects because of the negative publicity? I mean, there's no guarantee they'll stick to that. Like, it'd be very easy for them to go back on that. So I don't necessarily trust that shit. Alright. You like pocket monsters? I know, inconceivable. I know. How could I? Alright, let me get the game up and running, chat. Let me pull up some delicious Legend of Zelda. Because we got 3 hours left in stream. I might also grab myself a few bites of pasta, because I'm realizing I'm hungry. And I didn't finish my dinner because I wasn't hungry enough to finish it, so I might eat a little bit more of it now. If y'all are good for that. If y'all don't mind. What level do you evolve at, chat? I'm not the Pokemon. Am I a Pokemon, chat? If I was a Pokemon... Actually, I'm also going to switch back to my live 2D real quick. But chat, if I was a Pokemon, would you catch me? Please say no. You would know bite at level 1, I would. My moveset's like all biting based moves, you know. I feel like that's the only way it could be. I need to grab this. Where's my visual effects? There we go. Those are my fancy little visual effects. And then I need my tracking. And then I need to calibrate. There we are. Nope. I missed a button. Connect. There we go. Game should be pulled up, and if I just switch over to this, we should be fine. No? Maybe... Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay. And then I need to grab the screen and... here. Transform, center to screen. All right. Apologies, folks. I do need to real quickly grab myself a snack. But as soon as I come back with my food, we will be starting. Moz, do you guys have the ability to change the category, or do I have to do that? Do y'all know? I don't. nice. Twilight Prince is kind of nice. I have misgivings over the over 50% humanoid Pokemon. How are we quantifying this? Where do I fall? Your Archivist has evolved into Curator. Alright. I think I might have to be the one to change the category. One second, let me get this. Why are you being mean to me? There we go. Twilight Princess. Chat, sometimes a guy is just a dog. Sometimes a guy is just a dog and the guy is also hot, and sometimes the guy bites you very hard. And sometimes the guy's a little bit of a disaster and a little bit of a freak. There we go. Yeah, I had to raise the price of VIP because we only have a few slots left. I think we're down to 15 slots left. There we go. Welcome everybody to The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. It's time to continue our journey. Bite hard enough for blood, or... I have done that before, however I would advise against it, just because of bacteria. I'm not a medical professional, so don't take medical advice from me, but what I have been told is that if you do end up, like, biting into something hard enough to break skin and to draw blood, you should probably go to the hospital. Because the human mouth does contain bacteria that can be a problem. Okay, I don't remember where I was last we played. Hopefully I didn't lose any progress. My greatest fear is that I was like supposed to make a save state and didn't or something. Oh wait, no, I remember what we were doing. We were getting the shield, right? Alright, we got it. We got the fancy shield that will not be destroyed the moment fire touches it. Perfect. And back to the mountain we go then. Which means...
Wanna go back to my mama? You got it. Mama, here we come.
I hate him. Chat, I don't like him. Not a big fan.
Well, well, welcome back. Without further ado, we're off.
Not a fan. For reasons I hope are obvious. Alright, what do we got going on here? Because, like, obviously I want to stay on this higher level, but I'm not sure if I can jump that far. Yep, I was correct. We cannot jump that far. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. That's not what I wanted. Fuck off. Okay, okay, okay. We can do this. Was the flying potato? It's not a flying potato, it's a weird little gremlin chicken thing that I don't like, and it's evil and it bothers me. I don't like it very much, chat. Oko always struck me as a cross between something from the Beatles' Yellow Submarine and an old paperback cover of A Wrinkle in Time. Those are both, like, sources of media that I'll admit I am not very familiar with. And I'm really curious where the conclusion comes from. Like, I'm very curious what of those sources reads this thing. Alright, so if I do this, I should be good? There we are. Perfect. This is actually a very cool mechanic now that I'm like playing around with it. I like this a lot. Little weird figuring out how to get the entrance and exits, but I like it a lot. I'm gonna bite your horn? You can try. You can try to get close enough to my face to do that. It won't be easy. Yeah, of course that's not good enough. Should have figured that much. Oh, alright, we got it. There we go. It's a little hard to tell how close I am to the enemies on the roof. By the way, how's game volume? Let me know if it's too loud, too quiet, anything of the sort. Because I'm feeling like it's a little bit loud. I'm glad that made sense to someone else and also listen to today's strong response. I'm gonna be honest, I'm totally missing out on like whatever media experience y'all are sharing right now. I want to engage in more media, honestly, primarily so I can like understand people's points of references. So I can understand like the breadth of people's consumption. Cool, we're approaching yet another heart piece, that's cool. Recently saw The Furious and the one protecting the steel-toed boots, important as a martial arts movie. I mean, why is that important? Chat, I really need to polish my boots again. I was kind of tempted to do that during the Just Chatting segment today. I was kind of tempted to do that. I just feel bad for the amount of like hand cam content y'all have been getting lately. Not bad necessarily, just like anxious, I suppose. I enjoy during the hand cam streams that I was very tempted, not gonna lie, to like take the time to polish my boots today because I'm gonna be going to Offkai soon. You know, I want to get y'all's opinions actually. Not that it particularly impacts y'all, but going to Offkai, should I wear my military boots or should I wear my not military boots? The justifications for either being my military boots, they look really cool. They've been suffering a lot of wear recently, so I've stopped bringing them to shows, and I've been trying to be a lot more gentle with them. Meanwhile, my other boots were actually gifted to me by one of the people I'm going to be seeing, or not gifted, but like given to me, essentially gifted, by one of the people that I'm going to be seeing at the convention. I just paid for the cost of shipping on them, essentially. I'd feel a little bad not wearing the boots that were given to me by one of the people who were going to be there, and instead wearing the Corcorans. But the Corcorans look cool. You know? I also need to figure out if I can buy a suitcase. Or otherwise acquire a suitcase. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know how flights work. It's gonna be my first time flying in a long time, so I need to do some research on all of that. I go with the gifted boots. It definitely feels like the kind of choice, given like one of them was given to me by a friend and all that. But also like, the Corcorans look so cool. I don't know. I think this is where I want to be. Perfect. For walking around a convention, most comfortable to walking going to be the most important detail. Fair point. I'll have to test them and see which one's more comfy. Oh shit, what do we have here? Chat, I hate practicality. I hate being practical. I don't want to make the practical choice, I want to look cool. Yeah, I want to look hot in punk. And sometimes that means making the bad decision. Teehee. Dead. There we go. Good thing you look hot in punk no matter what you wear. How dare you? First and foremost. I think it's hot in punk. I think it's not hot in punk to injure yourself. First of all, you're wrong. Nah, you're right, but also, you know? Alright, what do we got over here? Here we go. Now you're dead. Punks are very good at injuring ourselves. Yeah, unfortunately for you, like one of the favored pastimes of punks is injuring ourselves. We're quite good at it, actually. Nah, I recognize what you mean, and that's probably the choice I'll end up making. But I won't pretend I won't whine just a little bit. See, one of my favorite pastimes is also whining, which is also a favorite pastime of many punks. One of a punk's favorite pastimes is, in fact, complaining. Oh, right, the blue rupee glitch. That's so funny. In any case, how's everyone doing tonight? How's everyone vibing? What's everyone up to? I hope life has been treating everyone well. I've been missing streaming more lately. Like, the fact that I've only been able to stream 3 days a week as of late has been very sad for me. I'm very glad that this week I'll be able to fit in 4, especially with the convention around the corner. Chat, I've missed you guys. I feel silly for it at times, but I do genuinely mean it. What do we have going on here? Okay, weird door I don't know how to open. Cool. There's a lot of things in this room. Apart from a craving, I'm doing well. Hope it gets better for you. I mean, I'm doing, like, alright. I'm doing fine. I would say objectively even, I'm doing pretty well for myself. I just miss streaming more often, you know? I've been a little sad at not getting to spend more time with y'all lately. Chat, it's called the content creator gets insecure when he doesn't interact with his audience enough. Small key, nice. Don't think I have a way to get up there right now. I don't think I have a way to this quite yet, but perhaps soon? What happens if I, like... No, okay, so that's not gonna do anything right now. Let's explore a little bit more. Bites the content creator, how dare you? Playing Stalker 2, just got the private yet. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Hope you're having fun with it. Alright, we got this. Chat, he's cool and punk. And we drop. Perfect. Hello, old man Windbreaker. Barbara bye bites. I'm asking because I don't like Life is Strange and I think you'd like it. I've never engaged with Life is Strange before. I know nothing about it. I don't know if it's something I'd like. Ultimately, everyone's media taste is different, though. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, wait. Is this, like, linking back to a part of the fortress I've been in before? Yeah, because I've opened this chest. Alright. What else does this link up to, then? Map. There's a lot apparently we're missing on the second floor so far. Okay. There's a lot we're missing in general, actually. This is very big. This temple is quite huge. Being friends with trans people needs to come with an attack dog sleeve? Nah, never. See, that'd be transphobic, you know? Because we like biting people. That's like one of our pastimes. I do personally quite love the ways in which many trans people so heavily relate to, like, being animal. You know? There's an amount of joy I, for one, definitely get in the experience of being, to a certain extent, animal. And I'm glad that is an experience that is not uncommon in our trans circles, you know? There's an amount of beauty, I think, in that shared identity we get to have through it. I have fun with it. I really do feel as though I have fun with it. Okay, do we have anything else of interest here? Not really. I'm trying to figure out where I progress from here. Not even a furry, just being trans has made me a little animal. I think for many of us trans people, we have an inherently complicated relationship with, like, being human at times, you know? It is easy when you are so often put down for things that are not within your control and treated as though you are something contagious or as though you are some sort of other, to in many ways end up relating far more with the experience of being animal. And there's definitely an amount of beauty in that, I would say. In that shared community we're able to forge in our own complicated relationship with identity. Let there be light, let there be moon, let there be stars, let there be you. Let there be monsters, let there be pain. Let us begin to live again, from the top to the bottom. I like that. I like that a lot. That's quite cute. Do want to work a 9 to 5? I want to eat berries and insects in the woods. God, there's a song, I think, that jives with that a lot. It's Electricity by Sister Wife Sex Strike. I think it was the first Sister Wife Sex Strike song I properly heard. It's very much about that. There we go, I found it. I figured it out. Puzzle. Thank you for the stretch as well, Old Man Windbreaker. I do appreciate it. Those lyrics are quite nice. I'm not familiar with the song, but I vibe with it a lot. Bye. It's a very good band name. Sister Wife Sex Strike is incredible. I love them. Okay. Folk punk is just so important to me. Like, I cannot imagine not being into folk punk music, you know? Apologies. I can't imagine not listening to folk punk. It's become such a, like, definitional part of who I am. God, I really wonder, like, how... Okay. I know the GameCube was a massive development for gaming. So I'm not, like, terribly surprised at the fact that in the era of the GameCube and whatnot, they managed to figure all these cool new special things out. But it is so fascinating to me how much the GameCube, like, pushed forward gaming. Like, there's so many things in here in the Twilight Princess that, like, would not have been possible without many of the very specific advancements of the GameCube. It's such a special console, genuinely. It is such a special console and one that I adore deeply. Oh, I was not quick enough. Okay. Did I need to move faster, or what was it? Despite the fact that I didn't grow up with it, I think the GameCube is one of my favorite consoles. It is one that just genuinely pushed the industry and the medium so far. Metroid Prime was the first kind of spooky thing I played as a kid. I mean, it's not even like a matter of spookiness, it's just the way in which it plays with 3D space, and like, I imagine for many gamers, this is the first time a game asked them to engage with 3D space in ways that I would argue even a lot of games today don't bother to explore. There are a lot of games that I have played that are much more modern, that wouldn't even dare to like think this outside the box in terms of like challenging the viewer to engage with 3D spaces. And I admittedly say that as someone who is not much of a gamer, and whose experience is very limited. So take me with a grain of salt in all of this, but you know, you can't tell me this isn't a little special. Gimme, gimme. Alright, so these little things are gonna shoot lasers at me. Got it, cool. It's because Nintendo worked their developers like Prisoners of War. I mean, that's very true as well, yeah. Like, how do I say? I think okay. All of the modern gaming companies kind of fucking suck. And very often, and I've been guilty of this at points, very often Nintendo is the one who is given the most pass, as compared to many of the others. Like, there is an amount of, how do I say, innocence with which Nintendo is painted, which they have very carefully manufactured, despite many of their more horrific acts. And when I speak on the subject, it is more often just to, like, critique the fact that I think very often people bully Nintendo for the wrong reasons. But yeah, no, Nintendo is a company that has done some fucking bullshit over the years. Hello, MTF, how are you doing? Bye-bye. Japanese work culture in general tends to treat employees extremely harmly. It's very normalized in Japanese work culture to like treat employees like shit. But like, how do I say this? All of the major like AAA gaming companies right now have a shit ton of controversy on their backs. There's a lot of bad stuff happening everywhere, and very often people have a tendency to like act as though Nintendo is the innocent of the bunch, which is oftentimes not accurate to their actual actions. But I think it is particularly fascinating. Because when Nintendo does get critiqued, it's rarely for the things that at least I personally think that they deserve critique for. What is going on here? Okay, I see. In some way I need to open this. Is it a sword moment? There we go. Industry before making games or something. I mean, it's not even that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that they, like, put a man in lifelong debt that he will never pay off. For the crime of piracy, you know? And how they repeatedly stand in the way of games preservation and whatnot. Like, I don't particularly care that Nintendo had ties to gambling before they started making video game consoles. It's not one of the more relevant parts of the conversation, at least in my brain. Ah! Chat, he's not very good at video games. What do I do in this situation? Surely they accounted for this possibility. Here we go. Lycan? Question mark? See, okay, my issue is, like, when people critique Nintendo, they will very often critique Nintendo for, like, how do I say? The thing that I get frustrated with is when people critique Nintendo, they will very often critique Nintendo for, like, their raising the price of their console too much, or things of that nature, rather than, like, the ways in which they have genuinely ruined people's lives, you know? It bothers me that when people are critiquing Nintendo, it's always, oh, expensive console, expensive video game, and never about, like, the actual, like, humans' rights violations that they have been involved in. Like, don't get me wrong, I know it sucks when the consoles are expensive and when they're out of everyone's reach, but also, like, that's less Nintendo's doing and more so the current state of gaming tech at the hands of AI, you know? One second, I need to attend to something. Lycan question mark? Lycan, are you there? AE to Lycan. Lycan, I think you accidentally hit a button. Pocket Evil, 1 sec, it's okay, 1 sec, I'll let him know in the Discord. Sorry, it happens. I hope everything's okay. Alright, it happens, it happens. Glad everything's alright. I leave for 5 seconds to make tea and stuff happens. No, you're totally good. It sounds like an accidentally dialed the ban button. Hello, Grum, welcome on in. Bye, thank you for the raid. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi everybody, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. We're currently yapping. We're playing some Legend of Zelda. Twilight Princess, causing some problems as we're off to do. How are y'all doing? Hi. What are y'all up to tonight? I hope you've been well. Oh.
Oh shit.
And Vivi, hello. We'll make sure you get a shout out as soon as possible. Hi everybody. One sec. There's pasta in my mouth. Fuck. Hi everybody, hello, I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping, causing problems, talking queer and leftist issues on the internet. I am so sorry for that. It's a pleasure to see you. We're currently playing some Twilight Princess. How goes it? What were you all up to tonight? Both Grum and Vivi. Hi. Hope you're all having wonderful evenings. Welcome on into Cobble Decoy, welcome on into Grum. Hello Moose Clappin', hello Doc Vivi. It's lovely to see everyone. Everyone make sure you give both Grum and Vivi some love. Grum is a wonderful non-binary hobgoblin VTuber, and Vivi is a lovely trans mad scientist VTuber and good friend of the channel. Both of these are wonderful individuals you can give your time and support to. Vivi will make sure you get a shout out as soon as we can. What are y'all up to? Aurora. Playing Esoteric Ebb, which is like Disco Elysium but D&D. I've not heard of that. Okay, I still need to play Disco Elysium actually. That's been on my list for a while. I definitely will regard that positive review though. Wholeheartedly recommend both. Let me see if I can add that to my wish list real quick. One sec. Chat the ever-growing Steam wish list. The ever-growing Steam wish list. Let me poke at that. Too many games, chat. Too many games, never enough time. That's simply how it goes. All right. But now we're doing some Twilight Princess as we're off to. We've been yapping. We're like 5 hours in. We're causing problems. I'm gonna bite you with my teeth. Aurora. There we go. There's the shout out for Vivi as well. Everyone give Vivi some love. Wonderful mad scientist VTuber, friend of the channel. Someone who I do respect. Vivi, by the way, I did want to ask, are you gonna be at Offkai this year by any chance? No worries if not. I'm just curious if you happen to be listening in still. No pressure. Okay, I think we just make a run for it. Have not gone to cons, need to start going though. Definitely would recommend. I'm going to Offkai for the first time this year, so I've been poking around to see what buddies of mine are going to be in the area. I know I'm planning on throwing my hat in the ring to guest at a few conventions next year, hoping for the best. But noted. Sorry, I'm just poking like everyone I know, like, hey, are you going to convention? Because it's my first time going to a convention like as myself, publicly in any capacity, so you know. But nah, feel free to fill us in on what y'all were up to tonight. Alright. Anything of interest down here, or is it just the monsters? It might have just been the monsters. Low-key, I need to like do some research into any advice or etiquette folks may have and like how to get your name on the list for guesting at cons, because I'm sure someone's put out some kind of guide or something of that sort. Welcome on in, Serena. Bye. That's a dream of mine that I really want to make like come true this coming year. I think I'm at a size where I can make it happen. Interesting. Okay. Interesting level design here. Definitely need to get creative with this one. Okay, this is not too bad. Oh, apologies. I need to put myself in the corner. Fashionably late for Foxlop, nothing wrong with that. Hey, it's never too late for Foxlop, apparently. Chat, is it really Foxlop if I showered today? Is it really Foxlop if I showered? Can we really call it that? What do- Oh, not this shit again. Not this shit again. Then it's Foxlop. Fair point, fair point. My hair does stay wet for a while.
Oh, the young human. I am pleased to see you make it this far, brother. I am one of the 4 elders of the Goron tribe. I am called Gor Abizo. You have heard of the plight of our patriarch. Otherwise, you would not have come to see me. Here, take this.
Alright, I think we're 2 key shards and we need 1 more. Yeah, okay, cool.
Now, there is one more shard, but seeing you has reminded me of the dangers that line the path to it. There is something that may help you, a weapon said to have been left in this mine by a hero of old. It is beyond price, and so we have protected it through generations. Now, when our tribe balances on the brink of ruin, it could aid in our salvation. The hero's weapon is stored safely up ahead. Talk to the guard and take it with you, with the blessing of the Gorons.
I want to be very clear. I want to preface that what I'm about to say is a joke. Just want to preface that. If crunch culture doesn't work, then why do I keep putting out banger videos after pulling 3 back-to-back all-nighters? Chat, if crunch doesn't work, why do I put up my best work when I haven't slept for 40 hours? This is a joke. This is a joke. But chat, if crunch doesn't work, then why do I keep putting out my best work when I haven't slept? I'm realizing in real time that I literally just like put myself through self-inflicted crunch time in order to get projects done. I'm kind of realizing this about myself right now. And to be honest, I have no plans of changing. Your masochistic video making ritual is different from crunch culture. Because your boss hates you and also you're self-employed. You aren't subjecting multiple people to sleepless nights is the thing. I suppose that's fair. I just subject myself to sleepless nights. There's definitely something to be said though for the fact that I probably shouldn't be doing that. ADHD requires self-inflicted crunch time sometimes, yeah. It's not even necessarily the ADHD for me, it's just, how do I say? It is partially the ADHD in that as the closer the deadline gets, the more I'm able to actually focus and get myself to work on something. But it's also partially just like an act of love for me. To my brain, there is something so pleasant about locking in on a project and doing nothing but it for days on end. And pushing myself to my limits for my art, which is not good. It's not good. Truly the self-employed workaholic dilemma. It's not great, but I do also love it. Oh, what's this?
Whoa, human! What business does a human have coming here? None. No business. This is a forbidden place. I will protect this treasure from you.
Terrifying. I'm gonna guess I need this. Okay, I need to throw him into lava. Got it. Not what I wanted. There we go. I need to get better at pressing the A button when that happens. Okay. Hey, buddy. Okay, that still does damage to me through the shield. Got it. Or does it? I can't tell. Definitely hard to tell. Alright, apologies folks, mini-boss. That did damage. Okay, I'm having trouble with the timing on that, and I don't know why. I don't know, what am I doing wrong? Because I'm supposed to hit the A button when he's in the thing. What's the timing on this? What is the timing? I do not understand. Okay, does anyone know how this fight works? Because I am not understanding it. Not sure what the mechanic is here. Very confused. Understand what you mean. I also used to do crunch at last minute as well. Had to learn how to balance locking and while caring for myself. It's not easy. See, here's the thing. I don't want to change. Does anyone know how this fight works? You bop him in the behind when he rolls himself to the ledge? Maybe? I have no idea. Are you holding A when you're pressing the button when it flashes? Yes. It's not working. I think I am, at least. Why did it work this time? Why did it work that time? Thank you for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. What was I doing wrong? I swear this is exactly what I was doing beforehand. Thank you, video game. Okay. It's fine. I did it. I don't know. Chat. Chat, the buttons didn't work and then they did. I'm just gonna roll with it. Ugh, that hurt a lot. Who knew that humans were capable of such feats of strength?
Maybe you're going to see the patriarch of our tribe. So that's why you're here. In that case, take the weapon of the hero of the past. But in exchange, you must save the patriarch of our tribe.
I like how the arena just like naturally raises back up to the correct level. I like that it just does that. So long, gay Bowser. Chat, so long, gay Bowser. Alright, if anything in here like immediately kills me, I'll cry. Sometimes the game be gaming, I guess. Sometimes the fox is not good at video games. Alright. We got the hero's bow. This treasure of the Gorons is said to have once belonged to a hero from the past. Alright, so presumably we're going to need this. So I should put this on... I wanted to put that on the other button, but okay. There we go. Perfect. Not bad. Can I get like any health? That'd be great. Thank you, healing my beloved. That works, good enough. Alright, perfect. I recall this game not exactly being exactly this clunky, don't worry about it, not just you, cool. I'm glad to hear. I will say, if there is one thing I am grateful for as games have gradually gotten better, it is that they are noticeably less clunky. If nothing else, I am grateful for that. Oh, hello there, sir. Please, please don't kill me. Oh, they're all active now. Oh, I don't like that. Hunting about Mario 64, a lot of the problems people have with Sunshine are also present in 64. I've not played either, so I can't really, like, posit an opinion here, but from my understanding, they're very much built on the same base, and that makes sense to me. If I could get more health, that'd be great. I'm trying to figure out what the move is here. Oh. Not a fan of that. Thank you very much. If you could not do that, that'd be ideal. Thank you for not giving me anything. Okay. What do we got? A couple of these do give me the space or option to like grab them and move them. And I'm not sure what... That might be a situation where I need, like, the boots for it, maybe? So I might have to... Rude? I might have to run up, hit Y, pull them, and do it that way. Which is gonna be difficult. That's gonna require a lot of timing. This is not going my way. Okay, they just follow me. Understood. I'm dead. What was I supposed to do there? Okay. Huh. Oh, arrow. Oh! Okay. Well, now I need to start the dungeon from the beginning, unfortunately. Oh, never mind. It brings me back here. That's nice. That's very nice, actually. Very kind of the game to do that. Okay. Rude. Okay, so apparently not like that. How am I supposed to do this then? How am I supposed to fucking get an aim on them? Okay. I don't know how long that lasts, but it's something. Okay, we take more arrows. It's permanent, beautiful, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate knowing that greatly, actually. That makes my life significantly easier. Okay. Rude. Dumb gay fire thing. Perfect. Alright. Here we go. I'm not good at video games. Chat, not great at this whole video gaming thing. We're making it work. There, okay. And so if I come out here, there should be a space wherein I am far enough away from these guys that I can just shoot them. Perfect. I'm glad that I don't have to wait for them to be turned towards me. It's just like, beautiful. Okay, alright. I figured it out. Perfect. I figured it out. I figured it out. And hopefully they will not come back alive when I go through these doors. I'm gonna see what my other options are first. If I could get like more health or something, that'd be beautiful. This game hates having a healthy twink. Hi, Neko Boy Blue. Do I look like I'm winning? Neko Boy Blue, would you qualify this as winning? I feel like you're the authority figure on this, you know? You're breathing, right? I think so? Always a little hard to tell, you know? Neko Boy Blue sent me an image the other day, or not the other day, earlier today, quite literally, that reminded me that one-shot exists. And y'all, I'm very tempted to do a one-shot replay in the near future. I don't know if that's something I would do on stream or off stream, but I am very, very tempted to do another playthrough of one-shot one of these days. And I should be safe to do it on my PC if I do, because, like, this is my stream machine. I don't do anything that's not streaming related on here. Alright, what do we got here? Don't like not having health. AE staring at the entrance of the dungeon with a sign that says spare hearts. Basically. Those my memes are living rent free in your head. I love that game. One Shot is so special. Huh.
Ah, you're here at last. I heard that you might pay a visit, young human. I'm farsighted in all things. Here you go, the last key shard. Combine all 3 shards.
And we have the key to the boss.
If you use that key, you can open the door where Darbus, the tribal patriarch, is being held. Who knows how powerful Darbus is with this new grotesque form? but I suppose I should trust your power, considering you came this far. Hurry now to the Patriarch's room.
Beautiful, chat. Ad will be hitting any second now. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. Also be here when the ad break ends, and I'll try to progress until the boss fight, until we're back.
If it's so good, then where is Two Shot?
Has the creator of One Shot made any other games? Or was it just One Shot? I'm really curious about this now, actually. Chat, I gotta know. They have a to-be-announced, they have a to-be-announced title called Margin of the Strange. Huh. And they are actively updating the news about it. Okay. Noted. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for that. Yeah, but apparently, the makers of One Shot have only made one other thing. Or rather, are actively working on one other thing, being Margin of the Strange. Fascinating. Alright then. That certainly makes me curious, though. Chat, he's rich. Chat, I'm rich. That's like forever money in this world, I think. That's like forever amounts of money. Damn, no luck with a... Oh, there's a heart drop. Perfect. Beautiful. I really need health. Hi, Reki! Barber bye-bye! Barber bye-bye! I have never actually had a Fago, Nadia. I have never had a Fago before. I may have been a former Homestuck, never had a Fago, but hi, Reki! Mods, shout out for Reki. Reki's a sweetheart. Bark, bark, bite, bite. How are you doing, Reki? Because I can, motherfucker, gun emoji. Pup just spent the last half hour writing very bad lyrics for the emotions she's struggling with. Not sure if Pup will do anything with them other than have them, and that's okay. It's okay to just write music and not do anything with it, but hey, if you want any advice from a guy who does write music, let me know. Because I fucking can. Gun emoji. What are you gonna do about it? Kill me? I dare you to try. Suffer. Also, welcome back from ads, everybody. Apologies, Twitch just forced me to run them. Y'all know the drill. We're gonna be moving on into the boss fight very soon. I'm just like scouting out for any additional health I can get because, oh, chat, that number of hearts right there is low. Not a big fan. Please try Fago, it's amazing. Personally recommend either green apple or rock and rye. I don't know if I should trust you on this. I did almost try Fago one time, actually. I was at a convention and someone walked up to me while I was cosplaying a Homestuck character and was like, hey, I have like a shit ton of Fago in this backpack and I will just give it all to you if you give me 10 bucks. And I didn't give him 10 bucks because I didn't trust him because I was like a teenager. Realistically, I don't know like what he could have done to those. I don't know, like, if there was even a chance they could have been tampered with, but my brain was like, I don't trust like that. My brain did not trust. I was not cosplaying Gamzino, I was cosplaying Kanaya. Personally, can't tell the difference between Fago and Fanta. Noted. That's honestly a pretty positive review taste-wise for me. I will bear that in mind if I ever come across Fanta in the wild. Or rather, if I ever come across Fago in the wild, I will bear that in mind. Buddy, I need you to wake up. There you go. There you go. See, I am a fan of like fruity flavored sodas. I do enjoy me some Sprite as well and whatnot, though I try to avoid like Coke brand, so whatever off-brand is available. Big on like whatever the store brand lemon lime soda is at a given place. Tends to be my go-to. But like I also really like my my super fruity, like radioactive level of fruit sodas. I like when I grab the soda and it tastes like what a child thinks a fruit tastes like, you know? You know? I have not had Calypso Lemonade, actually, no. I have never tried them. Hello? How do I make you like me? Is there a mechanism I'm missing here? That worked. Fago's top tier soda flavors? Noted. I guess I have to try it next time I have the opportunity, you know? I imagine I will end up at a fair few gas stations and whatnot when I'm at Off-Kai or something. I'll see if I can grab any. Calypso is so good, I've never had it. Super weird fruit flavors plus lemonade? Okay, okay. I mean, I'm definitely not opposed. That sounds like something I would enjoy. I just try to save money wherever possible. I'm an extremely, extremely frugal person if it wasn't obvious. Like absurd levels of frugal. And it's honestly something I'm trying to get better at, allowing myself to spend money and all of that. Because I very, very, very much have a difficult time allowing... Link, what the fuck? What the fuck, my guy? I'm disappointed. You said you wanted a hot twink, seems you got one? God fucking damn it. Not allowed to have anything nice around here, chat. I can't do anything with the twink if it's burnt to a crisp, you know? I can't do anything with it anymore. A local Fred Meyer will occasionally sell Calypso on sale for $1. Nice that it's not particularly expensive. I would grab something every now and then as a treat for... That one was just my fault. That one was just on me. Yo, that was just my fault. Anyway, the answer is Breath of the Wild. Alright, I'm normal. I'm normal. Yeah, I don't know what the association between Insane Clown Posse and Fago is. I just read Homestuck. That's where I know it from. But no, I'm gonna be, in California soon, and I imagine I'll be hitting up gas stations for, like, cheap food here and there along the journey. So we'll see. There we go. But no, if I can, like, find something I enjoy for $1, that is absolutely something I will occasionally spend my money on. There's, like, I'll actually frequently treat myself to, like, when the energy drinks I enjoy are $1.50 at Publix. That tends to be when I grab them. Fuck me! Chat, I cannot do this section while talking. I might have to just force myself to be silent during this section for a second. I'm so sorry. I do not think I can do this while talking. I think the act of trying to speak is fucking me up here. Okay, what if I... There we go, I figured something out. I'm gonna waste a lot of arrows on this, but you know. Beats the alternative. There we are. I know you can find them in some smoke shops down there, personal experience. God, if I can be honest, one thing I am looking forward to being in California for a bit is, like, weed being legal. I know I can't bring any home, but welcome on in, Spooky Sapphics. Thank you for the raid. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and left stitches. We're currently playing some Twilight Princess, causing some problems, as we're off to do here on the channel. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. What have y'all been up to? What were y'all streaming tonight? Do feel free to let us know. I'd love to hear about it. Sending all my love. As per always. Less than ideal, but we did it. Alright, perfect. Alright, little shy on arrows, but we made it. We lived. We'll take it. Everyone gives Spooky Sapphics some love. Warframe consistently on it have a problem. Everyone I know has suddenly gotten really into Warframe lately. What happened? It seems like I looked away for a moment and suddenly everyone I know is obsessed with Warframe. I know nothing about it, mind you. Absolutely zero. But I just know that everyone in my social circle has been playing it. This is no shade, obviously. Like, enjoy what you enjoy. I know I enjoy what I enjoy. Chat, I'm gonna cry. Take care, Pyro. What the fuck? Chat, I think this game might be too hard for me to play while yapping, which is a problem as a streamer. It's a problem when streaming is my job. I think the game might be too hard for me to yap over. New hot robots. See, I think the issue is at least the characters that I see people talking about the most tend to be the women, and I am occasionally into women, but mostly into... I'm gonna cry. But no, I'll be honest, I have not been drawn into the Warframe as of yet. I think, like, how do I say? partially because the majority of the people I am friends with who enjoy it in very sapphic ways, and like I am a mask presenting person who is predominantly into more mask presentations. I'm a big androgyny enjoyer, and I tend to prefer like more mask adjacent presentations, and I just have not seen much of that in my minimal engagement. It's possible I'm just missing out though. Kin and gay dudes are both a problem and a solution. Noted, noted. I mean, if there are gay boys and those gay boys are my type, you might be able to tempt me. Like, being completely outright and genuine here. Like, if there are gay boys and those gay boys happen to be my type, you might be able to tempt me. The boys don't even necessarily have to be gay, they just have to be my type. You know? I can use my imagination for the rest. I think Warframer has a lot of my experience gonna be real. That's fair, unfortunately. The amount of massive Warframes, some of them even look pretty good. See, the way you phrase that already suggests to me that I'm gonna have slim pickings. Comparatively, anyway. Which I am kind of used to, if I can be so honest. I am kind of used to that, unfortunately. Okay. Most games just don't understand my taste in men, sadly. Yeah. Unfortunately, like in my experience, very little media actually understands and tends to my taste in men. I relate very, very strongly to that sentiment, Grace. And I say this half jokingly, my taste in men is myself. I was kind of more easily drawn to the feminine presenting frames, but should really look into more of the masculine ones. And I mean, it's so fair that you haven't. It's just a matter of taste, and taste is valid. Quincy's a dude has got me questioning my sapphic interest because the motherfucker has got game. Like, okay, if I can be completely overt here. Personal opinion. Everyone's got exceptions. Like, if we accept that gender isn't real to a certain extent, we also have to accept that sexuality, so long as it is based in gender, is not real, and that very often our interests are influenced by the cultural context we live in and our preconceptions of what it means to be a gender, for someone else to be a gender, and for us to be in a relationship or dynamic with someone else of a given gender. Like, attraction, I think, is a very complicated, nuanced thing, because it is so intimately tied both to our own internal senses of gender, our social conceptions of what gender is, and the wider cultural constructions around both gender and sexuality. Everyone has exceptions. You know? Everyone's got exceptions. I think that sexuality is nuanced, and oftentimes labels just speak to tendencies and trends rather than anything concrete. And that sometimes they can shift and change depending on where we're at in life, or our own, or as our own relationship with gender and sexuality shift, and that's okay. You know. What do we got going on here? It is all very complicated, and that's okay, and I think some of that complicatedness is fun. I think gender should and sexuality should both be allowed to be weird and messy. I kind of like it that way. Where am I going? Okay, the boss is on this floor. Cool. I was not always this gay punk bitch I'm turning into, yeah. And that's okay. God, I can tell you that, like, my sexuality has shifted massively at different points in my life based on where I'm at and how my own relationship with gender and sexuality and whatnot have shifted, you know? And I think that's alright. And that's not going to be the case in the same ways as it is for me, for everyone, but, like, you know. You can still mostly be into women and have the occasional exception. I know I have been the exception for a lot of people. And that doesn't devalue the larger trends of their sexuality. It's just like, you know, shit's complicated sometimes. That's alright. Interesting. Is this doing what I want it to? I think it is. It's probably fine. Okay. I mean, to me it is quite simple. Any attraction I tend to have towards dude scratches that just plays into gender norms that make me as a trans woman feel validated. Opening doors, being a gentleman, baby girl talk. It's a high. Just more of a high for my bitches, and that's fair. You know? It's gonna be messy and nuanced for everyone. I know for me, for a long time, like, I felt uncomfortable and struggled to acknowledge myself any attraction towards, like, men or mask-presenting individuals because I associated masculinity with having femininity pushed onto me. And it took me a long time to, like, decouple and work through those things. Which is not me saying that that's necessarily the case for anyone else or that other people have to go through that same work. It's a thing that I had to go through in my own personal journey. Because shit's complicated and nuanced, and it's gonna continue to be complicated and nuanced. And that's alright, it's allowed to be. I enjoy how Link's hat is glued onto his head, it's very silly. Like, ultimately, what I want most to communicate is the fact that all of this shit is to some extent culturally constructed, which does not invalidate our own personal experiences of it. Just, like, it is culturally constructed. And it's okay to engage within those. I just like to call some amount of awareness to the fact that they are, in fact, cultural constructions. How I miss playing this game? I'm enjoying it. It's just hard. Also, hello, Jester. Thank you for the hydrate. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Okay. And now I need to do this again, I think. Okay. It's a very good game. It is simply difficult. I can do this. I'm good enough at the game, probably. God, this little area of map design is actually really cool, and I'm realizing I missed a lot here the first time around, which I should see if I can acquire this time. It looks like the game might be trying to push me to engage a little differently this time. Because I did kind of accidentally skip through a lot of this area the first time around. I don't know, I like the little sneaky level layout they got going on here. I think it's very, very cool. Alright, fun. Yeah, I know. You really, really want to kill me. Can I find any info on the chests that are here? Is one of them maybe, like, down here? Okay, I'm in a bad place if not getting hit is my goal. There should be a chest somewhere around here, but I'm not sure where it is. Oh, there it is, down below here. Okay, okay. So if I do this and... Perfect. Just more rupees. Okay, nothing perfect. What the fuck? Chat, that feeling when your wallet can only fit 300 or so rupees? What the hell? What am I supposed to do with the rest of my money then? I feel like there's gotta be something hidden back here.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow, Barper Bite Bite. Welcome to the archive. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Does not seem like there's anything over here, okay. In any case, I need to figure out how I get to that other entrance up there. Okay. Haven't really tried too hard to figure out my sexuality. All I know is that some people are just hot and that's alright for me, and that's also okay. Like, you don't have to put a label on yourself. I specifically tend to label myself as queer because I enjoy taking a very, like, labels light approach to my sexuality. And a lot of people aren't that way. A lot of people want to find, like, the very specific word that kind of speaks to them, or the very particular label that brings them some level of fulfillment, and that's okay. I just approach things a bit differently, and I'm very content with the way that I'm approaching my shit. Okay, don't do that. So if I do this, I should be able to kill it. A little bit down. A little further. A little up, okay. Come on. Perfect. Not what I wanted. But no, I know for me, like, I very specifically have chosen to just label my sexuality as queer because for me that works and for me that feels fulfilling. I prefer to keep my labels relatively vague, and to, if someone, like, wants to know the ins and outs of my identity, that's a conversation they can have with me. I prefer navigating my identity that way, but that's not going to be the case for everyone, and that's also alright. Like, those are all valid experiences. I think part of the joy of queerness is that we get to take it at our own pace, on our own terms. Interesting. Oh, this. Oh, this is so weird. Alright. Please, I need to shoot it. So I cannot do it from here. Is this something where I can do it with the bow, or is it too thick? Because the rules of the game, there we go, okay. I was correct. Never mind. Nothing to worry about. Perfect. Beautiful. Chat, he's so cool. He's so powerful. Chat 1:3. So-called free thinkers when :3. So-called free thinkers when :3. I honestly think it's so interesting looking at like why the game places specific item rewards in specific locations. Because I can see the intended game and level design and like where they're placing hearts and where they're placing arrows. And it's really, really fascinating to me because I refuse to be nice to the game and play by its rules. And I think the game knows that. I think the game knows that I am not being nice to it. There we go. Fuck you. Link is the best. I love The Legend of Zelda. They are incredibly good games. Why isn't this doing the thing? Proceeds to try to break the game. Sometimes a guy just needs to break the video game, okay? Sometimes a guy just needs to glitch the game. Sometimes the game's rules are dumb and bad. Sometimes the game's rules are wrong and I think I am better than the game, you know? Okay, there's too many of you on screen, and you're messing with my frame rate. I need you to calm down. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The autistic need to follow rules, but only if they make sense. Video game logic is, like, admittedly, rarely the most sensical in the world. No, I'm very much the kind of person, at least in the past, where, like, I needed to know the why of everything. You couldn't just tell me to do something. I needed to understand the why I was supposed to do it. And I think that very much fed into why I became the deeply kind of rebellious person I am. I think that fed into the type of person who I am today. I need to check something. Chat, I'm realizing it's past midnight. Has AK Press charged my account again? Because if I don't get charged today, then I probably need to email them and be like, hey, I think something's wrong. I'm realizing it's past midnight, so I can do that. I can check that now. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I hate sending emails. Like, what are the odds you'd be willing to draft the email for me? I have anxiety. I hate, like, being inconvenient. No, okay, they charged me again. Got it. They did, in fact, charge me again. So I will give it a couple more days. If I don't receive my package by, like, tomorrow, though, I'm gonna be concerned. I do that all the time, actually. I'm gonna give it a couple more days. I might poke the couple of people I know who have subscriptions just to be like, hey, have you heard anything? And if they haven't heard anything about their packages, I don't know, we'll see. It's possible they didn't send out a shipment this month. For those who are unaware, last month, for the first time, I signed up for AK Press, the Friends of AK Press subscription, which is essentially a service wherein AK Press is a leftist book publisher and distributor. Every month I give them $25 and they send to me every single book they have published in that month. And it is the 17th and I have not received my package for last month yet. Which they normally say they ship out on the first week of the month. So like the fact that it is over halfway through the month and I haven't gotten my package yet is a little bit concerning. I need to check to see, like, hey, is my address okay? Did something go wrong? But they did charge me again, which means I'm still on record. Anyway, boss fight. I'm guessing I need to shoot him in the eye. Hi, buddy. Oh no! Twilight Igniter. Alright, buddy. I'm also noticing a lot of this floor is material that I can stand on, or that I can like suction onto. Hey buddy. Okay, yeah, big fire attack if I don't get that in time. Cool. What does this do? I don't know what doing that does. Nope, not what I wanted.
Look at the ground. Doesn't look like those rocks you stuck to on the way here. If your feet keep slipping, why don't you stick to them?
Okay. Nope, not what I wanted. Other R button, please. Okay. This is not doing what I wanted to do. I'm very lost. No, please. Hey, don't backseat right now. Okay. Nope, no, please. Sorry, I'm really bad with the coordination of this. Okay, okay. You're good, you're good. I will sometimes wonder out loud about what I'm doing, and usually, like, if I want help, I will pause the game and directly ask for it. It was the next thing I was gonna try anyway. I was in the midst of trying it technically, so it's not too big a deal. Okay, so I need to Y button and then run, and then B button. Okay, okay, okay. Let me see if I can maybe grab some health while I'm out here. Beautiful, please. I won't say no to more ammunition as well. Health, perfect. Fuck me. Y button and then B button. Okay. Y button and then B button. Okay. Phase 2? Phase 2? Okay. No phase 2. Interesting. Alright. Head surgeon A, listen, sometimes a guy just needs to do surgery. I do have a background in neuroscience. I'm qualified to do brain surgery, maybe. Yeah, sometimes a guy just needs a lobotomy. You'd let me give you a lobotomy, right, chat?
Well done. Now we have 2 View Shadows. You know, you've been very helpful so far, so as a reward, I'll tell you an interesting story. Zant. That's the name of the King of Darkness who cast this pall of shadows over your world. He's very strong. You would be nothing to him in your current state. But Zant will never be my king. I have nothing but scorn for his supposed strength. Not that your Zelda is much better. This one doesn't get a phase 2. I think only Ganon gets that. But the first boss had a phase 2. Technically. Eh. It still appalls. I guess it depends on what you define as a phase 2. It still appalls me that this world of light is controlled by that princess. A carefree youth, a life of luxury. How does that teach duty? But I guess I shouldn't begrudge her the circumstances of her life. She didn't choose it after all, and I would never wish harm on her. Not as long as I can get my hands on the few shadows, I'll be just fine. Well, just one more left, shall we?
I guess it depends again on like what you define a phase 2 as. But for me, like any point where I think I might have killed the boss and suddenly it is back and stronger with a new pattern, that to me is a new phase, you know? Whenever or really anytime like a boss has a big change in their attack pattern or strategy, especially if it's surrounded by dramatics, that's a phase change. Ugh. What am I doing here? Ugh, my head, it aches. So much pain, I cannot remember anything. Alright, yeah, he's not gonna get me any interesting dialogue. Well,
Want to go outside? Are you all done here?
also hello, Celestino. How are you doing today? Bird my bite. Lovely to see you. Send you an email template? Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm really bad at emailing people. I hate doing adult things. Just get home from work. Hope work was alright. Hope it wasn't too rough a day. Proud of you. I know this capitalist hellscape is difficult at times. Heroic Link. North of here. Across the plain and past the great stone bridge in the lands guarded by the spirit, Lenaru. You shall find one who you seek. Link. You take care of Monster Kicker, all the best. Bark, bye bye. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future.
Hila. You've gotta save Hila. Those monsters left me with the other kids, but they must have taken her somewhere else. Whenever I thought I couldn't go on, I would think of you and Ilya, and hold on, Link. See? I'm fine now. Remember what I told you back on Orden, Link? When I grow up, I'm gonna be just like you, Link.
He's just a little guy.
So you don't have to worry about me anymore. Go help Ilya.
Leave the children to me. I will watch over them, I swear it. Do not let their fates trouble you. Go to those who need you. In Hyrule, countless tales are told of the ancient hero, and your deeds bring them all to mind. May the graces of the great goddesses who shaped Hyrule bear you on your way. Aww. Chat, the game's making me feel things. It's illegal. Doesn't the game know that's a crime? Alright, chat. Is good game, is good game. Alright. I do actually want to, before I forget, poke into the store real quick to see if there's anything new. Let's see if the weird baby added any new stock. Nope, no new baby stock. There's a reason I love this game so much, even though the controls can be so ass. There must be some kind of, like, I wonder genuinely if anyone has made any mods for, like, older games like this, where it, fixes the controls so they're a lot more playable on modern hardware. But also, I feel like it'd be hard to do that without meaningfully changing the experience. I don't know. A thing to think about. Oh, all of the Goron are around. We're very grateful for your saving our chief and our precious minds, brother. We caused a lot of trouble for the people of this town. It's our turn to repay them. Climb up on my back and I'll launch you up to the hotel's hot spring. Alright, brother. But if you ever do want to go up top, you know what? Actually, fuck it, take me. Fuck it, let's find out what this is all about.
Yeet me skyward.
Skyward, like Skyward Sword, like the video game, like. prefer GameCube because nostalgia though. See, I like the GameCube a lot as a console. I will admit the controls are absolutely ass on like every version of it I play. You saved our chief, brother, and we are thankful. Now we're able to come back down to the village again. Since this town was also attacked, I figured the townsfolk would need supplies, so my son and I brought some things down. At night, my son opens up a shop down below. You should stop by sometime. Noted.
A good warm soak is just what my muscles need.
Alright. Maybe I'll have to stop by at night sometime. Whoopsie. You got anything interesting to add? Now that we're able to go back to our mines, I was finally able to bring Barnes and delivery of bomb ingredients. Looks like he's already started selling them again. Oh! Bombs? Chat, I love explosives. It's like my favorite thing ever. I'll take a bomb. Chat, it's bomb time. Fuck it. Yeah, I'll take your bombs in your bag. Alright, chat. I have explosives. I vibe with the character design in this game. I think it's very cartoony. Like, I think this game did a very good job of balancing the cartoony and slightly more, like, mature aesthetic. Especially for a GameCube game, you know? I do think, like, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is still my favorite, like, visual version or take on the games, but I do really appreciate this. Especially in comparison to Wind Waker, because I liked Wind Waker's toon aesthetic. I really do. But I think I kind of enjoy the more mature graphics here even more. Oh god, it's him!
Greetings, Mr. Link. I've come to deliver a letter. It's a letter for you. 3 letters, in fact.
Chat, it's the mailman. I would bomb him if I could. Okay, we are very close to getting a new heart container, which is cool. We've got 2 of the fused shadows, letters, there we go. Urgent bomb arrows. Thank you for your patronage. Enjoy the power of our bombs. They can be combined with the bow by going to the item screen and using R to create bomb arrows. Okay. If you haven't already been by to look, I have an item that's available anywhere else. Come see it before someone snatches it. Oh, I was so happy to see you the other day. I really had fun. I was also so happy to see my son's face again. So happy. I'd like you to know, we will soon be heading to another location soon. If you continue on your travels, chances are we'll meet again. I hate Oko. I hate Oko. I fucking hate Oko. God, I hate Oko. Not a fan of Oko. I do not respect that cursed chicken thing. Fuck off, I don't want to deal with you right now. I'm not interested in fighting with you. It's bridge time. You'll have to see the cursed bird more. I don't want to. Chat, the bird scares me. I like that it's just it's fallen into this this cycle of flying straight into the wall there. That's beautiful. Oko is strange and upsetting. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. I don't really like Oko. Alright, we can put that away, we can dismount, and now I just need to find my bombs. Alright, now one thing I'm probably gonna learn very quick is that I don't want to keep this shit on my person all the time. But just for now. What's the radius on this? Alright, pretty impressive radius. How are you, Azub? Over my bite. Oh, not this crap. Oh no. Well, that's less than ideal. Well, I suppose we'll have to deal with that if we want to backtrack later. I can just ignore it for now, you know? If I just walk away, it can't hurt me. Yet, anyway. They stole my bridge, chat. Okay, so not here yet. Or perhaps here?
Ah, we're finally here. There's only one view shadow left, so this is the last of the Twilight you'll see, I guess. Whether or not you accomplish your final task and survive is up to you. So what will you do?
I suppose, chat. Is there any reason not to? I suppose we go.
All right then, I guess I'll have to help you. But what a shame that this is the last of the Twilight. I had become so fond of seeing it covering this world. Or is it really the last you'll see? So, shall we get going?
This is less the Twilight you'll see, so I can't rematch that movie after this game. Or rewatch. Jesus Christ, chat. I am only vaguely aware of the Twilight series. I feel like... I've honestly been surprised to see like some praise for them online recently after for so long seeing them associated with nothing but like negative feedback and energy. Like it's really fascinating to me very recently for the first time since they like initially came out, seeing people speak positively of them. They're shit and I love them. I have for a while heard a lot of people like, you know, loving them in the I'm cringe and I'm free sort of way. but I feel like for the first time in a while I've been seeing some actual like positive takes on them lately, which is a fascinating shift. I feel like it says something just about culture where oftentimes like 10 years go by and the perspective on something completely shifts. There will be an ad hitting in about 30 seconds, folks. During the ad, I need to go and clean up this container of food that I had earlier real quick, but I will return hopefully before the ad break ends. I won't be gone for long. I just want to make sure that it does not sit here building up bacteria for the next like hour. I will return shortly, I promise. BRB. I return. Hello, everybody. Hi. Apologies for the ads. Y'all know the drill. Welcome back. How's everyone holding up? We got about an hour left in stream before I got a raid into Safi Adkins' channel. Hopefully, if all goes to plan. We shall see. We shall hope. Without further ado, I return. Hope everyone is vibing. That was filmed in my hometown, actually. Watched them film a few of the scenes. That's really cool. Like, I'll be honest, I've never read the Twilight books. I was a little bit pretentious, as a teenager. I was the kind of person where, like, I did not allow myself to really engage with that media because it felt like, oh, it was shallow girly media. It was the exact kind of shit that I was put down for. Oh, apologies, did not realize the BRB sound was still back. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. But it was very much like the kind of media that I was like put down for liking as a kid. And so as I, grew and started developing my own taste in media, it was stuff that I very heavily put down and refused to engage with, oftentimes on the lines of like, this is lesser and shallow and kind of mirroring the same pressures that were put on me when I was younger. Uh, I do think a part of it is the fact that I am aromantic. I think that plays a factor. I kind of always really disliked when romance was one of the primary driving forces of a story or narrative. That is something that just did not click or make sense or vibe with me, as likely because I am like an aromantic person engaging with the media. But just speaking in general, like I admit I was kind of an asshole who did not allow myself to engage in a lot of works like this because I was holding on to those perceptions. The romance of it is absolutely garbage. Yeah, this tracks. I mean, listen, we're allowed to enjoy like some toxic, shitty romance here and there. Like, I'm not gonna diss anyone for enjoying their toxic romance on their own time. Enjoy your media. Have fun with it. It's just certainly not for me. The love triangle was certainly something. My thing is I don't care. I'm not in the business of telling other people what media to consume or to write or whatnot. I don't particularly care in like 99% of cases. Enjoy what you're going to enjoy. Just enjoy it mindfully. It's kind of my perspective. I only now watched Twilight because I avoided it because of the opinion. Enjoyed laughing at it. Also watched some of the Barbie movies only a few years back. Okay, the Barbie movies I grew up on. The Barbie movies I grew up on. And I actually haven't rewatched any of them, so I can't not tell you if they actually hold up. I just remember liking them. I will not defend them with my life because I don't remember shit. There's a couple Barbie movies that I have extremely vague memory of that I cannot tell if I'm making up. Love a good Twilight marathon with the boys. Get the weed and drinks flowing. Have a bunch of queers doing social commentary and philosophical analysis over the whole thing. That does sound like a fun time, honestly. I kind of want to go rewatch all the Barbie movies sometime. I feel like that'd be really fun if I had the free time. It's just that I rarely have time for shit like that. I do have though, some fucking vodka lying around. One of these days. I don't know. Not gonna lie, Twilight, like, it just sucked. Like, personally not a fun sucked, it just sucked. However, like, and you sound like you know how to have a fun time with a good movie. Wanna do that now? See, I think people are allowed to enjoy trashy media and that's okay, you know? I think that there's certain pieces of media that I don't see much enjoyment or value in, but there's other people who do, and that's so valid. Have fun with it. Like, as long as you're engaging with media in a way that doesn't harm anyone else, I don't particularly care. You know? Uh... That's alright. But like, don't get me wrong, Twilight is a piece of media with some concerning, fucking themes where these, like, real people, but I don't care. I just also don't particularly care to engage with it because romance has always been a theme that has turned me off of stories. Been having issues with that recently where words are not working in the slightest. I hope the words get better. I know the feeling. I have several conditions that make words not work as intended. It's sometimes frustrating, but you know what? That's part of life. We keep on loving, we keep on fighting, we keep on yapping, we keep on causing problems.
You smell the girl, don't you? I can tell by the look on your face. Well, good. It's another clue then. But this scent could be quite old. I wonder if she's still alright.
Alright, I do need to... One sec. I need to shoot a DM to the prince and make sure that we're still good for the plan. Just checking. We'll see if I get a response. Alright. Well, all I can do is hope. The health? Yeah! Chat, I love when I dig in the ground and it fucking heals me. I love when I dig in the dirt and it fucking heals me. That's beautiful. I do think digging a hole would fix me. Like, Jacob Geller has that one video about the desire to dig a big hole. I feel like digging a hole would fix me just a little bit. I see why people go crazy for that character now. Chat's been liking my take on the voice here and there.
Hey, you haven't seen this castle before. Hey, haven't we seen this castle before? So we finally made it back here. Well, only a little further, so hang in there. Or so I'd like to say, but the going's a lot harder from here on out. Alright then, let's get started.
Yeah, I see that big bird. I don't like that very much. Not a great fan of that. It looks like it's just following the path for now. Alright. Oh, hi everybody. God, I don't know what sound effect it is they're using for the birds, but it's beautiful and it sounds like some sort of storm siren in a way that I really enjoy. Don't do that. That's inconvenient. Want to be a dog and dig all fours like my life depends on it? I think that's called being a fairy or something. See, I want to dunk my face in a river and come out holding a fish. You understand. I think that would fix me. Gloves with claws would be so sick. I actually have some. AE fun fact. I meant to use them for all my hand cam streams, but then they're just too unwieldy to use for any kind of crafting thing that requires me to like have action coordination. So I couldn't use them for like any kind of sewing projects, or really anything that required me to be able to move my fingers. So they end up never getting used, unfortunately. It happens. Chat, I really just want to dunk my face in a river and come out holding a fish. You understand? I think that would fix me. I miss cosplaying. That is something that I honestly would really want to get back into if I ever had the time in life. Just cosplaying regularly. I have so many. Chat, guy with too many hobbies. Points itself, guy who has too many hobbies. I miss cosplaying. I miss taking on big, ambitious... I say this actively taking on big, ambitious creative projects, but I wish having time to... Or I miss having time to do it just constantly. Someday. I'll get back there. When I go full-time content creator, I'm going to just never stop making, and it's going to be glorious. Come on, there you go. My first cosplay was Ed from FMA. Made a fully articulated automail glove out of craft foam. It was so cool. That is really cool, and that's the kind of shit like I miss being able to do and I want to do again, you know? Gamers need a Murder Drones cosplay. I have not watched Murder Drones yet. I have not had a chance. I've heard really good things. I've not had a chance to check it out yet. We've got this. We're doing great. Wig styling is also very fun. Yeah, I miss doing like big props. I want to at some point. The reason this came to mind is because I want to at some point do a custom pair of gloves that is like beefed up in ways to make like the fingers look more alien and whatnot. That's a thought, a plan, an idea I've had in my head for a long time. It's so fun and silly, but also use like 300% of your brain to figure out what's happening at any time. That's an issue for me because most of the time when I get myself to actually sit down and watch things, I have to either be drunk, high, or both. I cannot like just consume media while sober. It's a problem. Hey, did you hear? They say that Zora child collapsed near here. I thought Zoras were typically found up north, right? I wonder why one came down here. Well, I heard he was taken to the bar on the other side of the southern road. The bar? You mean Thelma's place? Thelma's place. She's got it rough. We're not training me. But no, I admit, like, I have trouble consuming media when I'm sober. My brain's like, if I want to tune out enough to just enjoy making shit, I usually have to be some variety. Hello, Necromantic Chef! Hi, hi, hi! How goes it? What are y'all up to tonight? Hi, folks! I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues. I'm a punk, a bastard, a problem. It's lovely to see ya. How goes it, Neko? I'm excited to see you during Off-Kai. It's gonna be fucking great. I'm like putting finishing touches, not finishing touches, but I'm trying to update my my patch pants and my whatnot in order to be ready to look cool as fuck. I've been sewing lots of new patches onto my pants. I don't know if I'll be able to wear my battle jacket on account of it it being like really hot, but we'll see. Working on our jacket today, been sewing for like 8 hours. Congratulations! Any fun patches? Anything exciting? You should send me an update. You should send me a work in progress. I would love to see. I too am a loud punk. I have a battle jacket. I have a bunch of patch pants. I put a lot of work into this shit. I love it. DIY is a very, very big piece of my life. I don't know if I have any photos of my battle jacket right now, but I might have some of my patch pants somewhere. Oh yeah, here's some of the more recent stuff I added to my patch pants. I got the Steal From Your Boss patch next to the Confession Kids and the Self-Made. I got some cool shit on mine. But hell yeah! Feel free to share any works in progress or whatnot, but no pressure at all. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, please take care of yourselves first and foremost. We're just yapping. We're playing some Twilight Princess. We've been live for like 6.5 hours, so definitely the EP is kicking in just a tiny bit, but we are enjoying ourselves. We are having a good time. Aurora. Aurora, indeed. I love being punk. I'm so ready. I'm so excited for Off-Kai. It's gonna be good. I don't know if I'll be able to wear my battle jacket on account of the heat, but hey, we'll find out. We'll find out. Could still be fun while inebriated, if you don't mind not understanding where things are happening. I mean, I would want to be able to properly interpret the media, so that's going to be an obstacle, you know? Alas. Alas. New patches, more embroidery than anything. Over the course of the Donathon we've been doing, decided to embroider the names of supporters on the sleeves. Oh shit, that's really cute. Reached about 2.5k for living expenses off cry and a few other things. That's fucking incredible. I'm proud of you. I'm excited to see you during the trip as well. That's definitely beautiful. Apologies, at least like here in the punk scene, you know, your battle jackets are like usually patches for bands and causes you support. That's how I associate the term anyway. That is definitely cute though. There seemed to be something going on at the fountain. Interesting. Phew. I'm going to put my feet up at Thelma's bar when I'm done with work. What's going on at the fountain then? Oh, well. The fact that we can't take a bath because of the water outage, that's a big deal. I think it's fine. It's not like you smell. It doesn't bother me. Well, maybe it doesn't bother you, but you're the one who stinks. More like messy embroidery. I wanted to feel kind of like graffiti. I love that though. That is fucking like a vibe. I do enjoy that quite a lot. That is certainly an energy. I love sewing and embroidering shit onto my clothes. I want to do more of it constantly. I have a few more patches I want to get on my pants before off-kai just to make sure that I look as cool as I possibly can. Makes me abort to be a sign of traumatic brain injury that could explain it. I mean, if it were traumatic brain injury causing this, you wouldn't be suddenly experiencing it out of nowhere. It would have built up over time, you know? That's not the kind of thing that just kind of pops up with no warning. You could just be sleep deprived or, like, under stress because, like, acute stress can cause cognitive difficulties. The person in the tent on the southeast street makes me suspicious. Giovanni's house. Okay, I don't know if we can get in there. Yeah, we don't have hands, so we can open doors. God, the city's big. I heard a boy passed out. When? Where? I don't know. No pushing. If you want hot spring water, form one line. I'm poking around. I want to see everything. It's a big fucking place. Fortune-telling mansion. Agatha Castle. Alright. Lots going on around here. But I don't think this is where I want to be. Oh, but there is a lot happening here. Star game. Don't know if there's much value in doing that right now. Soon I shall make a killing off this town. Got it. Okay, you're just some trickster. Yeah, Castletown is huge. Need more yarn and a thread tomorrow for how much I use today. I love my embroidery thread. It does run out quick. I've had to get a ton more in specific colors that I utilize a lot. And they're so expensive to buy individually. It's unfortunate when you tend to only use specific colors, honestly. Thelma's bar. God, this city is massive. This boy, can you save him? Alright, little lady. Try to settle down, okay? I just now sent for the doctor. But this is strange. A child of the Zoras. I wonder if this is at all related to the incident the soldiers were talking about in...
Ah, what an emotional reunion. Yes, a girl and her wolf. Sorry, but you know how it goes. These folks can't see you either.
This boy is still so young, so innocent. To see him suffering like this. You'll be alright, little lady. Someone's already gone for the doctor. I'll tell you. Though, from what those soldiers in the back were talking about, everything else, there sure has been a rash of trouble lately.
Hi, Hikari. Bark for my bite. I'm on my wolf arc right now. How are you doing tonight? Lovely to see you. Hope you've been doing very well.
I've received orders from above to investigate why we can't go to the Spirit Spring in Lake Hylia. Got that? Interesting. Very interesting. Lovely to see you though, Hikari. I appreciate you stopping on in to say hello. It's always a pleasure to see you. Bye bye. We've had a ton of complaints from citizens who can't send prayers to the spring spirit of Lake Hylia. Go there. The location is the one I showed you on the map earlier. Got it? Thank you, Lycan. One sec. Yo! Main cow, thank you for the raid. How goes it? Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi everybody, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues. I'm punk, I'm trans, I'm an anarchist. It's lovely to see you. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. I'm your problem now. How are you? How goes it? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Hope it goes good. Was doing pixel art and then OBS was like, what if we stopped responding? I'm so sorry that happened. Thank you for sending your folks on over and saying hello. If you need some food, some water, some rest, please take care of yourselves first and foremost. We're just playing some Twilight Princess and yapping. It is a late night. We've been on for like 6.5 hours, so we're probably only gonna go for like another half hour, but it's wonderful, as per always, to have y'all. Appreciate the hell out of you folks. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Main Cow some love. Absolute sweetheart, someone definitely deserving of your time and support, especially if you like chill co-working vibes. Give your love. Yeah, I am one of those transgenders. I also do video essays over on Twitch. Teehee. Sorry, not Twitch, YouTube. Jesus Christ. You can tell that I've been live for too long. I do video essays talking about queer and leftist issues over on YouTube as well. Teehee. I'm really enjoying Twilight Princess so far, Kiwi Sagas. Welcome on in as well to Happy and Well, to let's see. Honey Kiyoya, to Kiwi Saga, to Wistenaria. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you'll have a wonderful evening. Shall be vibing as I watch the most wonderful punk babies VTuber. I'm just a loud punk boy on the internet. I'm just a loud punk bastard on the internet who doesn't shut up. I just like yapping. What? Study it to know it well. But yeah, we're really enjoying our time with Twilight Princess thus far. We are just now entering Castletown, starting this new chapter of our adventure. And it sounds as though, it seems like, we need to find our way to this spot down here. So we got quite the journey ahead of us. We've got quite the journey ahead. Suppose all we can do is start heading south. Probably done with random lyrics started a while back. No worries. I personally quite enjoy songwriting as a means of like processing emotions and all that, but if it's not for you, it's not for you. That's okay. I feel like I've aged at least a year since we last talked. Happy birthday, Kitchen Arf! Bark for Bite Bite! Do you want me to play you Happy Birthday on the harmonica? Sorry if I asked earlier and didn't see your response. Also, I appreciate you sending the pics, Neko. Bark for Bite Bite. Thank you everyone for the support tonight. There's been a ton of like raids and love, and I appreciate the hell of that. It always means the world to me to receive any amount of support. I'm just a guy trying to make loud, transgressive art on the internet, and that people enjoy the work I do means so much. I try really, really hard. Okay, can't go this way. Love seeing this stream pop off, it's genuinely so epic. What if I bite you really hard? Let me grab my harmonica real quick. Here we go. For folks who are new around here, hi, I make folk punk music also. I know, I do a lot of things. Happy birthday! Messed up a little bit in there. Pup does think it was worthwhile time, even she might not sing or record them. That's also okay. I love songwriting. And not every song needs to be a finished project. Sometimes it can just be a quick little thing you put together. Just imagine you playing the game controller like a harmonica. I mean, I could do that. It'd be funny. It would be very funny. Oh, spirits of Laniru, please deliver merciful rain unto Lake Hylia in the west. Okay, interesting. So, I feel like we did already follow this path here. Like, we know where this leads. I suppose we need to figure out where to go from here, how to get down south? But I'm not sure if there's a specific trigger we need to hit before we can, like, unblock that southern passage, you know? Yeah, because we need to find a way to go down south, I think. We could also try following some of these additional paths here. Like, if we head back out west, we could see if that gets us anywhere. There are options. Can play for shit. A lot of my fellow anarchists do, but I'm equally amazed at my culinary and drink skills, and that's all right. Listen, we all have different skills that we enjoy and are willing to dedicate the time to foster. You know, every type of art is going to take some amount of time in order to get good at. Thank you for the follow, Barker Bye Bye. You know, no one just wakes up good at a skill. And cooking is an art just as much as, you know, fucking drawing or fucking playing the guitar is. And managing to foster those skills is still something to be acknowledged.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow as well, Barker Bye Bye. I love that in leftist spaces we have the ability to like pick up each other's weaknesses and provide for each other and support our communities. I may not be the most talented at cooking and whatnot, but I got my own skills and knowledge, and we love to see that shit. Hell, a lot of my activism is helping teach people how to fire guns. Thank you for the stretch, Barker Bye Bye. Oh, bone. Can I... Chat, I want the bone. Chat, there's a bone right there. Why can't I have it? I deserve it. Let me have it. I want it. Ah! Mine. Teehee. It's mine now. Problem is I'm too good. People start occasionally donating me money for cocktails. I mean, listen, nothing wrong with that, you know? Sometimes that's what community organizing, or sometimes that's what, like, giving back to your community looks like. Sometimes that's like, genuinely part of the work of community organizing is finding opportunities and experiences in which you can celebrate, you know? A genuine part of the work of organizing is, like, you know, having the space and ability and dedicated whatnot to throw parties and events. There's a reason why most leftist organizing is going to be associated to some extent with, like, how do I say, with, like, a potluck or the having of food, because that's an important means of boosting morale. It's very useful if, you know, boosting morale and sense of community is a goal, to, like, have opportunities where people can let loose and feel as though they are celebrating, especially when there is not much to celebrate, and to make it accessible, you know? Me having any involvement with alcohol brings up a lot of questions, especially as I do significantly better than everyone around me. I see. I mean, there's no pressure to drink even if you're mixing others' drinks as well. Like, that's totally okay. How long do I have to shift this over? Interesting. In any case, like, I love seeing people harness their particular art forms and skills. I think it's beautiful. Chad, if there's a thing that you enjoy doing or that you feel good at or that fulfills you, chase that shit. It's not often enough we are granted those opportunities and spaces. Find the things that you love that make you feel good. Embrace them. It is amazing what community can do when we come together. I'm just autistic about spices. Also valid. Some people have gun autism. Kitchen Art has cooking autism. You know? It seems like my one path forward is to go this way right now and to head back out here. I also have Zelda autism. Nothing wrong with the Zelda autism. It's a good fucking game. It's a good fucking game. Alright, I don't know if there's any chance there's something down here. There we go. There we go. Fuck you. Giant bird. Anything over here? Well, there's certainly some fellas we can fight. Let's see if we can wreak any havoc. Come on, buddy. Get up. Get up! Fuck you. Great at making spice blends, just can't cook worth a damn. There's skills you can learn. Cooking is hard. I'm terrible at cooking. But I'm still learning, and that's okay. Like, it's all right for a skill to take, you know, time and effort to figure out. No shame in that. I don't know if there's a way for me to get up here. Oh, I wonder if it's long enough for me to dash. I don't know if... I don't know how I do this. I don't know if it's possible for me to do this right now. It does not feel possible. And so I'm increasingly coming to the conclusion that it's probably not. I could be wrong, though. I could just be missing something obvious. Tease of a treasure chest? Yeah. This feels like it's not possible. It's like just out of range in a thing that makes me, in a way that makes me think I can't do it right now. Rude. Fucking rude, chat. Can you believe this shit? Alright. See if I can find the path forward. It might be down this way. I imagined a wolf link in a little propeller hat floating over the chest. I mean, that would be adorable. I don't think that's how it works. It would be quite funny, though. Did my model freeze? Hello? Oh, apologies. Tracking must have gotten fucked for a second there. Apologies, everybody. I think we are back. Technical difficulties, my below. What if I just, like, don't deal with the enemies? What if I just leave them alone? Okay, one sec. I can take a peek at the model issues and see if everything's alright. Are we okay? Are we chilling? Huh. OBS is being a little bit weird on my end. It doesn't normally do that. Is everything okay with my... shit. Everything should be fine there. OBS is pulling something a little bit weird. You take care. All the best, Necromantic Chef. We will chat soon. I'm very excited to see you at Offkai, at the very least. One sec. We might be having some minor technical difficulties. It looks like we're fine on frames. We haven't dropped any. Interesting. Anytime I open the game in full screen, my model gets funky, but I'm not losing frames or anything, I don't think. Let me task manager. Okay, my GPU is being used completely. Every shred of my GPU is being used. Why? That's not normal. I am going to save the video game, and I'm going to close and reopen it. Worst comes to worst, we do something else for like 15 minutes, but that's not normal. Yeah, my GPU is being maxed out right now. Which is not normal. We have not dropped any frames, which is really interesting. Emulator might have a memory leak that hogs up the VRAM. Could be something like that, yeah. Apologies. I'm gonna completely shut down my emulator, then reopen it. just to see. Yeah, because we're back down to reasonable GPU usage now, obviously. I've never seen Dolphin do that before. Hi, Dolphin. What's up? Link looks so good as a wolf. Why don't they figure out how to use it in the series? I agree. Chat. I think we need an entire timeline where Zelda is, or where Link is just a wolf. I think we need that. It's just bad timing, is all, you know? It's not my fault, I fully acknowledge that. It's just bad timing. It was when I was playing The Invincible. Okay. Let's load back in and see if things are okay. Keeping an eye on Task Manager. Okay, yeah, GPU usage is immediately maxed out again. I'm gonna try... GPU is why would it be? Because it hasn't been doing this the rest of my playthrough. It wasn't doing this earlier. Still had a similar problem once, fixed it by running Pokemon in the background. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that's eating up GPU that shouldn't be. Which is not really the case. It's not even the GPU memory that's being maxed out. It's the 3D rendering. That's so odd. Could be something with the rendering. It's not lagging when paused. It is still lagging when paused, actually. It's still maxing out my GPU shit. System Manager isn't great for telling you what GPU utilization means. Had a high-end graphics card apparently at 100% running Flash games before. I mean, I'm looking under the performance thing where it lists out, like, the dedicated memory versus whatnot. Which, I mean, my dedicated memory usage is high right now. Oh, I'm barely touching my my VRAM, actually. I'm barely touching my VRAM. That's fascinating. I'm barely touching my VRAM. Huh. Hi, Safi. Good morning from nap. Let me see if I can just push through this area, and if I get to, like, the end of this area, if it stops being a problem. Okay, it fixes itself during the loading sequences. Yeah, suddenly everything was fine while it was loading. What would be causing this? I'm pushing forward to see if maybe I get far enough if it stops doing this. Oh, now the game's chugging. Okay. Interesting. We still haven't dropped any frames, though, so that's cool. Oh, I'm not on Windows 11. I'm on Windows 10. And I refuse to upgrade. Thank you for the hydrate. Bye-bye. My PC is staying on Windows 10 until I literally can't. Thank you for the hydrated stretch. Until Windows 10 stops being a viable option, I will be on Windows 10. Yeah, even the game's chugging a little bit. This is weird. Yeah, that's not normal. Huh. Huh. I've never had this happen before. I've played so many games on this emulator and I've never had this issue before. One sec. I'm poking around a little bit. Interesting. Yeah, okay, apparently this area is known for having this problem. This is just a problem with this part of the game. How do I get up with a cat sleeping on my legs? Listen, I can't tell you. You just gotta do it. You just gotta do it. What the internet is telling me is this is just an issue with this part of the game, and there are certain hacks that I can enable that should fix it. I'm gonna have to look into that off stream. That sucks ass, actually. Actually, no. This should be an easy fix. This should be an easy fix. Okay. So, we need to stop the emulation, I think. Got it. If I pop over here, and I go into the properties on the ISO, and I go to the patches, and I tick the... This is... Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you to video game preservation teams across the internet for being fucking beautiful. This is a known issue with the game, and so if whenever you import a recognized ISO of the game into Dolphin, it will automatically come alongside a patch that you just need to go and manually click by going into the properties menu. That's beautiful. Did that fix my problem? Thank you, video game preservation folk. Let's see if that did it. Let's see if that did it. The internet was like, oh, well, there's a patch you need to use for it. I'm like, okay, how do I install the patch? Because I assume it's a hard process. Nope, it's just gotta hit 3 buttons in Dolphin. If this worked, I'm gonna be so pleased. Let's see. What's my GPU look like? We're normal! Chat, we fixed it! Hello, Cade Corvus! Thank you for the raid! Welcome on in, everybody! Hi, folks! I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard. It's lovely to see ya. I'm here, I'm queer, and I'm going to eat you alive. What's up? Hi. Oh, they're scuffing me. Oh, I'm scuffed now. Chat decided I don't have rights. Hi, everybody. It's lovely to see ya. Lovely to make your acquaintance, whatever it may be. My name's Archivist. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. I'm punk. I'm trans. I'm an anarchist. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And today, I am a wolf, and I'm killing birds, or something like that. It's so lovely to see y'all, to make your acquaintance, whatever it may be. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, please take care of yourselves. Put yourselves first and foremost. Everyone on my end, make sure you give Cade Corvus some love. Recently celebrating a birthday as well as partner pushing on Twitch, and like, I don't know how many folks who currently watch me were there when I was partner pushing. It's a rough process, a rough time, so please, if you can give your love to Cade Corvus, do so. How was your stream? What were you all up to? Oh! We're not going to be live for too much longer, but it's a pleasure to have you for however long we may. It is a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for sending your folks on over. Hope you were enjoying your Dead by Daylight. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So lovely to see y'all. We're just chilling with some Twilight Princess for a little while longer before I have to make it to some plans. You know. This is my first time playing Twilight Princess. I'm going in completely blind, or almost completely blind, but I've been absolutely loving it so far. This is an incredible game, and I can fully see why it is as beloved as it is. God, it's very good. I can see why this game made so many kids furries. This game definitely trans some genders, and also trans some furs, I guess? For lack of better yeah, this game would have made me a furry. Unfortunately for it, I am already a furry. Loving everything except for Oko and Sumo, basically. The Sumo minigame can suck my dick, I will say that. Thank you for making me handsome again, I appreciate you. What do we got here? Also, just to reiterate, thank you so much to Video Game Preservation folk. This game was eating up horrible amounts of my GPU, like quite literally 100% of my GPU, a few minutes ago, and it turns out there's a patch that is just kind of built into Dolphin that you can just shove on there and it'll fix the GPU issues. Thank you so much to Video Game Preservation folk. It seems to have worked perfectly. I am now back down to 30% GPU usage. We're doing great. Like Hylia's newest hangout. Fear and Fabia's Watertop. Land of Fascination. Then we got the Flight by Foul. Alright. We got some cool mini games or something that I probably can't access yet because I am in fact a wolf. Link and Midna are both gender goals, to be honest. You know, real and valid. Link is definitely very gender for me. He's very peak twink. I love him. You should get up, Sappy. Do that. Gun emoji. Take care of yourself, though, okay? There is never any rush or obligation. But no, we're chilling. I'm really, really enjoying this game. It's so good. It's so good. Before I realized that like having facial hair linked with gender goals. See, I still definitely prefer myself without facial hair. But Link is so gender. Link is so gender. So many trans masks get gender envy from Link. Yeah, I mean, can't blame us, you know? He's such peak twink. Like, how do I say? When the social pressure put on mask presenting people is so often like you must be tall and rugged and muscular, having a relatively well-known fictional character who is short and who is strong while still being lean and has a bit of a softness and feminine edge to him. Like I can see absolutely why that appeals to a lot of trans people, myself included. It is very much a much softer and accessible and friendly take on masculinity, I think, than many we oftentimes get pushed into. And I appreciate that a lot. As a woman, Link is still gender goals somehow. Also valid. Androgyny is fun. A little bit of androgyny is a treat. There will be ads hitting in about a minute, folks. Bye.
Hey, do you smell anything funny?
I'm not scared of you. Oh, fast. Oh, I hate that.
Oh no, we're trapped! Get out of here.
I think I did that right. Question mark. Link was one of the fictional characters that made me okay with the mask parts, and that's valid, you know? Like I was saying, I think when so often the masculine presentations that we are given are very hyper masculine and rigid, there is something nice about having a very popular masculine or male character who is short and relatively lean and has femininity to him. I enjoy that quite a lot.
Phew, that was a close one. We're lucky there was a puddle down below, huh? So this is Lake Hylia, but there's so little water. Sounds like the Spirit Spring should be somewhere around here as well. Anyway, let's take a look around.
Well then. Immediately jumping off the bridge is Aura. What else was I supposed to do, you know? What else was I supposed to do? The drop in water has been faster than predicted. At this rate, Lake Hylia will dry up. It's a race against time.
We've had absolutely no water flowing from upstream. There's no mistaking it. Something must have happened to the water source at our homes or his domain.
Yet how do we return upstream to our home? With the water the way things are now, we can't even walk back there. Very interesting. Quite the dilemma here. Pup is still so used to the mirrored Wii version that it's confusing to the world like this. I think it's really funny that that entire game was mirrored. If I recall, it was mirrored entirely just to make, like, Link, right-handed, correct? Lake Hylia's newest attraction. Fire and Phoebe's Watertop, land of fantastication. Free admission.
I'm too old for this. It's our grand reopening at our new lake bottom location. Ugh. Yeah, nice lake. Don't lakes have more, I don't know, water?
Welcome back from ads, everybody.
Did the Zoras who live upriver do something? Or is it a curse of that spirit that floats around up there? Whatever, it's not like I can go up and complain. That's way too high. What was that? A customer? Yikes, it's a monster!
Not sure where your monster is, buddy. Hello, welcome on in, Nairo. Bye bye. I appreciate it. I made my model myself. Did all of the art and rigging. I appreciate it. I'm just a loud punk boy on the internet. I'm killing you with my teeth. They'll literally have to run time code to mirror the game so Link is right-handed to match the more typical handedness, which is such a fascinating change to me, you know? Because I understand in the process of, like, making it a Wii game where there are a lot more, like, controls that are based around what direction of hand you're using. Like, it makes sense, but it's also so odd. I feel bad for the left-handed people who played the Wii version, honestly. Dies with teeth, ayo, ayo, ayo. Also, thank you for the hydrate. How are you doing, Diana? Alright. I'm not going to be alive too much longer, folks. We are cresting the 7-hour mark right about now. And I am waiting for my plans after this to hit, but it's always a pleasure being here. It is 2 in the morning. We're mostly poking around and exploring a little bit more while I wait for the go-ahead from the friend that I'm going to be raiding into. But it's wonderful to see everybody. Folks who are just now joining us, I'm your loud punk bastard on the internet. I make video essays on YouTube talking about queer and leftist issues. I have about a lot of the same stuff over here. You can catch me usually 3 to 4 times a week, 7 p.m. EST. Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, sometimes Fridays. Why the hell are you still live? Because I have plans, like, any minute now. That's why. Had no issue playing this left-handed, to be honest. You know what? Fair point. Fair enough. I think maybe the difficulty of it is over-imagined in my head, or maybe a lot of the time, how do I say, folks who are left-handed are already expected to some extent to deal with it. I don't know. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. Yes, 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 like him. Get an unskippable update for my phone if I get back for end of stream. Hope you all have a good rest of stream. You take care, absolutely. Good luck with the update. You got this. You can survive. You're strong and powerful. There's the monster. Hey there, buddy. What if I killed you with my teeth? What if I did that? Made 2 loaves of homemade bread and nailed it on the head. Hell yeah. Interesting. You're gonna use my own fucking weapon against me? Rude. Rude. Fucking rude. Alright, I needed to dip a lot lower for me to kill it. Come on, buddy. There you are. Fuck. Okay, so not like that. How do I kill you? Another pass. Guess he felt he needed to call a friend. When it comes closer to the earth, jump on it and try to pull it down. I'm trying. It does not want to be jumped on. Welcome back, Barbara bye-bye. Chat, this thing does not want to be jumped on. Okay, please. Let me kill you. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong that it's not letting me jump on it. There we go. Found it. Got it. Perfect. I am noticing like the hitboxes of this game do tend to be a little bit picky. which I am pretty used to from older games like this. It's one of my frustrations with a lot of these older games that like they tend to be very picky with what counts. But hey, we do the best we can. There we are. Fuck you. Kills you. Ah, rah, 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 rah.
Hey, stop it! I'm your new master now. Settle down.
Thank you for the follow. Ah, rah, rah, rah.
Hey, why don't you use this guy to get us all the way to the lake's water source?
Handbrake has always been a bit funky for this game. I'm noticing that. I do really enjoy the game, don't get me wrong. It's just, I think, a flaw of a lot of older games in general. They tend to be a bit, how do I say, selective and finicky with their controls. Which that's simply part of the for the course, part of how it goes. Oh, this is a very cool section. I like this a lot. This is cool. Okay. I think this is like probably one of the coolest segments of the game thus far. I really like this. The flight controls are inverted, I believe, yes. This is my first playthrough, yes, and I'm pretty much blind through it. I've been having a lot of fun with it, though. Few points of frustration. The sumo minigame is the worst thing ever, and I will die on that hill, but I like this a lot. I try to go into most of the games I stream with as little context as possible. I think there's a lot of joy that others get in watching me kind of struggle through a game for my first time.
Ah, we're already here. That bird turned out to be more useful than I expected. Well then, where's the village of the Zoras? Let's look for it. It's getting cold. Hurry up.
My least favorite was fishing, but they might have made it easier for the GameCube port. No clue. I suppose we'll find out eventually. I mean, what are those Zoras up to anyway? The rivers run totally dry, right? I can't work like this. Cold. I miss my fur coats. Poor girl. Sometimes the guy is just a wolf, and sometimes the guy just needs to dig a hole. The fishing from the beginning when you had to catch a fish for the cat. I'm trying to... Oh, that! It wasn't that bad, if I recall. Though, do take me with a grain of salt there. At that point, that was many hours ago. My memory is definitely imperfect for that long ago. if I was screaming and whining the entire time, do correct me, I suppose. All right, I have just been given the go ahead that our raid target should be ready any moment now, which is quite exciting.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. All right, folks, we're gonna be raiding out in just a minute. I have been live for like 7 hours after all, but it has been wonderful being here, as it always is. So we're gonna save the game, and we're gonna start getting ready to head on out. Now, after this, you're gonna be able to catch me on Safi's channel, hanging out while the prince plays some Doki Doki Literature Club. So if that sounds like it'd be up your alley, do stick around. We'd love to have you while we yap and chat. You still have more of me you can catch tonight. But please put yourselves first and foremost. Go live. There we go. There it is. All right. We're going to send our love on over to the prince. I'll be over on the channel in just a few minutes to hang out. Thank you everyone for joining me here, as per always. Let me get the raid set up. Please, work with me here. Twitch be nice to me challenge. Twitch be nice to me. What do you mean invalid username? There we go. All right. I'll catch you over on the flip side. If I don't catch you over there, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I will next be live. When am I next going to be live? Friday. I will next be live on Friday at 7 p.m. EST, working on some art here on the channel. If I don't catch you then, hope to catch you again sometime in the near future. It is always a pleasure. I very much hope that we will have an opportunity to meet again sometime soon. Take care of yourselves in the meantime, all right? Thanks for being here. Signing off from the archive. As per always, it's a pleasure. Good night. Well, for a few minutes anyway.